Hello and welcome to the GSA Sleep 16 Invitational. It's been a wild week. Last Saturday and Sunday, we saw 14 runners try to produce their best 16-star runs over 8 hours. The top 6 advanced to meet the world record holder in the category, who was auto-seeded into the finals, which are now. Now we've got the top runners spending the entire weekend, 2 8-hour days, trying to put their best time up. It's 16 hours of 16-star coming at you. I'm Morning Track, and I'm joined by Electric. Electric, I said the world record holder was auto-seeded, but there's a funny thing about that whole world record holder thing, isn't there?
There is, in fact. Since last week, we've had a world record changeover with Ouija getting bopped by Ouija, now with a 14:53 standing as the record. But Ouija isn't just sitting on his hands. He's actually responded with his own 14:53, just not quite world record. So we do have some potential during this event to see, maybe even another lead change of some kind, as we've got 2 runners coming in hot off some really exceptional PBs. But our full roster here, just beyond those 2 runners, is still pretty incredible. We've got some runners the likes of GTM, Flixer, Vinny, as well as some others. So I'm really excited to see what all these runners are going to pull out throughout this whole weekend, because they've got 2 days to pull out the best run they possibly can. And we're going to get started here in just a few minutes with a quick no reset.
Yeah, I mean, it's an all-star crew. I mean, Ouija, I was looking at Ouija's records here. First at 70, first at 16 recently, as we just talked about, 10th at 1, 18th at 120. Kano is first in 1 and 0, 4th in 16, and what do you know, he's one of the competitors today. And don't forget about Slippery Nip, who basically only runs 16 to 1 star, but is 3rd and 10th in those. So this is a little different than last week in that those days, let's be clear, we all had great runners. Only great runners are in this thing, but a few relatively clear favorites each day, too, that we were keeping an eye on, and then like dark horses we would discuss here and there. But whereas this time, 4 of the 7 show up in the top 10 in multiple record books, so you're probably going to have a very important run going all 16 hours at one point or another.
Yep, and you got to remember, 4 of our 7 competitors are like top 4 within 16 stars, so we've got some runners capable of some pretty incredible times. But as we've seen in previous events like this, it's not always the top level runners that end up getting the best times during these events. Sometimes it's like the other runners that kind of present themselves as an underdog at first that end up getting these like really incredible times that end up getting like 3rd, 4th place on the leaderboard, even though a lot of people expect them to be towards like the end of the pack, 6th, 7th. So it's going to be really interesting, especially to see where the leaderboard stands after today. Because even though the results today aren't really going to mean a whole lot, that is going to affect a lot of these runners' mentality going into tomorrow. If a runner's sitting on top, that may give them more confidence in their runs tomorrow, whereas a runner sitting towards the back might feel like they got more to prove going into Sunday. So it's going to be just really, really intriguing seeing how these runners handle this dynamic, especially now that they're not playing for a basic elimination round. They're playing for trying to get first place.
Yeah, I would imagine a little more risk tolerance there, shooting a little bit higher. Yeah, and I mean, look, live time attack means live. So Green Ouija took the record mere days before the event last week, right? And we joked at the time that if they'd held it slightly earlier, the event, Ouija would have gotten the auto seed. Well, now we can also say that Ouija would have gotten the auto seed if they'd held the event slightly later as well. There was this little sliver of time in between the two where Green Ouija was the top seed, and I like that there's this battle. They're duking it out like most speedrunners do, kind of behind the scenes, right? They just wake up one morning and find out they don't hold the record anymore, and that's kind of how this normally goes. But today, after going back and forth asynchronously behind the scenes like that, they go at each other live, which is a very exciting thing to see, given that kind of punch-counter-punch dynamic we've seen from them over the last few weeks.
Yep, and all of these runners are capable of incredible times, and so many of them capable of, like you said, like breaking the record here at this event, which is pretty awesome to see. I mean, there's never been a better time to be a 16-star viewer with so many runners capable of just skyrocketing their PBs all at once. Normally when you're watching a category like this, you have like 2 to 3 people to choose from, maybe one world record level contender with a couple of people going for a low 15. But right now you've got 4 runners active right now going for exceptionally low times, and 3 of them going for lower 14s in this category. So it's going to be amazing. We're going to get started here in just a couple more minutes. All these runners have agreed to go ahead and start out with a no reset run so that we can just populate the leaderboard right off the bat. We don't have to wait like say 4 or 5 hours for Ouija to get that one run that he'll go ahead and finish because it's actually on great pace. And we'll see how that no reset goes. Some runners actually commenting in the back room that they're a bit more nervous for no resets, even though they know that they still have like the full 8 hours to do attempts.
8 hours today and then another 8 tomorrow. They have so much time. This one really is more like a marathon than a sprint, in addition to the way 16-star already naturally is. You said maybe one of the best times to be a 16-star viewer, certainly caster as well. The drama here is amazing, but that means one of the most challenging times to be a 16-star runner, especially doing it live in front of these people.
Absolutely. And for some of these runners, especially someone like Ouija, who really doesn't have that like long-term experience, it's going to be interesting to see how the live nerves, so to speak, might potentially affect them. But based on their performance last week, it seems like the effect might be negligible, if anything. It's interesting to see how runners handle just the difference in setting compared to being able to just do standard PB attempts or a normal race, for instance, that it's a true no reset run every time.
Yeah, I mean, we know Ouija handled it fine last week. Didn't quite break 15. That's what I was talking about all weekend is, are we going to get our 6th member of the sub-15 club? And it didn't quite happen. Ouija, I think 15:03, something like that. Yeah, 15:05. And Slippery Nip, 7 seconds behind at 15:12. And those are some of the favorites again today. But I'll be very excited to see if we get a sub-15 live on stream. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm rooting for. But beyond that, as casters, we just want drama, man. And I imagine we have a lot of it in store, given how close in skill some of these runners are. They are piled up at the top there.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, you look at their sum of bests, and between runners like Slip, Kano, Ouija, GTM, and Ouija, I think their sum of bests are collectively within like 10 or 15 seconds of each other. And a fair number within that grouping, their sum of bests is within like 3 or 4 seconds of each other. It's just insane to me how ridiculously optimized this category has gotten. Especially, like, I can't believe we have runners with a sum of best down at the 14:36 range. I mean, that's just such a ludicrously perfect time. And you have Ouija getting regular 10:0x HMC exits. Like, I mean, it just, jeez. The top, the ceiling has just gotten astronomically high at this point. And this category, more than any other, I feel like has really started approaching, like, the current limit of the level of optimization we can get to. Without some pretty wild new strats being implemented. It's just...
You're a brave man. You're a brave man to even hint at that. I know you said without some wild new strats, and that's usually the key, right? Is that when you don't see massive jumps forward in a record for, weeks, months, years even, usually it takes some massive new tech, some massive new strat to bust through. But it's always very brave for anyone in our position to say that, oh, I don't know, I think they've pretty well optimized this. We know what happens next, don't we?
Of course, but you look at 70 star, for instance, and the record is still about a minute off of players' sum of best. But then with this category, you just have a few seconds to play with on any given run. A lot of 70 runners, you get started with your run, and you, like, especially at a more mid-level, you'll maybe lose 15, 20 seconds to your sum of best by the time you leave Dark World. If you're losing that much time in this run, like, your record contention's already over just instantly. And so it's just such a brutally, like, just fast category where any minor mistake already makes your run just very unlikely to really get anywhere. But with this live time attack setting, you're not trying to necessarily shoot for record right off the bat. You're only just trying to get the best time during this event. So, and as we saw last week, the sub 16 barrier is fairly easy for a lot of these runners to break within a day or two. But, trying to get down to that low 15, 14 type range, it's hard. But like we said earlier, our runners getting started here with a quick no reset. We've got pretty much everyone starting about the same time. Due to the live time attack format, we're not going to be syncing these runners like a true race, but they are going to be relatively close together. And of course, as you see, they have their individual timers available.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier one of the reasons to do a new reset run. It's a good warm up, certainly. And it's a little more interesting too because some of those like high level runners, particularly the high level runners, this correlates pretty closely. I think they're the most aggressive about resetting after every mistake. So you get guys like Ouija who I think it might have been an hour or two last time before they finished their proper run other than that first run, because every time there was a mistake in the first 5 or 6 minutes, and there usually is at least one small mistake, they would just hard reset right away.
Yep, and of course, when you get to that very top echelon of runners, you're going for some ludicrous strats like Tsukishima Cycle and Dark World. You're going for a highly optimized LBLJ. You are making it hard to get out of wumps. You're making it as hard as possible. Right. But that's what you got to do to get those super optimal times. So let's see these LBLJs coming out here. And looks like we've got... Okay, flicks are going to go right through the door, unfortunately. But Ouija getting a pretty nice one, about a 122 fade out. GTM, though, I think that was a 120 fade out, which is pretty nice.
Yeah,
Kano
and they're all very
Slip
close
also
early
take a nice
on.
one.
Except for Binny, of course. Binny, AFK to start. Again, we joked last week, sort of a flex. And, well, you know, here he is, too, so maybe we were right.
We'll see. Looks like these runners on pretty great pace through Darkhold, at least still on Shig pace throughout. And I think a couple runners may still be on Suki pace.
And before I forget, I do want to say this isn't just for fun, this isn't just for a little bit of prize money, though it is for both of those things. It's also for charity. This event benefits Tackle Kids Cancer, which, as the name implies, raises money for pediatric cancer patients and is a philanthropic initiative of the Deep Breath Hackensack Meridian Health Children's Cancer Institute. And I think you should donate just when we say that correctly, even as a reward.
And then, yeah, get a nice donation train going if we say it 5 times fast, right?
Well, then we're not going to raise any money, to be perfectly honest. But we raised $5,000 last week. Sleep match donations very generously, and that's why it's the Sleep Invitational. He gets to do that sort of thing. Great guy, great cause. Please do donate if you can, especially this time of year, people.
Yep, it's a very devastating thing to have to deal with, childhood cancer, and as the name implies, this is an organization very adept to tackling that most vile of diseases. It is the #1 cause of childhood death by disease, pediatric cancer. So, but the Hackensack Meridian Health Institute has a wonderful pediatric cancer program that this sort of donation campaign goes directly towards benefiting in a number of different ways.
So
you can read
6
more
of the
about
7
it
runners.
on the donation page itself, but they provide so many different services to kids dealing with just such a rough time.
Oh shit! It said I got a 117.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was looking at the different cameras there, and 4 of them were throwing that key in the air almost simultaneously, and 6 within another 10 seconds were all doing it. Everyone other than Binny, in other words. It just goes to show you that when you have runners this good, and we've taken the top ones from last week and the auto seed and all that, at this level, there is almost no difference in the first couple of minutes of these runs.
Yep, and it's crazy how 4 of your 5 like top echelon runners are virtually synced still coming out of Womps. I think just Ouija may have had like a kind of minor bobble that's put him a little bit behind, but Sweegie, Slip, Kano, and GTM, as kind of expected, are still pulling out some wild consistency.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because it's almost boring, right? So, like, if someone's not very good, it can be it can be boring because there's a ton of mistakes and there's no good runs, and if there's no good runs, it's not that exciting. Intermediates are the most exciting because they're capable of big things and occasionally make mistakes, so you can never take anything for granted. But the best of the best can be boring. The first couple minutes, they just won't screw up sometimes. I say that while the big screen
the GTM is
struggling with Cannonless.
having a wonderful time with Cannonless. And that's the most unfortunate way to fail, when you fall off before you even get a true attempt at it.
Yeah. But for the most part, I mean, we were looking up and they're almost all around the same spot. And there's a reason for that. It's because they're all really, really good at this. By the way, here comes Binny. There we go. A little straggling, a little late to the party, but he is here, and earlier than last week.
Gonna go ahead and get started with runs in just a moment, as we've got Kano, Sweegie, and Slip headed down into the basement. We'll see how Fly Guyless goes. I expect all 3 of these runners to go for it.
Yeah, that's another thing to look at too. Last time we were talking about who's going to go Fly Guyless, I mean, everyone's going Cannonless, right? But how aggressive are they going to be at various levels? And there was some variation there, and it usually corresponded to the on-paper favorites. Surprise, surprise. This week, I don't know we're going to see much of any variation at that. I think they're almost all going to be going for the optimized high-level tricks, especially because they have 2 days rather than 1, 16 hours rather than 8.
Yep. So Squeegee's starting out with Fly Guyless. He's got a good slide kick there. I think this will work. There we go. Very nice contact. As we got Kano with a nice plus, and Ouija going for his own Fly Guyless. But yeah, right now Squeegee, Kano, and Slip pretty much pace setting.
Yep. No big surprise yet.
I think, obviously, like we said earlier, these runners aren't quite in sync. It looks like Squeegee's actually in a slight lead over the other 2, just based on his timer position. And he had done a Fly Guyless first rather than Pillarless.
I mean, it is funny that Sweegie literally held the record just about long enough to skip the first weekend.
Right.
It was perfectly timed.
Yeah, the perfect interval to hold a record during.
So you could say it saved him some effort, but it also got Ouija all that practice, and Ouija looked really good during it too.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Ouija had some amazing attempts during his elimination round. And just
And
the
you-
grind that Ouija put himself through for that 1553 is just awe-inspiring. Like I remember I woke up one morning and got onto his stream, and he had been streaming all night, and I continued to watch him for at least 5 hours or something. Like
Wow.
it's his dedication is incredible for whenever he gets like that on that grind set.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, some people might be saying to themselves, well, what do you mean he got practice? They're all practicing all the time. It's like, that's true, but the live time attack is a little bit of something else. You know, I mean, no one is above that. And to be honest, most people running this category, they're pretty young, too, which I think makes it maybe even a little bit tougher. You know, there's a lot more pressure there. So I think having Ouija get that practice on the live time attack, on this format, kind of having an idea of how they want to do it, I gotta imagine it's a slight advantage.
I can certainly agree with that. It's certainly a slightly different environment than just trying to go for a world record and constantly resetting on anything that's not perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine there's a little more hesitancy to reset here, knowing everyone's watching. Boy, already this feels different than when we started this off last week. There were just so many more mistakes the first time, and now, if you didn't tell me where we were, I would never guess we were in the first 10 minutes on the first run. I would say, oh, we're hours in, right? Everybody looks warmed up already.
Yeah. Kano and Suiji really just keeping pace with each other. I'm not sure if this is like a true like best pace ever run. We're probably looking closer to like a 10-10 HMC type time, but it still is really, really good for this category, and especially good for your first no reset run here.
And that's something you mentioned earlier. You didn't talk about just Ouija's times. You talked about how often they got to the end at a potential record time. How often they just had consistent runs and almost no runs that were just bad, right?
Oh,
Consistency.
Suiji taking an unfortunate death on bullies there. Oh, that's one of the worst ways you could go ahead and lose that pace. Man.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a no reset run. It's, you know, we weren't expecting anything dramatic, but this is the thing, right? They already look surprisingly good. We're already surprised when they make mistakes.
Yep. Like you said, they looked already warmed up. We're pretty much already at the point where we're expecting runs in the mid game to probably get to the end, and we got to remind ourselves that they're just getting started today. But that's just when you got multiple runners already synced together on pretty good pace, you're just kind of naturally going to think that, oh, everyone's already pretty much warmed up, I guess.
Oh, yeah. The race up front is one of my favorite parts of these. But it also means that we're not getting any sense of strategy yet, insofar as there is. How aggressively do they want to reset? We don't get to find that out right now, you know, because they're forced to finish. But we do get to see, generally, who's a little more consistent, who is starting strong. And, you know, every now and then, you do get a really great run early on that manages to stand up. I would say not normally, but when we did the first 2 hours last week, until 3 or 4 in, the best time from that held up. It was a fair bit longer until I think it was Slippery Nip was holding it. Ouija finally got him, but that was halfway through, roughly. So sometimes these early times do stand up, or at least stand up for quite a while.
Yeah. And it can certainly be hard for a runner to match like an early time, and especially if someone managed to get like a mid-low 15. That's not a time that you can just kind of pull out randomly. For a lot of these runners, it'll take a little bit of work. And some of these runners, it's fairly close to their PB. I believe Flixer and Benny probably have the highest PBs overall, at about like a 15.2x, 15.1x kind of range.
Yeah, Flixer 15.21, for example, which is just outside the top 10 all time. But that was just 2 weeks ago, though, so they're coming in hot.
Yeah, they do certainly have the room to manage to pull out another PB potentially.
And that's exciting too, even if we don't see a sub 15, even if we don't see a world record or anything dramatic like that. You know, we could see some of these runners put up the best time they've ever put up in front of an audience live, which is quite an achievement. I know there's some famous stories about people doing that. There's obviously Cheese, right, is the one everyone talks about. But there's a reason we talk about it, is because it doesn't happen that much, because it's presumably a lot harder.
Right. So we got Slip and Kano on really good pace so far, at least for like a no reset, both about with a 10-20 HMC. So 14, pretty unlikely at this point, but we are still in the running for a pretty low 15, so long as the end game goes pretty well. But of course, we all know how that can end up sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we saw it just last week. We saw really good runs ruined by Bowser throws, of all things.
We got both Kano and Slip getting through. They're pretty much simultaneous at this point. Even though they look a little bit out of sync, their timers kind of tell a different story.
Yeah. Fractions of a second here and there based on start times and all those kinds of things. So even if it looks like someone has a 1 second lead, you might as well consider that a dead heat. And I mean, this is what we saw from Slippery Nip last week too, which is just the MIPS clip is like basically perfect every time. They don't even have to slow down. They don't have to position themselves. They basically just sprint through the door.
Yeah, well, once you get enough hours on that trick and you get really familiar with the camera's behavior, because that's honestly one of the most difficult parts of it, right? Is you're wanting to position MIPS at this very particular, like, off angle, off center, right? So you want the camera to be cooperating so that you can just hold like a very slight up. So you want your camera to just be slightly angled, but it is very hard to get consistent at hitting that slight camera angle, and it's very easy when, especially when you're trying to figure out the trick, to have the camera move too far, and then you try to YOLO the setup and it doesn't quite work. So you get used to kind of doing these very slow adjustments. It's a trick that takes a lot of just trial and error, both in the Usamun ROM and just like doing a ton of runs getting through that trick to really get a great feel for it.
I mean, look, it's true in sports, it's true in esports, it's true in almost any discipline at a high level. It is really hard to make things look easy.
Yeah.
And they do. They absolutely do. I
I mean,
mean,
the controls are definitely more clunky feeling initially than these runners make it look like. It takes a lot of practice to make things look this smooth.
and one thing that contributes, at least mentally, is that I look over at Slippery Nip doing these tricks, and we joked about this last week, no reaction. You'd be, I mean, I swear to God, Slippery Nip could put up a still image and we wouldn't know the difference. I assume that's a webcam, I trust that it's a webcam, but I have no real evidence that it is.
I really do wonder if his webcam had a glitch and turned off, how long it would take his chat to notice.
Oh,
Okay, he did
look at
move
that.
there, so I mean,
Oh,
you
he
can't
moved.
really
Okay,
make
he's
that
alive.
anymore.
He's alive. It doesn't mean he's not still a robot, by the way. We don't know that.
We got Slip and Kano coming out of the pipe just right about at 13 minutes. Let's see how their BLJs go. This could be the first thing that really drives them apart. Last two runners really synced up.
And one thing I'm going to be looking for from Kano in particular is that if they are about even heading into the last few minutes, I'm going to assume they're going to come out ahead, because that was something that we saw over and over last week, was just how often they nailed the end game. How like that right there. Like, not perfect BLJs, but like close. And basically was perfect on every Bowser throw.
And Kano has a mean sky too, especially with the cast long jump setup that he does. We got Slip in the sky. And Kano with a very, very good entry there, saving a little bit of that lost time.
I mean, Kano just doesn't seem to mess up the end game. You know, they seem to consistently put up the same kind of times at the end. When they make mistakes, it's usually earlier. I'm saying that.
Oh,
I'm
okay, so
tempting
Kano
fate.
opting for the triple jump here. Despite having a lot of experience with that long jump setup, just, I guess, decided it wasn't quite worth it this time. And then, having that issue getting across that little gap there. Especially when you end up going for a speed kick across there, that can be pretty nefarious. I think in that case, it was just like weird spacing.
And you see the little smirk. Little smirk means little mistake, usually.
So now we got Slip entering the pipe. This is crazy. The first run of the day from Slip, and he's already on like 15-1x pace. Setting the leaderboard up pretty nicely.
Wow.
Like, we're already about to have a run that's going to be at least one runner's PB.
Yep, and Kano is only a few seconds behind. This is crazy.
All right, that's two throws from Slip. Let's see if he lands a third throw for this low 15. That's a third throw right there.
Oh my.
GG's to Slip. Oh man, what a great first run.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Very first attempt, and we've got two 15-1Xs, I think. Let's see, 15-15.
Ridiculous.
Kano's might end up being like a 15-20 or 15-21.
Slippery.
15-22. GG's.
Slippery played for 8 hours last Saturday, and their best time was 15:12. They almost matched that in their first run, no reset. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's just ludicrous.
I mean, the funny thing is too, if it weren't for Slippery there, we'd be saying the exact same stuff about Kano. Totally overshadowed, just a few seconds behind, but really, basically, just as impressive.
Yep. Sweegie finishing out with a 15:48. So we've got three runners getting started with a 15 to start out their session here, which is already just very, very stacked. I mean, I think it took at least an hour and a half or so, if not 2 hours, for every runner to get below a 16 last time. And within the first run, we're already halfway set up for that.
That's nuts. That's nuts. And one of them isn't Ouija, who we know is going to get there.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
made a few more mistakes in the first run.
GTM as well is one of those that I'm sure is going to end up with a 15 within their first 3 or 4 runs.
Well then, we're not going to be easing into the action today, folks. I said 16 hours of 16 star. Yeah, 16 hours of 16 star, and they're all going to be like this, I expect. Oh no, there's a miss from Ouija. I mean, this run was already in the 16s, that's fine, but yeah, it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, there we go. Ouija hitting that throw and closing out this run that we know is not going to stand very long for him. Once he gets that good start going, it's going to be all over for this PB.
And if you haven't been following this for even just the last few days, you might be forgiven for not knowing that Ouija is, again, the world record holder.
14:53.
That's nuts. Said it 4 days ago, and then just a couple of days ago, Ouija came in with a new low of their own, but it wasn't quite as low as the new record. It's, let me see here, 110 milliseconds is the difference right now. They have been going back and forth, and now they are live facing each other.
Yeah, I believe
and it
that
wouldn't surprise either
difference
of us if neither of them won, right?
Right. Because yeah, we've got the other members of that top 4 there, Kano and Slip as well. So, and then of course we've got GTM, who honestly may as well be considered in the top 5. Just hasn't quite clutched out that miracle 14 run yet.
Boy, I was last week. I said I really wanted to see a sub 15 live. I wanted to see a new person do it. That didn't happen, and I thought, well, maybe it's a bit much to ask. But after seeing these first runs, I don't know, man.
Anything is possible. It's just with how difficult and precise so much of the movement throughout this run is, there are a lot of elements that have become almost random. They are still within the player's control, but it's just. But it's kind of a double-sided coin, right? Like, there's a very low chance of the run happening during just any period of time, but there's always that chance that all the stars align and just things work out, because it's undeniable that over half of our crowd has the skill to pull out a 14 at this event. It's just, will they manage to get through just the brutal early game and then all of the other myriad things that can go wrong? But like you said, if anything, these first runs definitely kind of show us that there's a really good chance.
When the stars align, he says, my head is golf clapping quietly. Now, Binny's struggling with the BLJs a little bit here. I mean, struggling is very relative. That would have barely been worth noting last week, but with this crowd, it's a big deal.
All right, let's see how Binny's able to close out this first run here. Looks like he's on pace for at least like a mid. Unfortunately, getting kind of stopped there on the staircase. Not sure exactly what happened. Probably built up too much speed there. If you mash too fast or just a number of other things, you can end up building so much speed up that you just get kind of stopped in place. Not sure exactly what's happened, because if that was the case, then you should be able to save it by just jumping a couple of times real quick, and that'll kill some of that speed and let you proceed up the staircase again. They're finally making it up here, but yeah, it is going to kill the 15, unfortunately.
You could see him exhaling there, finally.
Yeah, once you finally get that BLJ through, once you've struggled with it for so long.
Once you finally get that BLJ through, you jump to your death, is what I'm sure you were going to say. I mean, he shakes his head. Look, it's first run of the day. We don't expect much, or we didn't expect much until 2 runners threw down the gauntlet immediately on their first run. That's what you're up against today, Benny. It's tough.
Yep, real tough field here.
Now we do have a couple of
1528
donations.
Does have a lot to prove at this event, but there's a lot of room to improve that PB. So we may see an event PB from Benny that manages to secure him a pretty nice spot on the leaderboard.
$10 from Gamer Squiddy says for the kids. Thank you so much, Gamer Squiddy. And Menace Monk, $5. Good luck, comms, runners, and King CCG Starin. The host getting called out, getting some love, much deserved. Thank you guys both for donating.
All right, let's see if Benny can go ahead and pull out a nice fight here for the high 16. nice first throw. Let's see how his next 2 throws go.
He doesn't look super thrilled. This is already, looking at high 16s. It is the first run, but still, I think he would have liked to have seen maybe one less mistake.
Yeah, especially like with how long the field days took. I'm pretty sure that's one of the more dissatisfying parts of the run.
Yeah, he hits the throws perfectly, more or less, and he immediately shrugs. Not that excited.
Yeah, but at least he is going to pull out the 16. Going to get himself nicely up the leaderboard.
A lot of bold predictions from chat today. Everybody talking their book, talking their favorite players, and you know what? Unlike some previous events, they've all got a point. All these predictions that such and such is going to set a world record or finish with the best time, whatever, I would believe any of it.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. A lot of these events you go into, like, I hope the record gets broken, but I'm really not sure if it will. But this one, it's a lot more just like, there's more of a chance, right? You know, a lot of other events, there's this kind of acknowledgement that it's really unlikely, but for this one, it's unlikely, but not impossible at all, you know?
Yeah. I mean, normally you'd say, oh, there's an outside chance, what, 5%, 10%, something like that. I don't know what that number is. I don't think it's above 50. I don't think it's below 30 either, though.
Yeah.
Cano with the bop, the little Cano bop. That's how you know things are going well. Smirks usually mean I made a mistake, but bopping his head along, looking focused, that usually means things are going smooth, and they are indeed. There's the little head bop. Yep, just nod, nod, nod. This is how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, I think Cano may be the furthest along so far, as we've got a couple runners still in Dark World. Ouija finishing out a pretty decently paced Dark World here. Anything around the low 240s range is going to be considered really good by these runners.
And Cano with the cosplay, too. We have to call that out.
Here.
Gotta call out the Mario garb, too, while we're here.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we're acknowledging it somehow, but I mean, Cano really dressed the part. You know, they tell you dress for the job you want, not the job you have, but I'm
so
not
he
sure what
wants to
Cano's
be
outfit
Mario.
means. Yeah, he wants to be Mario, not just play Mario.
Oh, man. Oh, dear.
Bomb blowing up right in his face, unfortunately.
Well, you can reset now, but he doesn't seem to want to.
Yeah. And kind of interesting. I'm not sure if he just... Oh, yeah, this is almost...
that'll do it. Yeah, okay, okay. Look,
I'm not sure if
bigger...
he just didn't feel like going for Fly Guyless in this run or something, but that Talon backup only loses about 2 to 3 seconds compared to the Fly Guy backup. Or the normal Fly Guy strats. I'm not sure... I mean, according to Fly Guyless, it would probably end up losing about 5 to 6. So it's kind of one of those, like, yeah... The run probably would have been on life support, even if that backup would have worked, unfortunately.
Yeah, one mistake too many, I think. And it's interesting, though, that he didn't reset on the first mistake. It was the second one that did him. So you see a little more risk tolerance early on from him.
Also, Suiji's in the practice round messing around with a really wild sky ending. Like that's some really incredible ending for those elevators.
I mean, if you want to bust out something sick and new and risky, today might be the day.
Yeah. And right at the end of Sky, though, you know, if you're on that verge of a PB pace, I don't know if I'd be willing to go for something like that. But of course, PB pace for Suiji is also world record pace.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, as a fact, it is for Ouija, and for Suiji, it kind of might as well be. It'd be really hard, really hard for him to set a PB without setting a world record. He's got a 110 millisecond margin to work with there.
Yeah.
Although I'd love to see it. It would be faintly hysterical.
It's one of those things that, like, while I would feel so bad for him, it would just still be like, wow, this is incredible if this actually happened in the history of this game.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I love the runners. I admire what they do, and we're so thankful that they put themselves out there for all of us, for our entertainment. But as a caster, I'm sorry. The hilarity, the drama, it always wins out, and I kind of do want to see it a little bit. But anything dramatic like that would be amazing this weekend, and as we discussed earlier, kind of probable even. I don't know about world records, I don't know about personal bests, but like the idea that we're going to have a winner run away with this, I can't comprehend it.
Right. And this that we've got right here is pretty much what you're going to be seeing a lot of this weekend. Most of our runners in the early game with one runner practicing and one runner AFK. Pretty standard for 16-star. You're going to get stuck in lobby very often. We got Slip going for Suki here with that turnaround switch press, with Flixer just going for more like Shig type pace.
And we will have times for you pretty soon. We like to confirm them, make sure everything is in order. And we don't want to put up the wrong time, get anyone too excited or anything. And it is still early, bear with us, but it will happen. In the meantime, just enjoy Cano doing his thing. Stony-faced, which means he's doing well.
And Slip hitting a nice Suki cycle to go ahead and start out this run. The Tsukushima cycle is the fastest moving platform cycle that you can hit over the 6th red. So the 6th red coin in the stage is over a void that a moving platform ends up giving you a space to land on after grabbing the coin on occasion. Is where Cano is right now. And Cano hit a pretty nice cycle. I don't think that was Suki, but still pretty decent Dark Roll time.
Jeez, he's so quick.
In order to hit Tsukushima cycle, you have to do a pretty ludicrous opener, which involves like a different switch press than what you use on pretty much any other level of gameplay. And then also the box rollout, which can very easily go wrong, and a pretty nutty set of elevator movement. But if you do all those things all together, you can manage to stay the whopping 4 seconds over Shigeru's cycle and about 3 or so over Shia's cycle.
Wow.
So it's the final frontier of big time saves in Dark Roll, but you gotta work for it.
Well, I think 3 or 4 seconds, you know, you might not have needed that last time when you were just trying to qualify. Didn't end up mattering too often, although the second day it absolutely did. We had a huge cluster right at the cutoff point. But today, I mean, 3 and 4, that's almost definitely going to do it for somebody.
And especially if you're wanting to gun for a 14, you want to get that kind of time save in the early game.
Yeah, these runners have high expectations for themselves and their times, and we have high expectations for them. We're going to see a lot of aggression there. We're going to see a lot of those tricks, and that means we're actually going to see maybe, in some sense, more mistakes than we saw last week, because they're always going to be taking those chances, because the best time today and tomorrow, we don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be low.
Yep, and Slip unfortunately failing Kless, but getting a really nice single jump Wild Blue back up to go ahead and compensate. Man, if Suiji lands this Sky in a run, I am just... You're gonna have to turn my mic down. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Cano had a really good run there, but now he's fallen off that platform twice in a row. He was about to pick up that star at 330, which is certainly better than most of the runners we've seen over the last week. But 2 falls there, and I think that's going to do it. Yeah, the first one he played through, and that's what we're seeing from Cano early on. 1 mistake, sure. A few seconds here or there. I might still set, you know, the event best, but 2, no.
We got GTM working through Dark World here. Trying for that underside elevator movement, but just not quite clearing that platform. You have to hit that elevator on a fairly particular part of its cycle. When you get really good at that elevator movement, you can kind of back up hitting a bit earlier, a bit late, but it's very finicky movement that relies on you dive into the very edge of one platform so that you kind of fall off of it in a normal aerial state, like what Ouija's doing right there. And then you land on the next platform, double jump, and barely snag your way between the stone platform and the other elevator wheel right behind you. That movement is very difficult to get adept at, and that's a big thing that prevents a lot of runners from going for Suki cycle, because that's virtually required to hit Suki.
We talk about the commentator's curse. Well, the hosts have it too. We've cut to 2 people on the big screen, and they both died shortly afterwards. One of the cures for that, of course, is putting Ouija up there, who doesn't make many mistakes, although, as I say it, a little bop on the wall, but that's a pretty minor one. He thinks so too. He's going to keep going, no reset, despite being known, I think, for his aggressive resets in these kinds of events. But he's still looking pretty good here with that little face plant to the wall notwithstanding.
Right. And that mistake is a fairly common one, since these runners are going to be going for the double firsties ending there, which it's very easy to bonk the wall by just hitting A slightly too early when you're going for that first frame wall kick.
Even Ouija makes mistakes, people.
Oh, and kind of just getting terrible Goomba RNG there. So, for anyone that doesn't know, Goombas and a lot of other enemies in this game don't spawn in a fixed spot. They have a home and a radius that they can spawn in around that home. So, like, for instance, that set of 3 Goombas on that one platform in Dark World where Kano just had to reset, all 3 of them can spawn pretty much anywhere on that platform. So they might just be completely out of your way. You don't even have to be concerned with them. They might be in your way, and you just have to roll out a bit late so that your dive can knock them out of the way. Or, like in Kano's case, they can just gang up on you and be waiting for Mario in a back alley for revenge. There really was not much Kano could have done in that instance there.
Yeah, I mean, you say optimize, we say the first few minutes are really straightforward. All that's true, but there are still a few levels. Oh, cannonless is missed, and I don't know.
Ouija going for a long jump cannonless. I think that's the whole reason he continued this attempt after messing up the double firsties ending. He just wanted to go for the really absurd cannonless setup, and if it worked, he would want to continue, but...
They are being aggressive, and that means more resets than we saw, more mistakes, because they are always trying the highest level strats. That's what we came here for, and that's what we're going to get. It's going to be more resets, but also more hype. Here's Nip.
Nice double firsties from Slip there.
Around the pipe rather than over it. I don't think we've seen that as much.
Yeah, so with the double first ending, I believe it is actually faster to go around the pipe just based on what you have. And I think it's because of, like, the way that you're diving from that slope. It just kind of, the next movement just lines up better to go around the pipe rather than above. But it's weird, like, how many different ways there are of approaching that ending based upon how you, like, handle those 2 wall kicks. Because there are some other endings, like, based on whether you hit the switch or not, where going over the pipe would actually be faster. And those are the kind of things, like, you just have to do that mental arithmetic in the middle of the run based on what you got, you know? Okay, I got both my firsties this time. That's another thing, too, that we haven't mentioned yet. Once you hit that second firstie, you have so much momentum coming out of the wall kick that you have to almost immediately release A. But if you almost immediately release A without a firstie, you wouldn't be able to clear the next platform. So going for double firsties also requires, like, a lot of reaction to, like, whether or not you got it. You're having to react almost immediately with letting go of A if you did actually get it and you want to get that full time save.
Here comes Slippery Nip now trying their hand at cannonless at around the same time that Ouija was doing it. Let's see if they fare a little better. They do not.
Unfortunately, another miss there.
They got a backup plan, though.
Yeah, and with the single jump Wild Blue, still worth going for a second time. I think that only loses about 5 seconds or so. That's one of the nice things about Salt Cannonless, despite it, you know, being a lot more inconsistent than, say, full setup Cannonless. If you miss full setup, you're out 10 seconds and you may as well reset right away. But yeah, if you miss Salt once, it's not that bad.
I mean, that's been interesting to see. You know, there are various levels of tolerance for this. Nip obviously doing it again, and that one how it works.
Interesting, the setup was a bit more quick and loose on that one. The first time he was very deliberate, kind of running on the bridge in a lot more spots, but here he was very, very aggressive with the strap. It still worked out.
Yeah, still worked out, and we are still early, and again, this is 2 days for the runner, so I would expect, yeah, a little more tolerance for things, a little more, let's get some practice in, especially early in the day, which we are still early in the day, although we are already about half an hour in, and we've already got, as you can see, 3 sub-16s, 3 15s in here already, and all of them, I believe, were on the first run of the day, the no reset run. It has been exciting and aggressive early on, and probably only going to get, I was going to say worse, but I guess better, actually, from our purposes.
Yeah. And now Slip venturing down into the basement, pretty much, I think, one of our first basement visits in quite some time. So we'll see if he opts to go for Fly Guyless first or Pillarless first. I would assume he's going for Fly Guyless in this run, given that he's got 5 seconds down off of Womps.
Yeah.
But you never know. I mean, sometimes, you know, these runners just want that consistent finish, and maybe he's just shooting for a better than 15-15 kind of run, but going for plus first. Failing the Thomas, and that's going to be a reset.
That's going to do it. And one of 4 different runners to reset in the last minute. Kano with another one, by the way. I would say the most reset players so far, not something we're used to seeing, but after that 15-22 earlier, I think that's forgivable.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Slip there just kind of showing that Tama regrab is very, very difficult to get consistent at. And even if you are at a top level with this game, sometimes it just still fails.
And you can see Flixer looking pretty good, but there's just a little bit of speed missing here in Dark World relative to Kano, Ouija, all those. I mean, the speed with which they fly through that area, there's just a couple seconds, I think, saved. Flicks are a little slower, a little safer, but that could still win the day today.
Yeah, most likely he's just settling for a Shig cycle, just has a slightly less optimal LBLJ, but the lobby backwards long jump is a very difficult trick to optimize all the way. And if you're going for 119s without the proper preparation, you're going to lose a ton of runs. And, you know, Flixer may just kind of be approaching it with, like, maybe I'm getting 124s, 125s off my LBLJ, but at least I'm getting a lot of runs through that trick. But of course, once you put enough time into it, you can get those pretty incredible times very consistently. And Slip showing off here, getting a nice 120 on LBLJ.
Yeah, and it could be, you know, just practice. It could be I'm not trying to fly through these sections early on, you know. This is early. I'm gonna ease my way in. I'm gonna practice. I'm gonna get through the entire run. We talked about that too. Sometimes they might want to go through the entire run. Slipping up with an unfortunate fall right there too, by the way, and a reset. Yeah, they might just kind of ease their way in.
GTM not quite with a death, but just very awkward coin collecting mishaps. A lot of action from a lot of runners here. I keep looking over at Ouija and thinking that he's in the middle of a run because he's got his timer going. But nope, just messing around with practice here. And if his practice is any indication, he's looking to implement some pretty wild strats in some of these attempts. I know we talked about earlier the sky ending, but some of the lava boost setup stuff that he was doing was also pretty nutty. That's also one of those ways that you know if a runner is really trying to go for a really, really optimized time is elevator tour in the volcano. You get about a 19-second time if you do it well. And it's a very easy star to do well. Anyone that's got the potential for like a mid to low 15 can probably do that star perfectly every time. But a perfect lava boost with a really, really wild ending can get you into the 18 range and save you just a little bit of time. And so even, like, I think Kano's world record, the 1458, was actually set using elevator tour instead of lava boost. Just, it's a more consistent star to throw in there, and if you're doing hard strats everywhere else, why bother putting that hard strat in there? But if you see a runner going for lava boost instead of elevator tour, that's kind of your message that, like, they are trying to milk every last second they can out of this run. They don't care about consistency at all.
Right. And it could change. It could be, you know, we're still in the first, you know, hour of the 16-hour competition. So someone like Flixer might say, again, I'm just trying to work on this. I'm just trying to practice. You're not going to see my best game yet because you don't need to yet. You know, they had last week a 1534, which they were a second away from not qualifying. But that was different. That could be more strategic because all you had to do was get through. Today, you kind of need to kind of, you know, aim for the moon, as they say, right? You really need to do that. You need to put your best time out because you're not just surviving. You're either winning or you're not. You know, obviously different prizes for different places. Maybe you'll be content with this or that, but you probably are really going for it here. But it doesn't necessarily mean you're going for it early in the day. So that'll be the question.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got another couple of runners getting out of the frying pan into the fire, as it were. Kano entering Wumps after Dark World, Slip just finishing up Dark World. Ouija, Flitzer, and GTM kind of just stuck in the lobby Dark World sort of limbo there. I feel like it's appropriate to call this very early part of the game purgatory, because it's a very apt analogy, you know. It's you get to a point where you're just kind of numb to each attempt that dies. You acknowledge that there's going to be just a ton of work having to be put in to just finally get one run past this gauntlet of early game. And so you're just kind of in the waiting room, just waiting for that one attempt to get through.
Yeah, that's fair. Although almost every time I look up, someone is doing cannonless, you know, somewhere between 3:30 and 4.
Yep.
There's Kano doing kind of the old slow cannon lists.
Yeah, the textures have looked like they're not quite as fast as Salt Cannonless, but not quite as slow as full setup either. It's unfortunate that there's not something between texture and salt, because like texture you can get about like 80-90% consistent at, but it still loses about 4 seconds compared to salt. So
that's a big cost, yeah.
Slip unfortunately
just
cannot hit that ledge grab spot.
Salt in the wound. Yeah,
and
you know what?
It's really just like texture is only really better than missing salt class once. Because like looking at like full setup, right? Even if you get full setup first try every time, you're still about even with a second try salt plus. But
yeah,
like texture
that last time. That's a great point.
You are still saving time over that second try salt plus, so it's a little bit more justifiable when you're at this like top level to go for, but even so.
I thought the height of emotiveness from Slippery was that thing where they turn to the right a little bit and their eyes move around, but it turns out no. After missing the salt the first time, we actually got a little ooh kind of face. Like, we got an actual facial expression change in addition to the posture shift. It's a whole new level of emotion showing from Slippery Nip today.
I mean, he might just kind of be sick of how many times that trick has failed already, but who knows. Nice double jump owless there.
Now, remind you, last week Slippery Nip was second with a 15:12, and that was the top time for about half of the Saturday runs yesterday before Ouija came out with that 15:05. So, I mean, we wondered early on, did we actually see the mark, you know, in the first hour or so from Slippery last week? And turns out, no, Ouija had something to say about it, but more than capable of it, and arguably, I don't know, what do you think? Maybe the most consistent runner here, or close to it?
You're talking about Slip or Ouija? I think you could make the argument for Slip.
Yeah. I think it's a question, at least.
For sure, for sure. I think Kano's definitely one that is in the running for that kind of title as well.
Yeah, because those final 4 minutes are just in the bank.
Yeah. And Kano's gotten a decent number of runs to SSL alongside Slip here. Slip getting a nice plus here. There's Kano finishing off the top of the Pyramid Star, and he's going to be done with SSL.
Nice. And look at this, yeah. Slip and Kano, very, very close to each other here.
Slip goes on in for Fly Guyless, but he doesn't actually hit the Fly Guy, unfortunately.
Oh, no. It looked bad. I thought, oh, I don't know if he's going to get this, but if he does, it's going to be very close. Backup plan en route, and no, it's all falling apart. That's going to...
Yeah, the Talon takes a while to get over there. Oh, and he just whiffed right past him.
Oh, brutal.
The fact that he was able to even attempt to back up at all, though, is still pretty impressive. It's very, very easy coming off that long jump to be in a position where you can't really make your way back to safe ground.
Meanwhile, Ouija at the exact same point and does not mess it up.
Make it look easy, even though that is anything but. I mean, if how late you hit the Fly Guy is any indication, that strat is barely possible. I mean, there's a reason that that's a relatively recent addition to the run. You know, for a while, everyone was just kind of like, why would you want to go for that? But I think especially with Salt Cannonless being a thing now and making OG a lot more consistent than it used to be, players have been motivated to go for these just ludicrous strats just because they're going to get more runs to that point now. You know, back whenever he was grinding for the first 14, you know, it's been a pretty long time between getting an attempt past Cannonless. And so, you know, it was kind of considered at the time like throwing the run away to go for something like Fly Guyless. But nowadays, since you're a lot more able to get attempts out of Wumps, you know, it's a lot more just kind of reasonable to go for strats like that. Sure, you might lose more runs to it, but you're getting more runs there anyway.
Yeah, there's something to be said for that, you know, getting the iterations in. Ouija coming out clean, looking real good here. I mean, stop me if you've heard this one before. Ouija looking pretty solid.
And kind of, again, going for Elevator Tour rather than Lava Boost there. Just kind of showing off he's very, very comfy with that Elevator Tour strat. Just doesn't see the point in going for that Lava Boost time save. Let's see how Kano's able to handle HMC here. Kano also one of the few top runners that's not really going for the C up slide too often. Yeah. Another relatively recent addition to the run. I think GTM was the first one that was really kind of popularizing that, but nowadays a lot of runners have picked that up.
So back to Fly Guyless, wasn't there like even some discussion, like you said, like was it possible, is this a task trick only, and then someone just starts not only doing it, but doing it with some consistency?
So I think one thing that definitely scared people away for a while was the slide kick. I'm not sure of the specifics, but I do know at least part of the movement to the pillar is, I believe, either frame perfect or like a very small like 2-frame window. So that was really the big hang up for a while, and by the time you get to that slide kick, you're pretty well committed to going for Fly Guyless, I'm fairly sure. You know, so it's like if you miss that slide kick, it's not really like you can go back and then use the Fly Guy again anyway. If it were easy to do the Fly Guy as a backup, you know, for missing that slide kick, then I'm sure it would have been implemented in runs a lot earlier. But the fact that it's kind of one of those strats that you have to commit to and accept the time loss if it happens, and there's not really an easy way to back down from it, unless, of course, like, the only thing that you can really back down is if you mess up the rollout from that initial sand slope, and you know you just don't have the speed to then get all the way to the fly guy. Then maybe it's worth going ahead and, you know, just downgrading to using the fly guy instead. But yeah, it's one of those, like I said, it's kind of, it just took a while for people to get comfortable with the idea of I have to do this very precise slide kick to make sure that I'm going to be fast enough. Because slide kicks are just kind of uncommon movement in most categories. It's a lot more common in 16 now, of course, but it's one of those movement options that you see a lot more of in tasks, because there are certain ways that you can use slide kicks to gain a lot of speed. But in an RTA setting, it's very hard to make use of that kind of tech, and it's very rare for them to actually be useful. The most common place you saw them in RTA formerly was like the re-entry to Lethal Lava Land. You do a slide kick for that just out of rote convenience.
Don't look now, Ouija has that star in HMC, and based on kind of an apples-to-apples comparisons in the lava, I would say about 20 seconds ahead of where Kano was earlier, too. So this is looking like a very interesting run.
Speaking of, Kano continuing a pretty decent attempt. Not the perfect attempt, of course, but, you know, a nice lower 10-minute HMC exit, so...
Yeah, but I mean, seriously, I'm looking at them side by side, and Ouija is probably about 20 seconds quicker still, which is wild, because as you say, it's already a pretty good run. Be really interesting to see how these two finish.
Let's see, Ouija going for triple box jump here. And it's good, nicely done. I don't think we've explained that trick yet. I mean, for most people watching, that trick probably needs no explanation, but in Hazy Maze Cave, there are no ceilings in any of the rooms, which is kind of a logical design choice if you think about it, since Out of Bounds is dark anyway, the upper parts of your walls are dark, why do you need a ceiling? But it turns out if you can jump high enough, you can make use of that little design weirdness to your advantage.
I mean, I guess the argument is you need a ceiling because by definition a cave has to have one, but this is video game development for you.
Yeah, but like if you think about it, like when we were all kids, we just all assumed that the cave had a ceiling. I mean, why would we think that we could get over the wall in the first place, you know?
Yeah,
I really like game design like that, where you design things kind of assuming the player won't do something, so that if the player does decide to do that thing, they get interesting rewards for it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you say, why would we assume? And you're right. And why would the developers assume that 25 years later people would be doing things like this?
Or like, why would the developers ever assume someone would try to grab an exploding bomb off, you know?
Yeah.
If they looked into that possibility and tried to patch out the weirdness that happens, then we wouldn't have pillarless, you know?
That is a perfect Nips clip from Ouija. Surprise, surprise. These two on the top here, I mean, all the paces are interesting, but these two on the top right now.
Ouija on some really, really incredible pace, and of course he's going for chip flip because it's Ouija, and of course he gets it also because it's Ouija.
Okay, all right, I'm getting excited now. I was withholding, you know, a lot of things can go wrong.
Don't get attached.
Don't get attached to
Everyone knows you don't get attached until you get through the VLJs. Everyone knows.
Never name the animal. Never get attached to the run. Oh no, it's the old farmer's rule, as they say.
You can tell how new someone is to watching SM64 speedruns based upon how early they get attached to a run. Like, if someone gets really hype out of someone being ahead out of Wumps, you know that they're probably, like, on their first week or so of watching speedruns. But if you've got someone that's like, don't get attached even after perfect VLJs, you know they've been watching for a while.
I'm right between the two, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, Kano bonking on the staircase, unfortunately, wasting just a little bit of time. And Ouija trying to pull this incredible pacer through to the end game here. He's got the pole glitch, though. Let's see if he's able to go ahead and finish out this early cycle into an ultimate ending, I'm sure. Oh,
big mistake from Ouija! No! That
was just slightly too early.
Oh.
As Kano goes for cast long jump and nails it, but barely misses that earlier elevator cycle. The whole reason for that ludicrously hard long jump is just to get to that elevator one cycle earlier for 2 seconds. But we've got Kano going in for moving right side here. I think he's barely capable of improving this event PB here.
You called it. You said don't get attached, and I was just about to name the run. I was just about to. So Kano, who was at a slightly slower pace, despite a very good pace, pretty much that whole time, survives longer. Ouija with the high-level stuff every time, always going for the hardest way, always going for the fastest way. It's what they do. And in this case, just misses it, even though they were on just, wow, that was getting very exciting there for a second. Kano, however, is still going to finish real
ludicrous
strong.
regrab there. One
Wow.
more throw, and I think he'll have the event best.
I think maybe just
There
barely.
it is. Beautiful two-spin throw. For anyone who's never seen Kano spin a Hori stick before, he has some of the fastest spins in the game. It's just absurd. It sounds like he's grinding that stick to a nub every single time. Like, imagine how fast people mash for LBLJ. That's how fast he spins the stick for his throws. And it came out perfect. If he weren't the fastest spinner, this would have been behind Slippery Nip, but the results speak for themselves. 15-14, just barely snagging that event best on this leaderboard. And getting our second 15-1x of the day within our first hour of attempts, even.
Wow, there it is. That is that end game we were talking about. He is auto-freaking-matic at that end game. And it turns out there are 2 times Kano smiles. Once when they make a small mistake, but if they're smiling and not holding a controller, you know they put up a great time.
Yep. Knocking a nice 8 seconds off that event PB. GTM, unfortunately, missing that glitch wall kick with the Miffs there.
Boy, but I'm still thinking about what it could have been. Ouija's pace was even faster there for a while before that death. That is heartbreaking.
We got GTM going for a chip flip here, and yeah, you're absolutely right. But of course, Ouija still has hours worth of attempts left in him, I'm sure. So we're almost bound to see another pace like that at some point. But I think that mistake is worth analyzing because it's not really a mistake so much as he was just too fast. Like, he just got there slightly, or that's the whole reason that wall kick didn't make contact. If he had been slightly worse at any of his movement throughout that stage, the elevator would have been higher up and he would have made contact with that wall kick. But because he was so fast, that's the whole reason that failure happened. And it's just like
crazy.
Like, it's not even a mistake of, you know, like he bonked a wall because he held the wrong angle off the stick or whatever else. It was just he didn't wait for half a second or make any other sloppy movement throughout the rest of the stage. And that speaks for itself right there, I feel.
I mean, we talked about that last week, too, about how, you know, one mistake can compound because, you know, they have the muscle memory, they have the timing down, and it's also precise, but sometimes it works the other way, too. It's not one mistake, it's sometimes when you're too quick, when you're on one of your fastest paces, possibly, and something is just not quite where you expected. I mean, when you watch this movement, you can see it's a matter of pixels. It's so precise, but that means that anything different, even in a good way, can mess you up.
Absolutely. And now GTM going to be entering the pipe with a nice, comfy lava boost, or sorry, not lava boost, just early Ellie's with the standard ending there instead of the ultimate ending. And that kind of goes to show you, like, again, how much players are willing to put themselves through for just a little bit of time save. I believe the ultimate ending only saves like a second or so, not very much time at all, but the ending it replaces is literally just land on the edge of the stage and jump to the end. Like, getting that backwards camera and landing on that kind of sliver of the platform is kind of hard, I will admit, but once you get the positioning down, I mean, you're jumping across the stage and that's the end of it, you know? But of course, that ultimate ending, you're having to do some pretty finicky movement through the lava platforms and then through the actual final ending stage bit. And it's some complicated movement to be able to save time with.
We have another donation, $10 from Sussy Mon, says to great commentating, aw, and a great cause, yes. We are up over $5,025.14 now. The 14 cents very important, of course. Why don't we get that up to an even number? Someone want to donate 86 cents at the end of something? That would be nice. That would make me feel more comfortable.
GTM on pace, at least for third place on this leaderboard. First BLG not quite working out, but very, very nice second try catch and a beautiful carry over to the staircase. That's pretty much how you want that to go once you get through the door. Keep that speed and get yourself over to the staircase right away. Instant catch there, just not quite getting the Z press into the hole, but I don't think he had quite enough speed for that quick ledge grab, but he's got
misses the first BLJs, but saves another second or two, as you say, with the second one anyway. So it's not much of a loss, really. That second one was so good.
Yeah, so he's looking still at like a 15-2x. Can definitely still bop Ouija's time on this leaderboard. Let's go ahead and see how the rest of Sky goes here. Certainly going for a moving right side. Don't expect anything else out of 16 star. A little bit of weirdness there. I think he was trying to do like a quick dive rollout for some extra speed, but got the nice moving right side as we're going to get into the fight here. Kind of weird ending, but that's okay. Only losing a few seconds here on these final elevator platforms. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, at this point you're playing for third, as you said, so no reason to go
So
crazy
let's
just
see it.
yet.
I think he could even miss a throw and still bop Ouija here. You're looking at like a 15-20 with perfect throws.
Let's not find out, shall we?
Let's not. Very, very interesting start there. I feel like he did something with his camera different from what we see from a lot of runners. But nice, perfect first 2 throws. Oh, but misses the regrab just slightly, but there we go. And that's it. Very clean fight from VTM. Just a little bit of an issue with that third regrab, but that's enough to clutch out a nice 15-2x to go ahead and secure third place. And now if you want top 4, you've got to get a 15.
That's crazy. I dare say they might all finish with a 15 before long.
Yep, and it's going to be fairly soon that if you want to get anywhere within the top 5, you're going to need below a 15-30, which is pretty impressive.
Jeez. I mean, most of the runners last weekend did not finish below 15:30. Only 3 did. To show you how hard it was. It was Ouija, Slippery Nip, and Cano all had, well, it's 15-16 or lower for that, but fourth was GTM with 15:32. Overwhelmingly, most of the runners did not top 15:30, and now you're saying just to kind of be in the top half of the leaderboard.
Right. It's there must just be something in the air, or maybe the runners are just warmed up from last week. Who knows?
Or maybe it's the best of the best.
That's probably got a little more to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
We had to split the best of the best up last weekend, but now we've got everyone together.
I don't know how many more of the bests we can add.
Right. Slip on nice Suki pace in this Dark Wolf here, getting started. We got a lot of runners in the early game. Sweetie's still just getting a lot of practice time in. Slip with a super, super clean Suki there.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a very, very clean start from Slip.
As you say,
And
Sweetie
double
getting some
firsties
practice
to
in.
close it out, but of course. And like you were asking earlier about going beside the pipe, if you watch there, like once you get double firsties, your triple jump dive takes you to where you're landing basically right in front of the pipe. So you would have to like do a neutral landing and stop entirely in order to jump over the pipe. So it's just, you're just going too fast, got too much speed for that over the pipe ending.
I mean, the first couple minutes of this, they're almost automatic for these guys.
Oh yeah, and especially someone like Slip, who's I think been on the grind more consistently and for longer than any other runner in this group. Nice 245 to go ahead and get started with this attempt, though.
I mean, yeah, Slip specializes in the quicker runs more than some of the other players. You know, not someone like Ouija, who's in the top 10 in like 4 different categories, you know, world record holder in a couple of them. Slip focuses, I think, what, 16-1 mainly. And so they grind out that early game, some of these early strats way more than some of the other runners who have a more kind of varied skill set.
And other runners will kind of take breaks from the grind every now and again, or like go back to the lab to practice things long term. But Slip has kind of just been like on the 16 grind for, I think it's appropriate to say years at this point, very regularly. Hasn't really taken any significant breaks during any of that period of time.
The AC money, $1.
Cannon this fail there.
$1.86 says here you go. Thank you, AC money, who I believe is replacing us in the booth in about an hour.
It's me, Mario.
Thank you so much for the donations. Keep them coming in. Got a lot of room to reach that goal for a great cause.
It's me, Mario.
And there's the reset. We expect it from Ouija. A little less aggressive than last week, but that's, you know, that's what happens sometimes. 2 runners AFK. You can take a little breather here. My goodness. And Sweetie's still practicing. I will not question them, by the way, because the results are there.
Right. And yeah, Kano had much deserved break after that pretty awesome run there.
This is pretty interesting, actually. They all seem to have sort of chilled out about 1 hour in. Look at this. You got GTM, not technically, looks like a AFK. Binny, Kano. A few different restarts. Ouija practicing. Everyone kind of went real hard there for about an hour and then took a little break.
We'll see how these runners go ahead and continue, or if they decided to take their own little breaks here and there. I don't think Ouija's going to end up taking a break until he gets
No.
a 15.
I was just gonna say the same thing. I don't think that's how he's built.
Yeah, he's just built different, man. Let's see this LVLJ here. Don't really have much else to watch since we got players just kind of stuck in the terminally early game.
Yeah. And or taking, again, well-deserved breaks, I think. Whoa, my God!
Whoa! That was,
What was that?
he was straight up 119. Yeah, that was ludicrously fast. I think really what made that so fast was that he was under the speed threshold on the staircase where he would have like gotten stuck on the stairs for just a moment. Because that's kind of what you see a lot of runners have to do. Like once they get out of the room of death, they'll hit the staircase in the middle of the lobby and then kind of get stuck there for a moment. It's because they have too much speed to get up the staircase fully. So you do like 1 or 2 single jumps and then you get up the staircase and can go ahead and proceed through the Dark World door. But in Ouija's case, he had just the right speed value that he just went right up all through one step. It was almost equivalent to like a form of Tama LBLJ, if you will, where you kind of combine a couple steps together by not needing to take that little pause.
205 on that start. Man, the movement there was amazing.
Yeah, this is like on a 242, 243 type pace. This is like incredible. This is like absolutely worth continuing.
I mean, we said it last week. Poetry in motion. When it goes well, it is the most satisfying.
Oh, and he went for this absurd throw. Oh my God!
It hit! This
like
guy is feeling it.
Throw right there. I cannot believe that.
Wow. And here's the thing, by the way. Think of what that tells you about his mindset, that he's on this pace, and he's not thinking, well, I can afford to do this, I can afford to play it slightly safe. No. Absolutely foot to the floor on the gas.
He saw that he could get a 242, so he did.
And there it is, right? In a sense.
That. I don't even think I've seen Kano go for throws like that very often, if at all. Like, I mean, that's just a nutty way to do that throw. I can't believe it, man.
Oh, man. Okay, I know you said don't get attached. I know it's early.
Right.
But come on, like, how do you not get excited about this even 3 minutes in?
Right, but I gotta spill the doomer tea on chat here. I have never seen a run like this finish. Any run that started best like this, I've never... Of course he goes for long jump cannonless 2 on this attempt, because why wouldn't you already, you know?
Well, and he doesn't decide to just go to the side there and take the other one. He doesn't go for the backup plan, even though he had seconds to spare. That's his mindset right now, is so perfect, so good, tiniest little mistake, still kind of salvageable, and says, no, absolutely not. He didn't even hesitate. Immediate reset.
Right. Got the Red Bull pulled out. I think we have some performance-enhancing caffeine going on here.
Oh, man. Bull is right, man. He is charging ahead. I just can't believe how little tolerance he had there, too. He just said, anything other than perfection I am not interested in right now.
Yeah, because if and granted, I mean, this is why I'm not at this upper echelon, but if I were in his position just coming off a 242, I'd be doing full setup cannonless. Just make sure it works, you know? Keep this run going as long as I can. Take the time loss. I don't care. But Ouija just thinks he's built different, you know? He's in that position and he thinks, let me do the very inconsistent strat that will maybe save me a quarter second.
Oh my God. I mean,
off of this already just immaculate run. I think describe it as immaculate, but playing that way is what causes you to become the community's sum of best. That in 70 and in 16, Ouija's sum of best is basically the community's sum of best of all time. Which
because
is
he
just
plays that
like,
way.
Yeah, it used to, like, the community sum of best had gold splits from all sorts of different runners, but now it's virtually just Ouija.
Wow. I mean, a lot of runners would be thinking with that extra time, where do I spend that second?
Right.
Where do I want to spend it? And that's one of the places you would spend it, for sure, especially early on, you know? And he just said, no, I'm not spending anything. It's all going in the bank.
Right, I want... It almost looks like he's trying to shoot for a 14.4x as his leaderboard PV.
I
not
think he
even
wants
just
immortality.
getting a 14 generally, but like he's wanting the perfect time period. I halfway wonder if like he's just treating this like a standard set of PB attempts and not really thinking about this like a lifetime attack event.
16 hours instead of 8, I think, can maybe allow you to do that. Yeah, and I think he wants the immortality. I think he wants to set the world record live. By the way, Slippery Nip going Fly Guy there. A little safer.
And he's going for this insane throw again. Okay, sure, I guess.
This is what he's doing. I mean, how far off that pace is he? It's pretty close, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking this is going to
doing
be
it
about
again?
the same pace as last run, so we're probably going to see a long jump cannonless yet again.
I mean, maybe it looks like just a second or two. It's real
Yeah,
close.
just a hair behind, but
Yeah.
still a 243, which probably beats. I know that almost certainly beats Flixer and Benny's best. Probably beats like one of, you know, like that's a really, really good start.
To say the least. Let's see if he can hit it this time. Again, it's all still in the first few minutes of the run, so that aggressive resetting can certainly be justified. Because you get to practice this over and over again.
Ouija has talked about just like having some inconsistency with Salt Quest, so I wonder if Long Jump Quest is just kind of a response to that. If he feels like, you know, I'm going to be inconsistent at it anyway, I may as well just do the fastest possible version of it.
And Ouija falls.
Falling right through the platform there. But he's going to give it another shot, okay.
I get the practice at least.
Oh, but just standard OG, that's why he was giving it another shot. Just run off the flank and hope it works.
Well, he has his nemesis. It is cannonless.
Yeah, I think he shares that with a fair number of other runners, though. So he's in good company, at least.
I mean, it gave him basically no problem last week, but, you know. I mean, it's funny how, you know, maybe one weekend something is perfect every time. Maybe the BLJs are catching, and then next week they just don't. And vice versa. Something that was giving you trouble before is easy today. You know, it's just different on the day every time. You never know what you're going to get there.
Exactly right. We got Slip continuing down a pretty decent attempt so far.
And that seems to be what he's all about. Like I mentioned, he went Fly Guy earlier. He didn't go Fly Guyless, and I think just kind of getting to the second half of these runs with a pretty good time and then hoping kind of the rest goes perfectly, maybe that's the idea, right? Just maximize the number of good runs and hope one of them falls into place. But I feel like that was a better strategy last week than this week, at least.
Yeah, and I think that may kind of be Kano's strategy too, seeing as how he just went for texture setup yet again for Cannonless. I think Kano's really just concerned most with just getting runs off the ground generally, which, I mean, that's a mindset that whenever I run categories like this, that's kind of the way I think too. I just want to get to the end game. I know I'm going to screw up the end game a bunch of times before I finally get that good run. So let me do what will get me to that end game the most times. You know, I don't want to just get to Sky once a day.
Right.
But like you said, since you've got 2 days to do attempts now, the more inconsistent strategies that players like Ouija are using may kind of have more dividends pay off. So you may not really be able to just try to play for consistency anymore.
Dividends is the right word. Those early practices, those runs you keep going for, they are investments. They're investments for later during the time period.
Yep.
Ouija with a death, and again, another reset. That's a lot of resets, but every time right before each reset has been, like you said, immaculate.
Yeah, and I mean, once he really gets the run going, especially through SSL, we're going to see some just insane paces. I halfway wonder, and I almost want to start a prediction in chat, like how many sub 10 HMC exits Ouija will end up getting today, because that's what he's gunning for. Being this aggressive with the opening resets, he's trying to get like a perfect HMC exit and then just try to carry that through a good ending. So I wonder how many of those he'll manage to succeed at finally getting at the end of the day.
I don't know how many fingers you got to count on. Might got to go full mutant to count these ones the way he's been running early on.
I mean, this run is about on Slip's same pace as a previous couple of attempts, like about the 10-20 or so HMC exit.
No, the LBLJ is not as good as that first time, but pretty good. For Ouija, at least.
Yeah, getting a 120 is still very good. I'm sure, like, a couple of our lower level runners in this event, like, would struggle getting, like, a 120 type LBLJ time. I mean, even when I say lower level runners, like, it's not like they're bad at the trick range. It's just they're not trying to go quite as maxed out fast with it. You know, they're being a little bit more deliberate with their motion, but I think that there's something to be said for like the way Ouija's approached this game long term, because he's always kind of tried to go for very maxed out type movement, but it's just he's done that for so long that it's now somehow becoming consistent for him.
Here's a fun question. What will the slowest time be? And will it have been fast enough to qualify last week? Probably.
Oh, probably.
Last week, the cutoff was 15:34 Flixer by 1 second over Zine and Gamaru. I don't know. I feel like they might
Half
all
our
hit that.
leaderboard over that time.
Right, yes. And it wouldn't shock me if they all had it by the end.
And so on this attempt, Ouija goes for that wild throw again and pays for it this time, actually getting bonked by Bowser rather than getting the grab.
Oh, tiny little mistake there from Nip on the sub. Kind of jumped past the star a little bit and didn't get up it super fast or clean initially either. So just a couple seconds total lost. But you're seeing way more tolerance from those kind of mistakes from Slippery Nip. They're okay with the pretty good run, especially this early on, it seems like.
Let's see if Pole Glitch comes out here. And it's good. Very nicely done. Despite its name, that glitch has nothing to do with the pole whatsoever.
Hey, look, we don't name them.
Right. That's been like a community name for that trick. But I think it may have even come about before it was really understood how it worked.
When I was the kid, that lava face thing was horrifying, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, this is
It's just
weirdly...
such a menacing face, and especially like
for the rest of the game? Yeah.
Yeah,
Jumping on
it's the first thing you
Goombas,
see
like-
whenever you die in that level, which is going to be very often because it's all fire everywhere, and it's just, you know,
The one in the painting, I'm thinking in particular, like, look at that thing. It's horrifying. It's
Right,
weirdly
it's like
grown
the
up for
first
the
thing you
rest of
see
the
when
game.
you get thrown out of the painting, too.
Yeah.
You know? You see this lava face just spit Mario out, and it's like, ugh, man.
I don't know who did that, but thanks for haunting my dreams. Not as bad as the eel, but let's say second. Second scariest thing in the game.
Yeah, I'm sure for a lot of people the piano kind of takes the cake.
I was just
or
gonna-
something
yes.
in BBH.
I was having a we're gonna go back in time a little bit here. I was having a sleepover. We were playing Super Mario all night, and we had not played it before to that level, and we discovered, me and two other guys around like 12 years old, discovered the piano at 2 a.m. and woke a bunch of people up. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. Because you see the red coin behind there, and you're like, what's this? Let me go
Oh,
over
they knew what they
here.
were doing.
It's very deliberately designed, you know.
Yeah.
I love that kind of game design that you can tell the way the developers kind of crafted that first encounter with that object. Oh, still getting a very nice first try BLJ here. Not sure if we're really on significant. We might be able to get a PB Slip. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's going to be very, very tight for Slip to be able to improve the event PB with this run here.
Ouija with the 120 again. It's like freaking clockwork. And hits the
the
fire and...
switch burn. And see,
Right.
you can still get Shigeru Cycle off that backup, and it would lose 4 seconds or so to the Tsukishima Cycle he's used to getting, but 4 seconds is just too much for Ouija.
I mean, at this point, it seems like 2 seconds is too much for Ouija.
Right.
And the guy has no tolerance for these mistakes right now. Hey, I think you
Slip
mentioned
falls
C-up
down
slide.
during Sky. I think that might be the event PB right there, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's had a lot more tolerance for mistakes. I think Kano might have just C-up slid. You were alluding to that earlier, that he wasn't really going for it too much, and I think he just did.
Very nice
Unless
little time. So got himself a 10:19 HMC exit, looked like, which I think is an improvement over his PB's HMC exit. And yeah,
So
Slip unfortunately taking some nasty spills in the Sky that pretty much spell the end of that attempt.
And it's all practice now, as you can see. And you can tell from his total lack of expression that he's furious.
Yeah.
If we blink, we'll know that he's really mad.
I feel like there's like this subtle, like kind of, oh man, the exasperated look on his face there.
I mean, his eyes did close briefly. I was kidding, and yet, oh my god. He might as well be throwing up his hands in the air. He's not leaving until this is done. He's not leaving until this is done. There we go.
He's got a bone to pick with this stage at this point.
And
Kind of
number
on
120.
I think this is a very similar pace to his event PB, so we'll see if he's able to improve that time at all.
I mean, look, while he's here, get the practice in. I get it. We do another 120, by the way, and this time does make the fire turn.
Yeah, that turnaround is a lot more difficult than the like standard slow turnaround that you do for like Shigeru Cycle or even certain ways of doing Shia Cycle. One of the things that you can kind of make use of when you do the slow turnaround as if you were starting side flip is that flame shooter bar is actually a bunch of like individual flames, and all their hitboxes are cylinders, right? So you can kind of aim between two of the flames, and it doesn't guarantee that you won't get burned, but it gives you a little more room to get that switch press without getting burned. But since for that fast turnaround, you're having to run right beside the flames, you don't have that luxury at all. And it's very, very difficult to end up kind of getting that lineup right. And like you have to put a ton of time into just getting a feel for how exactly to make Mario turn and just walk sideways right beside that flame shooter.
Kano with the reset. Slippery Nip finally calls it quits. 2 perfect throws, and then the third messed up and says that's enough. That's enough for that run. And we're looking at Flixer now. 12:30. Looking all right. But that was a lot of hard resets for a short period of time.
Coming out here.
And boy, looking a lot sharper than he did just 20 or 30 minutes ago. I wonder if he's kind of flipped the switch here a little bit.
It certainly could have been.
And again, it's not just an ability thing. Sometimes it's a choice. Sometimes it's we're going to run through a few times, we're going to take our time, and then we're going to speed up. That is how you do most things with precision, is you start them slow, and you get faster and faster as you get familiar. This is not good, though. Yeah.
Okay, so he was going for like a 3/4 spin type grab there, which relies on you having touched Bowser's tail already, and I think he didn't actually touch his tail somehow.
Just missed it.
So like he was thinking that he was going to be able to get the glitch grab right in front of Bowser, but he wasn't actually able to. That did cause a little weirdness with his timer there, unfortunately, but still has a very, very good shot at event PB here.
Yeah, and he was the bubble player last week. He finished in 6th. It was 15:34, just by a second over Zain and Gamaru. He just made it. He's the happy to be here guy, but I imagine he's not. I think he's probably got grander designs than that, and certainly has the ability to upset someone today.
Oh, definitely. You know, even though a few runs are better than his current personal best, you know, he certainly has the potential to not end up being last in this event here.
Look at that,
Could
BLJ.
certainly land himself in like 3rd or 4th potentially.
Pretty good BLJ there. Let's see if this one catches us quick. Not quite, but not bad either.
It does get a fairly quick one, so yeah, it looks like an event PB is definitely still in the cards, provided a decent sky. Right, nicely done on that first triple jump.
Boy, he might not move any more than Slippery Nip, but the eyes totally different. Look at the intensity. Oh, that's an unfortunate little mistake.
I feel like it's partly the framing too. His camera's a lot closer to his face. Oh, nice backup though. You can go ahead and go for moving left up, and we're not quite backing up right, but nice standing left.
Well, we're in a practice mode now, but he'll take it. Oh dear, that might do it.
Oh, that's probably gonna be it, unfortunately, or at least close to it. I don't know. He's got it's like about 37 seconds or so to play with, so it might still be possible. Just cannot. Yeah, now he's just practicing, I think. He's just gonna go ahead and try to get that moving right side more consistent. There we go. Ooh, and triple jumping off the side of that elevator platform there just to save a little bit of time. But yeah, unfortunately, no way to get an event PB at this point. Probably just wants to finish out this fight just for the throws practice.
But that's why you keep practicing there. I mean, because maybe you do something like that.
Exactly.
Pretty wild. Well, while we're watching this run finish up, not much potential here. It's all practice. So I want to remind you guys again, this event benefits Tackle Kids Cancer. It is a comprehensive program that funds research programs for cancer, clinical trials, and it assists the patients and families with the after effects of the disease. Because sometimes, you know, you beat that initial diagnosis, that's great, but that's just the beginning of your challenges, because 2/3 of pediatric cancer survivors suffer from one or more long-term chronic health issues. So this is a program that tries to address all the challenges that pediatric cancer puts in front of us.
You're exactly right, and it's an organization that's very adept at handling a lot of those challenges, and it's partly through donation campaigns like these that they've been able to develop these resources that really help people dealing with some of the worst circumstances imaginable in childhood.
Yeah, very little government cancer funding allocated to pediatric cancer specifically, just 4%, and that's why this organization exists. They've raised over $10 million from people like you. We've raised 5,000 plus with this event so far. Exclamation point, donate if you want to give to this good cause, which you absolutely should.
Now, one thing that we just haven't really mentioned a whole lot. Ouija still has not done another run yet. So I really wonder how much this leaderboard's about to get shaken up once Ouija goes ahead and finishes practice and gets back into doing attempts. Because spending this much time practicing, I mean, their hands are going to be pretty well warmed up once they get started doing attempts again. And I wouldn't be that surprised if we start seeing some low 15s getting dropped.
Hands warmed up. So you think this is a winter thing? You think we need like gamer mittens? Something like
You
that.
need to get those hot hands packets and the special gloves to hold them on your palms.
I have occasionally had my own little esports match here or there for a couple of niche games, and I remember thinking specifically about putting my hands in front of little warmers and things for like skill checks and things.
Yeah, I mean it's a strat for sure, especially if you're in like a cold room or something. You never underestimate how the cold hands can affect you.
I live in the Northeast, my friend. It is definitely a struggle.
Oh, yeah. Ouija going for Fly Guy instead of Fly Guy less. And we'll see how Pless goes here. It's a pretty decent attempt he's got going so far. And actually, I think it looks like he's blanking his splits now on purpose here. Or, oh, I'm just going to go ahead and reset that run. Never mind.
Yep. And I mean, I was just surprised to see Ouija get that far into the run. They'd kind of crapped out at around 2 or 3 minutes several times in a row there, again, because of all that aggression and just such little tolerance. But this time, getting up into the 5s, messes up the bomb, and that's going to do it. But look, we saw this last time we did this, last week. We saw this happen, just reset, and then boom, 15:05.
Yeah, it's going to happen sooner or later, for sure.
And later is a lot later this time, too, with that whole second day to use, too. So I would say it makes even more sense from his perspective. But I mean, some people clearly seem to be thinking the other way. They're thinking with 16 hours, I can spend more time practicing than usual. So you can argue it either way. It's a temperament thing.
Absolutely.
Anna with the head bob. There we go. You like to see it.
Yeah. You get another one of these kind of like just... It feels wrong to call this a mediocre attempt, but it is just by comparison to what these runners are capable of, you know? But this is an attempt that is still capable of greatness. It's just, I think, like we were talking about earlier, kind of just more concerned with getting to the late game than he is with getting these, like, hyper-optimized starts. You know, I guess this sort of run that Kano's got would be what Ouija would consider mediocre, but it's still got a lot of potential left in it. You know, looking at the best possible time, you still got 24 seconds to play with compared to like world record contention level. You know, that's about the time span that you've got anyway. Kano getting a medium bomb there, so not really wanting to mess with Plus there. Getting through medium bomb pillarless still loses about like 5 to 6 seconds. So it honestly does lose less time to just use a backup instead. And for those curious, getting the medium bomb simply means that he attempted the grab about like a 15th or a 30th of a second too early. Doing the punch 1 to 2 frames too early will end up getting you that medium bomb instead of the big bomb. You have to hit that one specific frame to get the big bomb you need for a true good plus.
I mean, you mentioned like a lot of great times still possible, even with a number of little suboptimal things. That's going to be a hard reset, though. A lot of suboptimal things still can lead to that great time. It's just that you have fewer and fewer mistakes available to you, fewer and fewer points of margin. You know, you get to a certain point in the run, and it's like
this. Like, you don't want to commit to losing that 5 seconds to medium bomb plus when you could very easily just get a good big bomb plus on your next attempt and only have lost 2 seconds to your other alternative backups.
Right. But I mean, at a certain point in the run, you could say, well, a good run's still possible, but eventually you get to the point where it's like, okay, a good run's still possible if everything is perfect. And is that really when
you've got to acknowledge that everything won't be perfect, especially with this category that's got BLJs to deal with at the very end. You know, if you want to have a good chance at getting a nice PB, you want to be at least like, 10 seconds best possible time ahead of your PB.
Unless you're Kano, and the last 3 minutes are just going to be perfect regardless.
Right.
But we can't all be Kano. For one thing, they don't have that many Mario outfits. The only one cosplaying so far that I could see. I mean, it's a pretty low level, right? It's one of those. It's like the shirt that looks like a suit, yeah. One of those little fake tuxes, kind of, except for Mario.
Oh yeah.
I mean, those aren't
Man,
real overalls, right? No way.
You gotta have the real overalls with the Mario suit. I feel like it's not a Mario shirt unless you've got real overalls.
Yeah, what is this, Cano? Come on. I guess I can't criticize if he's the only one doing it at all, though.
Okay, when I say real overalls, I just mean a separate piece of cloth. Like, you were talking about the tuxedo t-shirts. Like, I don't want it to look like that, where it's just, like, a printed design. Like, no. But, like, the way Kano's got it, where it looks like a separate strip of, like, blue velvet or something, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, if it's a separate piece of fabric, I'm going to say that counts.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as it's not
Because, I mean,
flat.
we gotta be honest, like, Mario in-game, it's all one single polygon, I'm pretty sure, or, like, one single texture kind of altogether. I don't think that they bothered trying to make his overalls have any sort of depth compared to his shirt there.
No, not really. Even the buttons. I mean, they put that little shading at the bottom of the buttons to create the illusion of depth, but that's about it. Slip with a perfect cannonless.
Wouldn't have it any other way, though. The model it's perfect just the way it is.
Hey, we're on another crazy run, by the way. I don't even know if I'm going to bother to say that after another hour, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's honest. It comes so often. Every time he gets in the Dark World, it seems like he's trying for just as great of a pace as he could possibly get. I'd say when he gets to the same sort of pace out of SSL is definitely when it deserves mention.
Yeah, fair enough.
Slip with kind of this is another one of those, like, it's got some time loss out of Womps, yeah, but we'll see what happens in Basement. You know, he's still got some time to save in Basement, and certainly got some time to still save over this event PB.
Looking just real clean, relatively unremarkable. I'm practicing what you taught me, which is not to get too attached. I'm looking at some of these numbers.
Right.
My eyes are bugging out, but I'm choosing not to say anything this time because I know.
I know it's so hard to not get attached. I mean, it certainly is worth pointing out when he gets on paces like that. But yeah, just it's, you know, especially with 16 star, 16 star is the type of category that when I'm watching it, I'm never like 1,000,000,000% focused on every single run, you know, because I just, until it gets past like the mid part of Basement, you know, once we get into Lethal Lava Lane, I start kind of paying a lot of attention. But, you know, once players get in that loop of resetting in Wumps, now he does lead on the pyramid at least.
Yeah, this is vaguely salvageable, and as we've noticed...
Oh, we're gonna miss the fly guy, just not quite able to make that contact. It would have been a nice backup if he could have made contact, but... just not quite.
I mean, you can see, though, he doesn't reset. He just has way more tolerance for this stuff.
It's pretty incredible. I mean, I think Slip, more than a lot of other runners, plays with this sort of, as long as this run could still technically PB, I want to continue it. As long as it's still possible to some degree. Like, he's wanting to wait until it is actually impossible, until he's made enough mistakes that, like, okay, I can't do it anymore. Now, I think he just wants to practice Fly Guyless. I'm assuming he's going to get Fly Guyless and then immediately reset.
And there's another Death to the Sand.
That Death to the Sand is due to, he's trying to get that, like, frame-perfect rollout, and so right there, he just rolled out too early, and so didn't get the rollout input at all. But if he tries to be very safe with that rollout, then he's just too late to hit the Fly Guy at all. And that sort of precise rollout, like, you use that in the faster strats for Fly Guy, but if you time that rollout late, it's not a big deal. You still just hit the Fly Guy just fine. You just didn't quite get to him quite as early, so you lose, like, you know, maybe half a second, give or take. But in the case of Fly Guyless, you miss that rollout a bit too late, and you're automatically having to downgrade at least to the Fly Guy strat.
Vinny back on one of the big screens here and hits a wall with his face, kind of running around the basement there. And to be perfectly honest, I think that's the first time we've seen that specific mistake at any point today. I mean, at this level, that just doesn't happen very much.
Yeah, I feel like players like Slip, Ouija, Squeegee, they have got these like hyper-optimized times. They've gotten to the point that they practice castle movement sometimes the way that they've practiced like normal stars.
Yeah.
You know, probably not anymore because they're so used to it, but I'm sure there came a time where they sat down for like 2 hours and just grinded castle movement on like one, you know, just grinded that section going through that hallway just to never bonk that wall ever again.
Yeah, like, so it becomes like riding a bike territory. Like, I just want this down.
Yep. You don't want castle movement to be the thing you lose time on. You want it to be stars, right? So
Right.
Ouija, though, nice pillarless coming right out. You got some pretty decent pace coming out of SSL. See, now I wouldn't say you can get attached to Ouija's run now, but I mean, acting like it's completely nothing is also a bit of a, you're underselling the run just a little bit, you know. It's hard to strike that perfect balance of attachment so that you're not the most apathetic viewer possible, but at the same time you are still, you know, not getting your hopes up whenever a run is inevitably gonna probably face some issues.
Kano gets up and walks away, which is bad in one sense because I guess he's frustrated and or taking a break, but good in the sense that we get to see the entire ensemble, and it is glorious.
Absolutely. And we got Vinny and Ouija both in Lethal Lava Land, but Ouija a whopping like 20 seconds ahead, give or take, on the same star.
Yeah, he is really flying. It's one mistake every time, and that's all it takes. But when he's not making that one mistake, it's really a sight to see.
And I feel like, especially with the initial PV that he's working with, this run is definitely worth going ahead and continuing out, even if there's a little minor error somewhere.
Yeah, just to get it on the board, as you said. But we can just tell he doesn't seem to think that way.
Right. The way he does that, like, little lava clip thing there, it's wild. It's such a new thing for runners to mess around with. I haven't really seen a lot of people mess with that yet. And all the time that you're really saving is just with the normal movement, you land normally from the burn, which takes, like, a bit of extra time. Yeah. But, like, landing up through the platform like that, you're just instantly in a grounded state instead of having to wait out the rest of the burn.
He flew
Ouija
through that.
definitely going to be going for a lava boost here with a wild ending. Pay attention to how many pulls he grabs here. Oh, okay, he might actually grab one now.
Oh, there it is again!
The right angle to get the wall kick, and that's just an instant reset.
And this time, more than halfway through a tremendous run, he loses it, and that one hurts a little more.
Yeah, that one definitely hurts a bit. Especially, like, just... I mean, the first error there was just that like, kind of weird ledge grab off of Lava Boost. I think he kind of fell off the platform a little bit, almost. Because without that, he probably would have been able to just do his standard ending that he's comfy with. But, of course, that ledge grab kind of put him out of his comfort zone and then meant that he had to do an ending that he wasn't exactly as versed in.
Oh, that is rough. I mean, every time, he seems to get a little further into the run before that mistake, right? And we're just waiting. We're waiting for it to break through. He was halfway there that time.
Hopefully he'll be on this attempt and not the one right after our session ends.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we are going to take a little break soon. We're going to hand things off a bit. And before we do, though, again, Tackle Kids Cancer raises money for pediatric cancer patients, comprehensive program, research, clinical trials, and assists the families and the patients with the after effects. #1 death by disease in children has raised over $10 million to date and $5,000 since this event started, and we need more, especially this time of year. Please do give! !Donate.
Yep, and like we said, the Hackensack Meridian Health Pediatric Cancer Program is like absolutely world-class. And they have comprehensive programs with specialists in neuro-oncology, leukemia, lymphoma, sarcoma, and molecular medicine, as well as over 100 clinical trials, and they're a member of the prestigious Children's Oncology Group. So the hospital and organization that runs this campaign is absolutely wonderful at tackling kids' cancer. And they're definitely a wonderful cause to donate to. So definitely check them out. !, I believe it's ! Donate or ! TKC. I'm not exactly sure of the command, but
both,
yeah.
I think, yeah. And yeah, we can't do it without you guys, so please do. Vinny is still going with this run. He's in the cave.
Vinny definitely still on PBable pace, I believe.
Triple jump. Got it.
Yeah, he's got himself he can definitely get like a mid-low 15 with this.
Yeah,
himself at least in 4th place.
I thought I saw a little smile there. He's definitely starting to settle in. I mean, every time we looked over before, Vinny just a lot of, like, I was sure he would agree himself, like, unacceptable kind of mistakes and just roughness around the edges, but I feel like he's rounding into shape. And he did start a little later than the rest again, so makes sense.
Yep. Ouija trying to get an incredible start yet again. He's got that Suki elevator movement pretty much down to a science, just has to get the ending now. One thing that's really frustrating when you're going for Tsukishima cycle and you need like as optimal a movement as possible, those amps, those like little shocker enemies in the way, those also are RNG. They can start at any point on their rotation. So some runs they'll just be out of your way, you don't even have to worry about them, but some runs they'll be right in the middle of your path, and you having to take that little slight roundabout movement to get around them will make sometimes the difference between whether you get a Tsukishima or not. And that's always, runners like Ouija have expressed a lot of frustration at the Goomba and the Amp RNG in Dark World, since like sometimes you'll just kind of get stuck in that stage for a while and it won't even be your fault.
Yeah, well, I mean, but from our perspective, that is kind of one of the things that keeps it fun, that you really can't memorize the entire thing. You have to react on your feet, and there is a skill element to that that is different than the way that you sort of grind things, and I don't know, I think it keeps things interesting a little bit.
There's definitely a skill element to it. It's just that for a lot of whenever you're trying to improve at the game, it's definitely a skill element. But then at this very top level, it suddenly becomes a little bit more just kind of random runs will die and it won't even be your fault.
Yeah.
And like that's where it gets infuriating.
That's where it feels bad.
While you're on that grind to improvement, it is definitely like a challenge to be met, you know, and a challenge to improve at. It's just like that just kind of goes to show how much these runners are milking out of this game, that we're getting to a point that things that normally add a bit of skill value to the game end up like presenting kind of a detriment at the end.
Right. Well, I mean, 90% of being a speedrunner, if not more in this case, is the grind, is the stuff you can memorize and practice over and over again. So that little 5 or 10% or whatever where you have to react in the moment, that is a skill. It's a valid skill, but it's a totally different skill than the one they're spending most of their time working on.
Yeah, and so many strats in this run like include little things that you have to react to. It may not be super obvious, but one of the big differences between like one of these runners with a low 14 and like say a runner with just like a low 15 is sorry, not a low 14, you get what I mean. Is the fact that like they are able to make more like bad or sketchy setups for strats work. Like they're able to tell that like, wait, this thing is slightly off on this attempt and I need to do this to fix it. Whereas like some of your more inconsistent runners that might be sitting on like a low 15, like they have to get the setup perfect, otherwise the strat won't work for them. They aren't able to like fix those little minor nuance errors. And that's something that you'll notice, like runners like Slip or Ouija, they're able to get attempts past tricks a bit more commonly just because they're able to kind of fix attempts that are slightly sloppy in like midway through, just because they have that experience to tell exactly what they need to do going forward.
Ouija looking good. Benny looking pretty good too at this point. That 1646 they've been sitting on, I think they're about to improve that if they can get these BLJs to catch, and they've had a little bit of problems with them
earlier.
There we go,
nicely done.
I'll take it. I'll take it. That
Their
could have been a
angle
lot
was
worse.
slightly off, so I was thinking Benny was going to end up having to go for like the wall BLJs, but getting very, very fortunate there that they were able to go ahead and just clip right in through. Also, for anyone curious why he's just standing there for a moment, he's doing that so that Mario will just turn exactly around whenever he puts the stick back. If he just like held the stick forward and then shift, oh no.
Yeah, you can see his face too. Like he thought he had it, it just caught, and then he just, oh, there it is again, loses it at the end.
Yeah, but he does manage to get past the invisible wall at least, so he's able to go ahead and proceed into Sky. Definitely still PBable, without a doubt. I think he can still get a 15 with this. It might be a bit difficult, but
I think he's gonna see this one through, barring a huge mistake. Yeah, he hasn't gotten this far too often yet. Ouija has reset again, by the way. I didn't see what the mistake was this time. It probably wasn't much, and he was at another good pace. This is happening every time now. He gets at least 2 or 3 minutes in at basically perfect pace, and then something derails it.
Yep. Nice moving right side from Benny here. And now, let's see here. Very, very nice elevator accounting, and we're into the pipe. He's got, I think, maybe 1 throw to spare if he's wanting a 15 with this run. So let's see what happens. Go ahead and get those brew mugs out, chat. Nice, comfy 2-spin throw. It's weird to call that comfy, but with how players like Kano are treating these throws, like things like what this is ultimately comfy what Benny's doing here, even though like this is still very good throws.
Right. This looks amazing to me, and you're like, this is the safe strat here.
Right? Yes.
Yeah. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I don't think I've ever done that in my life.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and I think this fight could be finished with 3 less spins than what Vinny just did here. That's like just ludicrous to think about.
Yeah.
Like, because like you said, that looked perfectly fine, and it wasn't fine enough to get him that 1551. Gonna move himself up into 5th place, and now if you want anything above the bottom 2, you've got to pull out a sub 16.
That's crazy, and we're still in the first 2 hours of this event. Vinny, though, shaving off a cool 55 seconds from their event best, and he seems reasonably pleased with it. There's a lot left to fix in that run still, but he is looking better as we go on.
Absolutely. And yeah, the Brew Mug gang coming out in full force, I'm sure. Very, very nice way to go ahead and get started with your session. And we got Slip with another, again, just another like pretty decent attempt. This one's actually a bit better than his other attempts thus far.
He's getting a little better indeed. Ouija, by the way, has reset again since I said that a minute and a half ago.
Yeah, so we got a 10-10 on Slip's side. This is actually a really good run from Slip. I've kind of been ruined by like how insane of paces Ouija has gotten, but like a 10-10 is absolutely nothing to scoff at. I think, but if nothing else, a 14 is definitely still possible.
And if it's still possible, we know Slip's going to keep going. That's what we've seen. Anytime that great run, that God run is even technically possible, even however unlikely, however perfect he might have to be the rest of the way, he sticks it out, at least here early in the event.
Beautiful wooden door clip. Again, just beautiful 30-star clip there. And hardly any setup. And that's another one that, like, you're wanting your camera to be facing a particular way. It's a bit more lenient for the camera there, but you're wanting to hit the wall at a particular point. Chip clipping as well. All right.
Looking good.
We're getting ourselves a really nice pacer here.
Kano, meanwhile, decides to pop Fly Guy.
Kano finishing out SSL with a pretty decent time.
But I mean, you figure by the end of this,
Slip
they're all...
approaching the sub from kind of a weird angle.
Oh no.
So we'll see if the backup is able to work, but that's probably going to end up being a reset. I mean, he might continue this, but there we go.
Continuing almost everything, yeah. That's brutal, especially if he finishes this really strong. We're going to think back to those few seconds as being a big deal.
The run's a bit worse, but I honestly think that mistake probably put this run about in line with the previous runs that he's taken through this point. So really not too terrible yet, and could certainly still improve his standing on the PB leaderboard. Full glitch working out just fine. See, like, trying to say hitting the edge of a ceiling corner with a hangable ceiling above you glitch just doesn't have the same ring to it, you know?
Yeah, we don't have that kind of time, man. This is speedrun. By the time you get that whole thing out, Ouija will have reset it again.
Alright, Slip getting a nice ultimate cycle here. We'll see what he's able to play around with through Fire C and through BLJs, but we might have a bit of a run on our hands here. The wall kicking as he's trying to get over to the bully star. That ending moving over to that star can be pretty tricky sometimes, because of the way you're typically long jumping up that little staircase in the way. Slip! Oh wow, the eyebrow tilt there. You could tell he thought that throw was gonna miss too. That was a very narrow Bowser throw. It was like the tip of Bowser's claw just happened to get within range of that bomb, just barely.
Somebody clip that so we can use that eyebrow raise. I want the GIF. I want it.
Yeah.
We wanted the most emotion he's ever shown.
Someone NFT that eyebrow raise.
Ouija on Cannonless. Rage pause and rubs his forehead a little bit. I think he's getting a little annoyed with all these resets at this point. There've been some really good runs derailed by these mistakes.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Now we got Slip heading into BLJs. Let's see what happens here. Giving himself a nice little bit of a setup. And, oh, he had a first try catch, but then lost the mash just a bit. But does manage to get a very nice, still very close to first try.
Ouija not rushing into the next one. You can see he's talking there a little bit, taking a little break. I think that's probably wise. He's been going full bore. And when we mentioned earlier that a lot of the runners are kind of taking little breaks or were practicing, AFK, whatever, about an hour in, the one who wasn't was Ouija. He's been sprinting the whole time for almost 2 hours now, and I think taking a well-deserved and, frankly, smart little 2-minute break.
Yep. But actually, that break seems to be over just as quickly as it started. The
2 whole
slip is
minutes.
on incredible pace. Oh, it's
Oh,
a
you
neutral
called-
speed kick though.
Literally
God.
in the middle of the word pace this time.
Yep.
You know what's funny? That was the bit he was stopping to practice earlier. Remember, he did it. I said he's not going to move on until he gets this. It took him 5 or 6 tries. That was what it was, too. All that practice, unfortunately, not carrying over when he really needed it there.
Oh, and getting a standing right side after some weirdness with the right side setup there. Oh, but then just kind of botched elevator movement here, losing a few more precious seconds. It's going to be tight to try to get an actual leaderboard PB here. I think it's possible to get a 15-0X with a perfect fight, but... Oh, and just having issues getting into the pipe, too.
It's
Man,
every little thing
suddenly.
Yeah, every little thing suddenly is just giving him trouble after what was shaping up to be a really nice run.
And we'll see what happens. He's going to have to really pull out the Kano-type throws here. There's one nice 2-spin down. Okay, another good 2-spin. Okay, just got to hit one more.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, I think it's toast today.
Short. Yep. And it probably won't even be good enough for third here.
Yeah, but luckily he does already have that 15-15, so no harm, no foul. But still unfortunate that the run had to die that way. This Kano on a pretty alright attempt here. It's an interesting attempt to be continuing for sure, because it's going to be exiting HMC about a 10:30. So if he's wanting to get a leaderboard PB with this is going to have a pretty well immaculate ending.
Well, immaculate ending is his middle name.
Yep.
But it's kind of this little middle period though. The next minute or two, I feel like this is the part where he's a little less consistent at still.
We still got a lot of other runners just kind of continually looping in the resets.
I mean, Ouija, I think, has probably reset close to twice as many times as anyone else at this point.
Yeah, it's certainly not surprising. It's kind of what he's known for, I guess you could say.
Yeah. I don't think he's gotten even to 8 minutes, though, in any of these. I mean, that was the longest one we saw was about, like, 7:49, I want to say. And, oh, boy. If he ever does get to that second half, though, I will get attached then. I'm warning you now, it will happen.
Yeah. Can't really blame you there. I mean, it's something else to be actively watching and seeing him be on just such ludicrous paces in like Lethal Lava Land or so. I remember when he was grinding for 70, there was one run that I saw that he had gotten out of Fire Sea on like a 46:10 pace or something. Like just absolutely ludicrous pace. And there's just this surreal feeling. Like you almost felt the nervousness like that he would certainly be feeling in the middle of a run like that. I'm sure it wouldn't actually be comparable, but it's weird like how you get nervous for the runner when they're just on such a nutty pace like that.
I mean, in some senses, it could even argue it's worse because you have no control over it, you know? You
Right.
just have to watch.
And
yeah.
Whenever I see a runner on PB or record pace in Sky, I just assume that like something's gonna go critically wrong. Well, I watched Batora's record live, and until he landed the third throw, I genuinely like was just anticipating him missing a throw, you know, or just like falling in Sky or something. You know, I anticipated something going wrong, just because like you know that's the expected result. Kind of like that's what happens in speedrunning all the time.
Yeah, assume the worst and you'll almost never be disappointed.
Yeah.
It's an unforgiving task, the speedrun.
Baby failing the box roll out there. Kano goes ahead and heads upstairs. Let's see if he can get some really good BLJs, because I mean, with some just stellar BLJs, this has some potential still.
Yeah, it does. Ouija resetting again, by the way.
And of course, gotta remember, Kano is pretty much, I think, the only runner that actually goes for the cast long jump that could save a short cycle in the sky. So, could boost his sky time by just 2 seconds or so. Okay, he's got
Great
a second try catch,
BLJs.
pretty nice,
Oh,
and maintains his speed.
Very nice.
couple
Not
of
bad.
catches or a couple of tries to catch there, but I think
I mean, it's still 98th percentile for the attempts we're seeing, right? Like, it's
Right.
very good.
yeah. So we'll see what okay. After that mistake, I'm thinking it's almost impossible. No, I'm thinking he would have needed like a very good sky for it to like be realistic for him to get a PB here. Because the kind of rule of thumb is the fight you expect to take about 40 seconds, like from the fight loading up and Bowser talking to you collecting the final star. You expect to be about 40.
Right.
And so
Yeah.
it's kind of looking like Kano would like barely tie his PB, give or take. I
but
don't know.
you see
Maybe Kano throws will somehow make up for it, but I
They can only be so fast, right?
right.
But once you get this close, it seems like almost all the runners they at least finish it out.
He tries for the one
Just
spin, but doesn't quite
short.
get the momentum he wanted, and getting bopped by his tail too. He tried for the glitch grab. I'm not sure if he was close enough initially. I don't think he was.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Are we gonna actually die here?
He's got the throw now, but see now Bowser's gonna have to be re-grabbed in kind of a weird spot, and
Yep.
not sure where that crouch came from. It might have been an accidental crouch. The Z buttons are like a bit easy to hit by accident on Hori.
Well, I can't remember the last time he's messed those up at all. Although, granted, in this time, I think he knew there was no stakes to it, right? Like he didn't
Right.
have to nail them. He was probably, I don't know if we were seeing him at his full power there exactly, but that's the first time I've seen, I think, any mistakes there near the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And still pulling out a really nice, 15:38. That still would be fourth place on our current leaderboard. So still a really nice run to finish out. Just, not quite up to snuff. Just the ending not quite clean enough.
We switched to this different screen here just in time to see Slippery Nip get another perfect cannonless.
Let's see if he gets another perfect Owlus to boot.
He does not. Midway between per and fict, I think, is when he hit the wall.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Gonna go ahead and reset after the little bonk there.
Well, so this is interesting. I mean, he was tolerating much bigger mistakes than that earlier. But as the day goes on, you're seeing a little more perfectionism.
Yeah, I think that last run being like so cutthroat and then just kind of failing on the end, I think he's wanting a bit better of a start overall. But it was really just front sub that kind of ruined that attempt, unfortunately. It always sucks to lose an attempt to that. So that strat only saves about 3 seconds over the rear sub strat. I think it might end up being a bit more if you're doing that like better lag reduction, but it's not a huge time save. So of course that's one of those that once you fail and you lose a good run like what Slip had there, you're thinking to yourself like, I should have just gone for rear sub. I should have played it safe. Even though in the moment you never would have considered that. Like after the fact, you kind of think to yourself like, man, I wish that would have just worked.
Ouija with a pretty decent LBLJ, but I guess decent isn't good enough. He reset a minute in again. Like anything other than a perfect first 2 minutes, and he's out of there.
Looks are getting a nice pillarless to go ahead and start out his SSL.
Here we go!
Every time you say SSL, by the way, my brain goes to Rocket League, like right away.
Really?
Not your fault. Yeah.
I haven't played enough Rocket League to be familiar with the reference.
Oh, it's like it means supersonic legend. It's like the highest rank possible. It's kind of a newish thing.
Gotcha.
But that's where my brain goes first.
Yeah, there are a few acronyms in this game, or like other like strats and stuff. This is so stupid, I know, but in this category, right, when you're leaving Fire Sea to go upstairs, the inputs that you do there is you Mario Cam and then you long jump up the staircase. And if you think about the way those inputs work in order, it's an R press, a Z press, then an A press. And every time I got there when I ran this category, I would always think of it as the RZA strat. It's not even a strat, like it's just you change the camera and you move, but it just like anytime like the letters of inputs or the letters of a stage like form anything familiar, that's just the first place your mind goes. In Super Mario Sunshine, there's a strat that they call the baby strat, and it's actually fairly hard, but they call it that because the inputs are B-A-B-Y.
Sure, why not?
So, like,
Why
that's just
not?
what they named it.
Yeah, why not? Ouija resetting again.
Here we go!
I mean, occasionally I've actually caught the source of the reset, one of these early ones, and sometimes it looks like almost nothing. Like sometimes
Yeah,
I'm not even
I'm sure
positive
part
why
of it
he
is like
reset.
any mistake that gets him off of Tsukushima pace in Dark World, he's immediately just gonna reset
I guess that's
too.
it, yeah.
And that's like I've been saying, like that's a very, very tight cycle to hit. Slippery Nip hitting it pretty nicely there. He's gonna get himself yet another fairly low Dark World finish. A little bit of dust on the rollout, but that's okay.
I dare say Ouija might want a break. A real break, not the little 2-minute kind we saw where he just leaned back in his chair for a bit and then started again.
See, with other runners, I would be tending to agree, but
his stamina,
it seems with Ouija,
yeah.
he really does thrive with just the extended grind session.
Some people do, you're right. All right, I guess that was acceptable. The LBLJ there was acceptable. He is not reset. Repeat, he is not reset.
Yeah, and he's got the switch press now. Just got to get through the box rollout and the elevator movement.
This is not a drill. We might see the second minute of this one. Oh, no, we
but-
won't. Wow.
So I think there he was slightly too early, so the elevator platform that he dove into wasn't high enough for that dive to then land him on the next platform properly. So, in other words, he was too fast yet again.
Wow.
Here we go!
It's some of these, like, you have to, like, whenever you're working on these strats for yourself, it takes a lot of time to start to even get a remote feel for, like, okay, am I on pace right now to have the good elevator cycle, or do I need to do the slower elevator movement this time? And, like, it just, that's probably the biggest obstacle to a lot of players doing Tsukushima cycle, is the requirement for doing that just abstractly hard elevator movement. You used to only see that, like, in 16 star being used for Shia cycle, back before people did box rollout. That used to be the way that you would hit Shia, pretty much, was by doing that underside elevator movement. And it just, that killed so many runs then, and of course it still does now.
I mean, to be fair, some people would say we're killing them because we've had way more cursing going on, both literally and figuratively, I'm sure, than usual today.
Yeah, fair. A lot
But
of
that's
commentators'
because the standards
curses
are higher.
getting passed around. I mean, we've got 6 or 7 players to work with, so I mean, it's kind of inevitable, you know. The commentators' curse has got to get spread around.
There's Ouija, just straight up falls off the platform, doesn't even get to hit the button this time, and he's laughing now. Now he's like, okay, basic stuff is falling apart. Okay, all you can do with that is laugh. What's next? Missing the bridge skip, maybe. That might prompt a break if that happens.
Oh,
Yeah,
Slip getting bopped by that staircase there. That's one of the really unfortunate bits of castle movement that can happen. Exiting Womps is surprisingly hard. Like, it takes a while to really get used to.
Oh, Chad, bridge skip was what they called it at first. That's a deep cut. It became Lakutu, because, you know, as you say, there's no real rhyme or reason to the naming, and sometimes it just changes. Usually doesn't, though. Usually when something gets named, it sticks.
Yeah, I mean, in the case of Lakitu skip, I mean, you are skipping the Lakitu cutscene, so at least that name makes a bit more sense. I mean, you're not really skipping
yeah.
a bridge.
Yeah. But it's a skip
Unless,
on
of
the
course,
bridge.
you're tasked.
Yeah. No, that's to be fair, you caught me. That's like a 2-year-old reference, I think, there.
It's kind of funny how, like, the TAS, like any TAS of this game, starts by moving in the entirely opposite direction of RTA, since, like, you can make use of that slope slide behind you to get a lot of speed for a good double jump or something. But, like, it's funny to me how, like, the first input of the run is the opposite, you know? Like, in normal runs, you run forward, in TAS runs, you run, like, back right or something to go to that slope.
Yeah.
And Flicks are really upset at Mips there, just not liking how long it took him to let him through that 30-star door.
Ooh, I think you gotta swat it at the air even a little bit. Was that like a punch?
I think so. Kind of an air punch, Maybe just, I don't know, who knows?
No chip.
Maybe kind of waving his controller in the air in frustration, and then shaking his controller like an old man at the sky. Slip's on a pretty decent pace for this one coming out of SSL.
Young man yells at rabbit. That's the headline.
Oh, we actually have Flixer going for rear stuff here.
Ooh, yeah.
Wants to just play things super safe, kind of, looks like. But of course, you can't really play too safe in fire, so you full glitch. It's a
like
very precise trick, that up warp that they're doing, right, within the first few seconds here. Because you're having to hit the very edge of the ceiling underneath that, like, full platform there. Like, right there, you see, like, Flixer just hit, like, the very corner of that ceiling polygon. If you're a little bit too far back, you'll end up hitting the wall above the ceiling instead. And if you're too far forward, you won't hit the corner itself, and the corner is what causes the up warp. Just like touching the bottom, like the ceiling from underneath won't cause the up warp. It has to be like you're touching from the edge. So these runners are making it look easy. I've seen very few full glitch fails today, but it's very precise. It's very easy to fail.
Ouija with another reset, slippery back into the nightmare lava face we discussed earlier.
Just jumping right into the fire face.
Sure.
Let's see what he does for, looks like he's going to be doing lava boost, yep.
What else might he be
He's got
considering
filter.
there, though?
Say what?
What else do you think you might consider there, though?
Oh, so that would be, you would do elevator tour instead if you wanted a bit more comfy of a start there. And Kano actually does elevator tour instead of lava boost there. Because the two are fairly comparable in time. It's just like, especially for intermediate runners, if you're not doing the most optimal lava boost, you're not going to save time with it over elevator tour. And Slip, it normally will go for lava boost, but, you know, never put it past a runner. If they're on a decent pace, they might be willing to go ahead and sacrifice a little bit of that time.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen almost exclusively lava boosts from all the runners today, I think. I'm trying to think.
Kano has done the elevator tour instead
Okay.
A few times today, but...
Okay. And I've seen him take, I mean, we saw him go for Fly Guy rather than Fly Guy-less, too. Like, we've seen him do that in a few different places.
Okay, Flixer trying for these air BLJs. Does manage to get through, though. Getting through the wall instead of the door takes, like, 200 additional speed. And so, what's really frustrating is you can have enough speed to be gaining more, and it could still take you 10 jumps to get through that wall. So, like, you could be sitting there for 10 jumps, not really sure whether or not you actually had enough speed to get through or not. But luckily, Flixer did have enough speed, and he's getting right on through the sky.
Boy, the intensity, the focus on his eyes. Again, you're right, a little closer to the camera, so maybe we can't see how intense some of the other guys look, but regardless, I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. You can just see the eyes flick around all across the
Yep.
screen, all over the place.
What I like is that they flick to the next place Mario's gonna go. As soon as an input is
Right.
in, they're done with it. They're looking to the next spot.
Yeah, you're playing like Wayne Gretzky plays hockey. You're not playing
Yeah.
where Mario is, you're playing where he's going to be.
Oh, a real sports reference. I do those sometimes, and people always tell me I'm taking a chance with this crowd. But you're just diving right into it. Hockey, no less.
I think if you're going to take any sports advice, so that's the absolute best one. Don't play in the present, play in the future.
Yeah.
Oh, diving right past his tail, though. I think he may have been able to get a glitch grab if he wanted it. I think he was close enough to the tail for that, just wasn't facing the right way, but even so. I'm getting a slight bonk on the re-grab, but...
Oh, man. And the head
second
thrown
throw's
back in
good. Just
frustration.
one more. See it happen. And there it is, our 6th 15 of the day.
Wow. Yeah, he looks happy with it. I mean, he was, again, threw his head back in frustration there. A few mistakes near the end. Definitely isn't super happy about it. And you're going to be able to easily kind of mentally shave, 8 or 9 seconds off to see what he would have gotten. Not gonna make a big difference in the end, I don't think. But look at, there we go. Pretty good. There we go. Pretty good. Not bad.
Yeah.
That's he's definitely reenacting that old GIF with a 1544.
Nice 15.
Not bad. Not bad.
Going to be 4th place for now on the leaderboard, and interestingly, the only player left without the... Of course, we know that's definitely going to get changed soon enough.
Yeah, but he's going to take it. He's going to take it. And this is just about 10 seconds off his best time last week.
Now, Slip is on a real run here. Wow. Best possible 1448. Oh,
This
but
is the
misses
chip.
chip flip.
Oh.
Oh, man. You hate to see it.
I mean, we just cut to him. We just said the run was good. Should we even talk anymore? Should we just announce times when they come out once they're done?
Yeah, just say the time and nothing else. 15:08.
Yep.
Pause the commentary for the next like 20 minutes.
Confirmed time. We will not speak before the confirmed time.
Oh man, but does manage to get through front sub just fine, so ultimately not losing as much time as he could have. 14 still on the table. Let's see how Fire Sea goes real quick. Might be on a pretty wild pacer here.
Yeah, we're gonna be handing things off in just a second, but let's see how Fire Sea goes for a slip just beforehand.
It just feels wrong to leave him hanging right at the end here.
Right, yeah. Let's see it through. Let's curse him one more time for good measure before we take a little break. I've got my my little slip voodoo doll out. I'm hitting him with the pins. For no reason. He seems like a perfectly nice guy.
Now, Slip managing to get right into the funnel there. Perfect ultimate cycle there. No real bobbles on the actual stage itself. See what happens going on into the final bit of the run here. Just a couple more minutes remaining for him. And doing that turnaround grab, kind of an interesting, like, newer strat that we've seen some runners go with, where it just gets Bowser closer to the bomb, so you don't need as much oomph behind the actual throw. It allows for some, like, even crazier, like, half or three-quarter spin kind of setups to be possible.
Yeah. As much as I'd love to see this through, I think our co-casters get to see the end of this one instead of us. All right, that is it for us. My co-caster has been and continues to be Electric, and I've been Warning Track, and we are making way for Markinator99 and AC Money. Have fun, guys.
Peace out.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Awesome jobs on the comms, guys. This has been an incredible day of Super Mario 64. I am the AC Money alongside Markinator. And, Mark, we have 6 runners with 15s. And we have one runner who does not have a 15. Oh, by the way, the one that doesn't have a 15 is the world record holder.
Yeah, it's been a pretty amazing day so far. But yeah, it's been crazy. Slippery Nip on a really nice event PB pace right here, going to BLJ's first one went really well. The second one just catches. Oh, didn't make it in the pipe, but is actually in there. So see if he can clutch this one out. About 13:45 in. Takes
Yeah,
about
he's definitely on
1:20.
15.0x pace here. And that would put him into first place. Kano has been on a roll today, and that was an incredible save.
Yeah, knowing that he didn't have the right angle to make that jump, didn't go for the dive. Incredible backup. I don't know if I've ever actually seen anyone pull back like that.
I'm not sure I have either, and this might just be barely good enough to beat Kano if he has a perfect Bowser fight. He's going to have to start with the right side here, and he's got it.
Yeah, super clean.
Nice elevator movement. No Troll Goomba. And he's going to be in the pipe in 28. We're going to full screen you here, obviously. I don't think anything drastic is going to happen on the other player's screens in the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, looking to take over Kano, just 1 second ahead. All right, there's one.
Great regrab. There's 2. For the lead! He's got it!
Got it!
Oh, that was
That always
close.
looks, yeah, it always looks a bit scary when it's like that, like the Bowser's gonna fall off, or at least the platforms will fall, like catch up to Bowser. But was able to grab it. Super nice from Slippery Nip here. What's the final time?
Now he's punched in as a
15:09.
15.09, so that's, yeah. That is your first 15.0x of the day. I think we only had 1 or 2 in the first round overall, and we're just 2 hours and a little bit of change into here, and Slip is in the lead with a 15.09. That's going to be a tough time to beat, but I don't know if it's going to stand.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to want to push that time down even further, but 15:09 is an incredible time to get. Like, first 2 hours of the event, these runners have today and tomorrow to get times. So, I mean, just who knows what the times would be pushed down to.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited. I really hope we get to see a sub 15 here. Obviously, I would be very impartial to see a sub 15 in the next 2 hours while we're on the comms. But in the meantime, we've got Kano on your left, Benny on your right. Benny is going to be heading to the sub. Kano's still got some work to do in Hazy Maze Cave. Kano's had himself the day. 3 low 15s already.
Yeah, Kano's, I was about to say, one of the ones to watch out for, especially for that 14 you're just talking about. He's an incredible runner, has had the 16-star world record very recently as well. It's been swapped between so many of these players who are here today. It's actually insane.
Benny going for back sub, but getting in immediately.
Yeah, back sub doesn't lose too much time over front sub, actually. It's probably like less than a second, I think. Not sure what the exact timing is, but if he's been messing it up, you know, why not get the runs to the finish line at least?
Yeah, fair enough. If you're not comfortable with it, you still have another, I don't know, 13 and a half hours.
Alright, making his way through Fire Sea. Did get the pole glitch. Let's see what kind of cycle he gets here. Yeah, just gonna have to jump all the way up.
Yeah, I assume he'll take the side route. Yep. Kano, meanwhile, gonna head to Mips as Benny gets some lag on his way into the Bowser fight.
Yeah, not too bad there from Benny. Just lost a few seconds there, Fire Sea. Shaking his head a bit, you know, obviously quite what he wanted to do, but getting through Fire Sea is a task by itself. Oh my gosh, the Mips clip from Kano. If you punch the door frame and grab Mips at the same time, you kind of get both, and it pushes you out of the door super quickly.
That was a textbook Mips clip.
Yeah, absolutely insane. You'll see Slippery Nip get that every now and then too. I'm not sure about anyone else, because that is really a precise trick, and if you miss it, you know, obviously you're losing time.
Well, nobody knows precise tricks better than Kano, even though he didn't just go for chip. Kano, of course, has grinded this game probably harder than any other human being. I know he's done months-long streams where he's done more or less nothing but play Mario and sleep.
Oh yeah, Stream Unlimited, the thing that Kano is known for. Those were great. But yeah, the dude's got some incredible resilience when it comes to this game.
And it's definitely paid off for today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, with Benny on BLJs. Doesn't catch on his first attempts. Alright, just gonna line it back up. Okay.
No.
Nah, just... It's so bad when, like, it starts to catch and then it just ends up dropping.
Right.
Oh, just like that! Like,
again. You can tell the frustration's starting to set in.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's a mashing thing or if that's like a kind of like an RNG. You hit the stairs wrong. But he is through.
Kind of taking a bonk. Trying to get, this is troublesome. Kind of gonna have to back this up.
Yeah, Kano, an ultimate cycle man. Who knows? Yeah, got messed up somehow. I didn't quite see, but it's in there, making it through Fire Sea. But Benny's in bits. Yeah, that was a weird
Benny
angle.
is no longer in bits.
He's out of bits.
That is deeply unfortunate. Went for the task cut, and it just did not work out. He's already reset, showing that he's not going to finish out this run. They're just going to practice a little bit more. Kano, meanwhile, sticking with it. A little bit of trouble in Fire Sea. And, of course, Benny gets it the second time.
Yeah, you could see the camera there was just slightly different. Was able to get the better angle. But yeah, unfortunate. You knew he was a little behind, or he knew he was a little behind and needed to go for something. I did see him earlier on a pacer, and he just kind of went for a very simple, like, triple jump kind of cozy pace. So saving some time, going for the hard stretch. You can't blame him at all. It was a very nice attempt. All right, but now it's Kano's turn to go into BLJs. We'll see how his goes.
Apologies for the racial epithet that somebody posted in chat a moment ago. Obviously, we are an extremely inclusive community here in the speedrunning world.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're gonna try to include Kano in the 15.0x pace here currently. Join Slippery Nip with the incredible BLJ second go. Didn't get the clip through, but that's fine.
Now his BPT unfortunately would not put him ahead of his current pace, but I'm not sure he's aware of that. He's just going to keep his foot on the gas.
Yeah, as he goes for the Cano jump, as it's known as now. Cano long jump.
As
Got
it should
one.
be.
Yeah, one cycle faster than Manamo. Now he's going for moving right. Ooh, was just a little to the left.
Oh no! And that's going to be a wrap for Cano there. And he's going to get up and take a break. Much needed, of course. He's been on an incredible grind. This is his 4th run with low 15 pace into Sky. So he's going to take a very well-deserved rest. GT, I'm going to reset here on the Lucky clip and Slip. Meanwhile, getting plus there. Didn't see if that was regular plus or Tama plus. And clearly there was something he didn't like there because he's now reset.
Yeah, I didn't quite see what happened there. Didn't quite see what happened. But yeah, Cano definitely deserving of a break. Yeah, we're
What's
hitting
your
about...
resetting after an issue with Dark World Red. So we are back to the beginning, everybody. Hope you enjoy the intro.
That's how it goes here in the speedrunning realm. We just got a few like really good runs, so
Yeah.
I mean, kind of expected.
Certainly. Well, while we have a break in the action here, I do want to remind everybody that we are raising money for Tackle Kids Cancer. It's a great charity. I mean, it says it in the name, benefits pediatric cancer. Okay, let me rephrase that. It does not benefit the cancer. It benefits kids with cancer so that they no longer have cancer. I should rephrase that as GTM gets Lucky to skip in the bottom right. Now, I'm seeing in chat right now that we have about 1,600 viewers. If everyone in chat right now donated $1.50, we would hit that goal. And I think it's been a little while since we've had a donation. I want to read some, so please do give if you are able. And exclamation point TKC to learn more about Tackle Kids Cancer.
Yeah, it's been a great cause. We've had such a great turnout with donations and just the charity of the community.
Now, GTM, clipping into the upstairs, he could just run up that staircase and he'd be at the final Bowser fight. Just kidding, that's not a loading zone.
Yeah. Yeah, you actually have to put the key in the door for the next section to load. That's why we actually have to go through all the Bowser stages.
And people do ask, and it is a valid question for beginners, why can't you just BLJ past that second key door? And the answer is number one, that's just an empty room back there. This Slippery, unfortunately, does not get the perfect cycle there, but does back it up. And also, the staircase in front of that door is not actually stairs according to the game, it's only a ramp. Just imagine if they would have done that on the 50-star door, we wouldn't even have this category.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's some really strange, questionable ideas that the makers of the game put in here that make the run like perfectly able to do what it does. And like if things were just slightly different, like it wouldn't be possible. And it really is crazy how things just line up so perfectly in this game. That's what made it such like a good game, honestly. Is its progression, its difficulty, its depth. It's just incredible to watch and to see. And the more you know about it, the more interesting these high-level runs become, because you can see like the small time losses, you know, the different cycles, and it's just so much depth involved. It's really, really fun.
There are definitely so many intricacies found, even recently in this game, largely in part due to the fact that it's a 25-year-old game that is arguably the most popular speed game of all time. I think it has the most runners on speedrun.com. Obviously, we've had a number of high-profile events. There's a number of different categories. This one, 0 and 1 star, 70 star, which a lot of these runners are experienced in. And then the longer categories, 120 star. There's just so many intricacies with this, you know, really complicated for the time game. I don't know where I was going with that. I would have just gone on all day.
Yeah.
I was waiting for you to cut me off because that was not getting to a point.
It's all good. It's all good. Because you really can just talk about the game like that. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. But yeah, currently Slippery Nip. Furthest one we have. Everyone's kind of on a hiatus or resets. GTM started doing runs recently again, so I know he was kind of on the AFK screen for a bit.
Slip with the wall clip there.
All right, let's see. You just got wait, what did he just? Did he just do Wild Blue?
Slip?
Interesting. He does this last. I haven't
I
noticed.
think he missed the wall. Got it the second time. I was too
Cannonless?
busy promoting Cherry.
Oh, okay, Cannonless. Yeah.
Sorry.
Gotcha.
Well, he.
So wait,
he said
but
something he
Bonk's
didn't
on
like.
the exit and decides to reset. Probably didn't want the Cannonless miss anyway. His
That makes
time, like
sense.
15:09, you really only have a few seconds to save. If you lose like 5 seconds in the first split, that's like a third of your time.
What's up, Big John? Yeah, this has been a crazy day. Already, 6 of the 7 runners under 16. Slip with a 15:15 and then a 15:09. Kano had a 15:22, a 15:14. 2 runs he bailed out of in Sky.
Yeah, it's been an insane day, honestly. I haven't been able to watch like everything. I just kind of started watching more so recently, but already getting a 15:09, 15:14 from Kano. Ouija, I mean, you're honestly just waiting to get a run.
Yeah.
That's-
EG has been very aggressive with resets.
Yeah, and it could just be like the start of the day. I know he's definitely a night owl. He could be having maybe some schedule issues with his sleep and stuff. But he's got plenty of time to set a good time down for the event. But I'm really glad that GTM was able to put a really good time on early. I'm just looking at the leaderboards here. 15:22. That's really nice. I don't remember exactly what he got in the first week, or the first day of the weekend. There was 2 different days. He got like a 15 something, maybe like a 15:30. And I believe this one is better than that. So already putting down such a great time. Oh no.
GTM missing wall, and that's gonna be it for that run.
Yeah, I know sometimes there could be like some silence because you're coming up to a trick, and as casters, you just don't want to curse anything.
Right.
So you kind of like, as he was running up there, we were both kind of like watching. Okay.
To answer the GNC's question, it's because that star is slower. We only collect 4 stars upstairs, and 3 of them are extremely quick. 1 of them is pretty mandatory because you have to go into Dark World anyway. And then there are a lot faster stars downstairs. So if you do a little bit of research online, check a 16-star route. There's been, a number of different strategies tried over the years, and we're almost certain the fastest one unless something crazy happens. But a pretty good question. Glad to have some beginners of the game here. Totally understandable that we have some beginner questions. Obviously, we definitely want to have lots of people watching this awesome event, as Kano's going to miss Cannonless and immediately resets. So it looks like Flixer is on the best run as of right now. In fact, he's the only one out of Dark World.
Yeah, soon we'll just get a bunch of people out at the same time like we just had.
Yeah.
We just cut it on an off cycle here.
And then
Yeah, going
eventually we'll
back-
have like 3 people on Sky.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have like a race going.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, going back to like the whole beginner stuff. If you are interested in running the game, this is like the hardest version of this category. Like AC Money just said, we are a community that's done so much over the years, and from start to finish, you can see all the different strategies. If you go to speedrun.com and you go to the Mario tab, you'll see all the guides and stuff on the left side. And you can look through all of that. We have everything from beginner strategies to expert strategies, and there's videos on YouTube and stuff. And we have a whole bunch of forums, not really forums, but pages of helpful guides for the different categories and skill levels and stuff. So everything is there for you if you're interested. And so yeah, this is definitely not the only way to play through 16 star. Way easier ways to do it. But this is just the quickest.
And you can even join our Discord if you'd like.
Yep.
And there are lots of top SM64 runners in the Discord that if you have some questions about how to run the game, I'm sure there would be lots of speedrunners willing to help you. This is definitely, like we said earlier, a very inclusive community and a very helpful one as well.
Absolutely. And with that, Flixer's out of Womps right here. Runs really don't start until after Womps. Like, you can even get out of Dark World, but if you can't hit Cannonless or something,
right?
You know, you're kind of stuck in the loop.
Slip having some issue with Wild Blue. I assume this run's gonna end momentarily. Okay, there we go. That was interesting.
Yeah. And the immediate reset. Yeah, single jump Wild Blue is not easy. All right, Flixer. All right, very nice. Textbook entrance. Very nice ground pound time. All right, super clean pillowless there from Flixer. He'll be cleaning up the last 2 stars here. I don't think he goes for Fly Guy list. I think he just does the normal one. So it should be pretty cozy.
Fly Guileless is a relatively recent strat, I believe, and only a couple runners will go for it, especially in this setting.
Yeah, he did get the he did go for like that frame perfect jump. If you do things frame perfectly in this game, you basically preserve all your movements. And just like there, he rolled out and first frame he hit the sand, he jumped, and the sand didn't eat all of the speed. So very nice from Flixer, even though he didn't do the hardest strat, saving some time. We'll just be cleaning up this one here, but oh, misses the triple.
There we go.
Yeah, just a few seconds. Such an annoying mistake, because you try so hard for the other stars, and then you kind of relax, and then you mess up the triple jump timing.
It's definitely one of the simpler stars, so that is definitely annoying.
Yeah, but it's all good. Still in there.
And it's good to see Ouija back on runs. I know that after his no reset, he was having some issues with his TV audio, and so was doing some practice in DDD to get the swimming down right.
Ooh, good backup from Flixer. Catching that ledge grab, the bully just comes right for you. All right, here we go. Let's see what he does for the... I don't know if he's going to the volcano or not. Okay, he is. Not sure if he does lava boost or if he does the elevator. We'll find out.
I was gonna go for lava boost.
Very nice.
Not gonna get poleless, that's okay. Still very fast.
Yeah, super good lava boost. I mean, saving the time that he needed to anyway, even without the faster pole ending there. It doesn't save too much time. But yeah, super good. We saw on the qualifying round that a lot of people ended up dropping lava boost if they were going for it, and some people didn't go for it at all. But the elevator loses 1 second about and is much easier. So if you're not super comfortable, or if you're kind of getting to the end of your rope with lava boost, you just keep resetting. You know, you got a nice easy backup there.
Right. So just a quick look around. Flixer, the only person so far on a run. Everyone else struggling a little bit to get some good times out of Dark World. That's certainly understandable. Obviously, these players have unlimited resets. They've been going for 2.5 hours already, but they have another 5.5 hours today. They're playing until, doing head math, 6:30 Eastern Time. And then they will have another 8 hours tomorrow.
Yeah, so there's so much time left to be played in this event. Not near over. And I feel like the runners are just going to get better and better. Like, they're just going to get more comfortable. Like, the first 2 hours of an event is when you're kind of nervous. You kind of just, you want to get some runs down maybe. But, you know, these runners have put some really solid times on the board. And I can only imagine it gets better from here.
Yeah, this is live for those of you asking. It is currently 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on this beautiful, in some parts of the world, Saturday, December 4th.
Yeah, these runners are killing it. Absolutely killing it.
Sounds like something a pre-recorded commentator would say. Yep, got us.
Yeah, that's what we're just pressing buttons on the responses. All right, cool. Flixer has one more star to go here in HMC, but we'll be jumping out here pretty soon. And we've got Kano going into Womps. Hopefully we'll see him join Flixer in the basement. Well, he'll probably be out, but Kano will get his turn.
Saren has already put in a command for the literal link that I was about to make.
Awesome. What is that?
The 16-star route. Big John pointed out that we should post the route for people that might be newer.
Ah, perfect. Sorry, I don't have the stream pulled up. I probably should.
I only leave it up to see who in chat is yelling at me.
Fair enough.
We do have quite a few donations, if you will allow me to read them. We have Anonymous with $10. Let's go Slip. Agreed. Slip's been on a heater today. Zio with $5 saying, shout out to GTM for competing despite his hands being freezing cold from the harsh Arctic weather. Obviously, being in Antarctica, it's a little bit more difficult to play. Anonymous with $5 says F Cancer, completely agree. Mario Blazeit says 420, appropriately. Saying funny number for charity. We definitely appreciate funny numbers for charity. PMAC with $1 saying go Kano. Kano has had a great day so far. And Benter64 dropping the hundo, $100, saying GL to all the runners, though GTM deserves it the most. Thank you all so much for your donations. Keep them coming.
That is very true. GTM does deserve it the most. Something everyone in the community understands. That's why we're rooting for him. Even if he is in the Arctic. But no, all jokes aside, thank you so much for the donations. It's really great. But we got Flixer here in Fire Sea. He's getting pole glitch, very nice. Looking like some solid movement here. Oh, getting caught, but gets uncaught. Can still make it, but slides. All right, walk
Get it? Yes, great save.
Yeah, that was intense. That was pretty intense. But making it through Fire Sea. That was like super good until like basically he slid. That was really unfortunate. The first catch like wasn't quite as bad.
Gonna full screen Flixer as he is far and away on the best run right now. Obviously, if something happens on one of the other screens, we'll switch it over to them as well. So you're not gonna miss anything major, don't worry. All you're missing right now is some Dark World and some resets.
Yep, all eyes on Flixer here. Gets the Bowser throw. Always something you want to see. I think we saw Slip just before we jumped on, like, get a super, super close Fire Sea throw. But I haven't seen any misses. Maybe they have been. I just missed them all. But going into BLJs here for Flixer. Trying to do some math here to see what his best possible time is. Probably mid-15. Probably what we're looking at. 15-2 if he gets like super good BLJs.
Sounds about right. His BPT appears to be 1532.
Ah, okay.
Well, there's a good first BLJ. So one part down. So Sky takes a minute 20 and change.
There we
and
go.
a quick in, so yeah, that puts him right on 15:32. That
Perfect.
would
Just needs a clean.
improve his time, although it would not bump him ahead of GTM.
Ooh, yeah. I could imagine he might be able to gold this as well, but did just make a slight mistake there. Going to catch like 1 cycle later. Not too bad. But those were like great BLJs. Ooh. Just catches the ledge there.
Okay, right side's the important one. Going back. Going for left side now. Okay.
Alright. Was able to get the backup at least. He's up there. So probably definitely like can't gold now. Still looking to set a really solid time. Just make it into the pipe. 15.
So with a
Yeah,
perfect Bowser, he would improve by a couple seconds on his time.
Yeah, he can definitely improve on a couple seconds. So I guess his bits gold is actually like super good because I'm not seeing too much gold potential actually. But that's 1 throw for 1. The seconds are going to matter later on, so he's definitely fighting for some important time.
I'm guessing he doesn't have Bowser throws split, and there it goes.
Yeah.
Ah, so unfortunate. Thumbs up to the chat. I'm sure Flix very much appreciates all of the support and love that you guys are giving him. But we know that he's still got some good runs up his sleeve. Speaking of good runs, Ouija is ahead of schedule right now in Womp's Fortress.
At a schedule. Yeah, 15, about a 15:21 fade out there. Womps, that's like a super good time.
15?
Or, I'm sorry, I said 15. 4:21.
If he's having a 15:21
just
fade out of Womps, I don't know how he qualified for this event.
It's already over. No, sorry. Thinking about bits.
I mean, he's only the former world record holder as of like a couple days ago.
Yeah, it was literally the world record holder when this event started, and Ouija took it back. Which we still haven't seen a crazy run from Ouija. I haven't really been keeping an eye on him. But Fly Guy list from Ouija.
And he's got it. That is a very generous Condor hitbox.
Oh my
goodness,
word.
what a save! What a save! I didn't even know you could do that.
That was crazy. I know you could do different backups there. I was not expecting him to like jump on the quicksand. That was nuts. It does have like a tiny generous hitbox towards like the upper end, I guess, as you could see there. So him knowing that, very nice backup.
I'm a plus.
Oh, that's not it.
Hello.
He
Oh
fell.
no.
Yeah.
No, come on. That's how this run ends.
Hey, Mario.
And we are gonna have 6 intro cutscenes. That is
Oh my
unfortunate.
word.
Such a good run. But obviously, being the well, now we're gonna have 7 intro cutscenes. This kind of is just falling off of Dark World. It sure would be a great time to talk about the charity. In fact, as we can see here, the Tackle Kids Cancer is a charity dedicated to funding critical research and innovative patient care programs to help defeat pediatric cancer. The link is in the description, and it is part of the Hackensack Meridian Health Network. I have been informed by our streamer extraordinaire Saren that we still have $3,000 in matching funds. So if you donate, your donations will be matched dollar for dollar up through the next $3,000 donated. So if you only have $5 to give, you're actually giving 10. So we definitely appreciate any donations that you can give. Obviously, you know, hard time for some people, so we definitely understand. But if you are able, we would certainly appreciate the donations.
Yeah, it'd be great, great cause. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, Ouija has just backwards long jumped into Womp's Fortress. I do not believe that is what he meant to do.
Yeah,
So
probably.
to answer some questions in the chat, we are on a live time attack, so these runners have 8 hours today and 8 hours tomorrow to put up their best possible runs. So if they die, they can just reset and try again, because at this point, if you take a death, you are definitely going to be way behind your best possible time with 16 hours of gameplay, and we still have over 13 left. So exclamation point format if you'd like to learn more.
Yeah, it's gonna be a crazy weekend today and tomorrow. And then, yeah, everything that they get goes towards the leaderboards, and it's just whoever's got the best time at the end of the day. The end of the weekend, rather.
Correct. So if they get a better time tomorrow than they did today, their better time tomorrow counts. If not, their better time today counts. And we do have prizes for all of these competitors. And the winner, I think, is like 1,500. I don't remember off the top of my head.
That sounds right. Yeah, I think it's like 5K spread out between all of them, and the top prize is like 1,500 or something.
Yep. Yeah, so there is some cash on the line for these runners. We're not going to make them do this for free, even though it is a charity event. 14. Okay.
14, close enough. Close enough. But yeah, we probably will make a bigger deal out of it tomorrow once times get more solidified. Right now, we're just looking, I'm sure the runners are just looking to put like some really good times up, kind of feel it out. I feel like that's what a lot of the first days are of weekends like this. We've had a few of them now. All right, Kano's in Womp's Fortress yet again, alongside GTM, about to be meeting him.
Looks like Fluxer is in Womps as well.
Oh, yeah, he was already there. I'm blind.
We're so focused on Kano's glorious costume.
It is distracting.
Yes.
All right, okay, looks like Fluxer's making it out.
Yeah. GTM might not be, although that was a pretty swag parkour wall kick.
Don't touch the floor. I think he did grab that star without touching that platform at all. Very impressive. All right, Slippery Nips and Womps. Okay, we're getting some runs going. Ooh, GTM got Canalus.
Much better. Yeah, this is the first time. So that will keep this run going.
Absolutely. We just want to see them all in the basement and upstairs. Ooh.
Well, that's interesting.
Thought about it for a moment. You get caught, if you touch that box, you just kind of stop in place. And it kind of holds you there until you jump. But yeah, got the medium bomb. It kind of looked like the big bomb, but it was definitely the medium bomb.
The big bomb, isn't that a Bob on Battlefield? GTM on his way out of Womp's Fortress while I make my way out of the commentary booth.
There is a big bomb there, yeah.
Yes.
Rumor has it he actually turns into one of the rolling balls at the bottom of the hill after you defeat him. Because before there's 2, and after that star there's 3.
And one of the pink bob-ombs does say that he turned into a big dud. So that would,
Yep. It does have it. Oh, Flag Eyeless attempt from GTM. No! Oh,
well,
my
that's deeply unfortunate. He had a bad lineup, tried to go for the top of the pyramid star, and then had a way too low of a long jump, and he knew immediately that he was going to get heated into the quicksand, and so we're going to head over to Slippery Nip, who is going to be heading to Shifting Sandland himself after a quick bonk.
Yeah, it's our fault we did that to him. He felt it. He felt the disturbance in the Mario. Okay, big bomb.
Great complex.
Yeah, it's a little to the right, but he's good. He's good.
There we go.
If you know that right side movement, it's really nice. It can be pretty scary if you don't know it, though.
Ouija heading into the basement as well in the top right of your screen.
Yeah. See, they're all getting in the groove. Fly guy list from Slip.
Got it.
Is that angle
Well,
good? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
He had to go a little to the right, but yeah, it was definitely able to make it work.
Fly guy attempt for Ouija as well. Knocks the star.
Oh, he's good.
He is good as well, so we are 2 for 2 on Fly Guy lists. All of a sudden, some runs starting to matriculate. I hope I used the word matriculate correctly. I'm sure chat will tell me whether or not I did.
That's a new one. I'll have to look it up. I'll start using it.
As long as I use it correctly.
Yeah, we just gotta figure it out what it means.
Yeah.
Alright, Slippery Dip and Lethal Lava Land. Suiji's gonna meet him here. This is actually pretty cool. It's like a...
Ouija still has
going.
plus. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't do plus? Okay, yeah, he's got 6 stars.
Here we go.
Alright, very nice reds. This is Ouija. Is he going... There's no way he's going for it last. Did he mess up the grab? I assume he did.
Possibly. I wasn't paying too much attention. Obviously, with 7 runs on the screen and 2 commentators, there's only so much we can do.
Yeah, and Slippery Nip was just there. Making his way into the volcano. Oh my gosh, he made it up there.
And great quick pulls.
Here we go.
Yeah, he got the sound of like the invisible wall hit or like a wall bonk that you can't wall kick off of or something that kills your speed. Like that's the sound that played, and I don't know what happened, but all that matters is he completed the star. Right, side hop. Really cool. Slippery Nip does like a different camera than I think a lot of people. Is once he like sets his angle with that jump, he'll hit C left so he can kind of see the cage earlier and get to judge the wall kick. I've seen a few runners pick it up.
Will there be a Mike Tyson's Punch-Out speedrun in the future? That'd be pretty interesting. I know that there are a couple very good Punch-Out runners. Maybe. Definitely, if you have any suggestions, go plop them in the Discord. ! Discord to join our Discord. It's free!
That is free, that's true. Yeah, it's a really good community Discord. The GSA one as well as the SM64 one. If you have any questions or anything like that, people are always willing to chat. Just hang out.
Yeah? Ouija. That was a very unnecessary loud noise, I apologize. Nice C-up slide there from Slippery. Do you want to explain how that trick works for our newer viewers?
Yeah, essentially, before Mario slides, if he kind of gets caught in the C-up position, the C-up position is when Mario just stands still, and the mechanic works really interesting. If you hit it right before a slope and Mario continues to run on the slope, he will get the C-up camera, and you will gain speed on the slope. So right there, we can use some of those mechanics to do that star a bit faster. I think it's a pretty good bit faster if you can get a good slide. But obviously, it's very hard. It's a pretty precise timing to jump down there. There's not a whole lot of space to get speed and hit the C-up camera. But yeah, super, super cool to see. And runners like Slippery Nip pull it out. Yeah, he pulls it out like it's no big deal. But yeah, Ouija is right behind.
Even though Slip is behind PB pace, his best possible time is a 14:54. So he could definitely improve on that run. As we recall, he lost, I think, 8 seconds in DDD right when we were about to... Or no, I think we were commentating.
No. That was, well, he got like a 15:15, but he already had the 15:09.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, if he didn't make that mistake, it probably would have PB'd, I think. Or event PB.
I gotcha. C up slide for Suigi. That's 2 for 2.
Such a quick grab. He literally just ran to the door and turned around. Super good. Gosh, Slippery Nip and has just got these tricks down to such a science.
I mean, the top level of competition in this game is absurd. There's the chip clip. The top level of competition in this game is absurd. I think there's now 4 or 5 runners with a sub 15, which was only accomplished like the second half of this year, I think. And the best possible times that these runners have, the sum of bests, are pretty close to their PBs.
Yeah, it's very close. I mean, they're only losing like a dozen seconds or so, basically, in order to PB.
Right.
I'm not
Great
sure.
clip there by Suigi.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what Slippery Nip's sum of best is, but I mean, his event PB is probably like not far off of 30 seconds. But oh, didn't get the wall kick. What a strange way to mess up Fire Seed.
Is he gonna be able to one cycle this?
He can if he can get up
Close.
there. Oh, he didn't side
no,
flip.
it's over now. Oh, that's
Yeah,
unfortunate. He's gonna have to wait. Come back up.
Yeah, that might do it.
And a burn. Oh no. Oh no. And that is a death.
Yeah.
So unfortunate.
He's only got like what I was saying before that happened. He's only got like 35 seconds to spare, and missing like 15 seconds basically as he did when he missed that cycle is not the best. Maybe less.
Well, we're gonna swap out Flip for Kano, as he does not go for Flag Eyeless. Suigi with a much cleaner Fire Seed.
Yeah, ultimate Fire Seed. Okay, right side, he's got it. That was a perfect
That
Fire
was
Seed.
so clean.
Yeah, anytime you see those 3 rollouts there at the very end with that wall kick, that is like the fastest cycle anyone can possibly make.
Quickly, I do want to read some donations. Menace Monk with $3.80 says, to fix the totals, also Menace Jump. Thank you for evening in at that dollar count. And Bursakez with $10. Thank you all very much. Of course, we are raising money for Tackle Kids Cancer. We definitely appreciate if you could donate, if you are able.
Yep, everything is matched, so your donations count twice.
Yes.
Do not miss out on this perfect opportunity to help out charity. Be fantastic. And with that, Suigi's on an amazing pace here into BLJ's.
Yeah, we're going to full screen him. It is still possible for him for sub 15. That does not help.
Okay. It is still possible. Just needs some good BLJs here. And he's just misses the first step, but he got
There
okay.
we go. But he, oh, actually, that was pretty solid.
Yeah, that was really good. I mean, missed the first couple catches, but just was barely off of that first step. Okay, that's
Not with
just
the quick entry,
incredible.
but that's fine. So
Yeah.
now a 15:03, but that would put him into first place. Suigi all the way down there in 5th, of course, for those just joining us. That was Suigi's first run of the day. After that, he was having some issues with his TV audio and took about an hour and a half to practice. So yeah, it's not really put in very many runs yet, but the former world record holder, as of a couple of days ago when Ouija bopped him, would love... Okay, that's fine. Would love to take first place here, which is right now a 15:09. I think Ouija led everybody last weekend with a 15:05. Not sure if that's still possible.
Yeah, it should be about match. You can definitely take first place here. That was an incredible bit. Other than moving right side, got standing right side, so that was the only time loss. He's 1 for 1 here on these throws. Hit it, please hit it. Okay. Oh man, can still beat his time.
Yes. Most importantly, this is still an active run because his best time is a 15:48. So even with a missed throw, he will probably bop GTM for 3rd place. Yep, commentator's curse. That was all on me. It's my bad.
Yeah, no, that was great. You'll see. I mean, he's gonna finish about 15 seconds off of what his best possible time was going into bits.
15:19. So there you go.
Yeah, gonna bob
Ouija.
GTM there.
Ouija will move into 3rd place. He's finally put together a solid run, although super unfortunate that missed throw is going to cost him 1st place. I don't think 15:09 is going to stand as 1st place. I'm just going to put that out there.
No. I think we were talking about that when it happened. Did we watch Slippery Nip when it happened, or I think we were talking about the 15:09 at least. I can't remember. There's been so many good runs.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, we were talking about how even though he's got that 09, he wants to push down even further. We did watch that run because he beat Kano. We did watch that.
Yep.
But yeah, it's not going to stand. I agree.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to
we're
push
only
down
3
to
hours into this
14.
event. There's still 5 hours today and another 8 tomorrow. Only their best single run counts. Nice entry sync there, even though they're on different stars. We always appreciate a nice sync here at GSA.
I got a nice emote if anybody subscribes or uses channel points. Nice kitchen sink. All right, really nice start from both. Gonna be basically a synced fade out still. Those stars are basically the exact same amount of time. About 16 seconds. But we split.
Well, this is Kano's 5th MIPS clip coming up here already. At least 5th.
Yeah, he's been getting some really good runs. So consistent. One of the reasons I really love these events, that's, okay, he got the insta clip for MIPS. It's like what Slippery Nip got just a bit ago. Alright, perfect MIPS from Kano. And I kind of forgot what I was going to say, but there's the consistency of the runners on events like this, I think kind of brings out the competition in them, the competitive nature, and the focus is just all in on the Mario. And these runners can get so consistent. It's so insane.
And ultimately, even though it only takes 1 run, I think it's going to be the most consistent runner that takes home the prize at the end of the weekend. Ultimately, you're only going to get a finite number of runs, and the more runs you have going deep, the overall vastly better chance you have of getting a very top run. Obviously, Kano already has had 4 very deep runs. This could be number 5.
Yeah, in Fire C. Flickshare on MIPS clip.
That's just informing us that Kano is sub 15 pace right now.
Oh,
Not anymore. Commentators. Right on cue. Right on cue. That's an all-timer. That was like frame perfect commentator's curse.
Yeah, just Kano is a frame early on his A press and just got the dive portion.
So, I guess it's Kano because I know that I've heard most people with that spelling that are Japanese pronounce it Kano.
I've heard both. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, taking a second burn there at the end. I think he's fine with either because I hear Mario runners call him both all the time.
I see.
Alright, yeah, in Fire C. Does he do the crazy catch? No, okay. Oh no, he missed the grab. He's late on the punch, I guess.
And he's dead.
Runs into the Bowser. He had a rough Fire C. He missed the first cycle or the 0 cycle, so wasn't the best pace in there anyway. But we got Flickshare on the other screen here, gonna be picking up the slack.
And he's gonna get the full jump.
All right, really good movement here.
Obviously, we will move back to split screen if anyone else gets on a run. But for right now, it's just Flixer.
Yeah, and again, Flixer with the ultimate fire seat, or maybe Ouija got the ultimate fire seat earlier, but insane movement from these runners. That's like that was considered like basically RTA impossible for a long time, and it's very recently that runners actually picked it up and have been able to do it in runs to a really consistent basis. This takes those hours and hours of grinding. That's gonna hit. Okay, good.
Good stuff, and he is ahead of, or excuse me, his best possible time is ahead of PB. I don't know if he's precisely ahead of PB. And this is the third good run now for Flixer, I think.
Yeah, he's been getting them. He is on point today. With the eyes of the tiger. Let's see, 13:20 exit. What is his time? We got 15:44.
Correct.
Yeah, he's definitely on pace here. All right, first BLJ.
It catches, he's through.
Yeah, kind of played his luck there. Didn't land as far down as he wanted to the bottom stair. But yeah, it's in there. Okay, angle a little off.
Careful.
Avoiding wet dry world on the right side of the stairs. Yeah. Crisis averted. 14:04 entrance. Yeah, it's definitely looking at like a 15:20. As you can see, best possible time 15:24. I always forget that that's there.
No, no. And that's going to be the end of the run. I think he's going to finish it out, but at this point.
Yeah, probably not going to PB, but yeah, maybe just run through for the sake of running through.
Well, Kondo is staying in Fire Seat, presumably to do some practice, as we watch Flixer in the bottom center. In the Hepta box? No, that's 7. Slip is on the main screen right now. He is heading out of Womp's Fortress, right on PB pace.
Who's heading out of Womp's Fortress? Are you talking about Slippery Nip?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
And I don't know what Flixer just happened to Flixer, but unfortunately he is now reset. Kono's still struggling in Fire Seat. Obviously this run is over, he's just practicing.
Yeah, just messing around with the pole glitch there. Alright, Fly Guyless.
Fly Guyless.
Okay.
I think this is good.
Oh, that was really good. He didn't even need to like
Perfect.
strafe right.
Here we go!
That was super clean. You all
yeah,
are
I-
enjoying this live time attack format. These runners have 16 hours across 2 days. They're 3 in today. They still got 5 to go to put up as many runs as they can, and only the best one counts. Thank you very much for joining us. The AC Money alongside Markinator here with you for another hour. And of course, we are raising money for Tackle Kids Cancer. We very much appreciate if you would be able to donate, and the next $3,000 that gets donated will be matched. So if you donate 1, you're actually donating 2.
Yep, and that's such a good way to look at it, too. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, just saying, it's such a good way to look at it. All of your donations, all of your charitable donations get doubled. And we've already hit 5,000 in the first weekend. It was insane. People showed up and showed out. But it was, we still got a little more to go. 7,500, I believe, they match up to. And so that leaves us with about 2,400, 2,334 to go. So anything does help. We really appreciate it. Slippery Nip gets side hop like a pro.
Here we go!
But yeah, we will be reading out your donations if you have not heard us do that yet.
Yeah, so we will read out your funny memes. We've had a couple already.
Alright, Slippery Nip going for the volcano. He does a very similar camera. A lot of runners will swap back to Lakitu skip, and he stays in Mario Cam.
Oh no! He was going for poleless and missed it. And he's gonna take a burn. I don't know if that's gonna be the end of the run, but he was right on PB pace, and that is all she wrote there.
Yeah, definitely gonna be the end. But was just looking to get those extra couple frames. I mean, more than a couple, but that's a super hard trick that you really kind of only see in single star attempts.
And he got it again, but bonked the front. So that's definitely the end. Now, Ouija actually is on the best run. We've been waiting for some time for him to put together a run. We know. There we go. Okay.
He just jumped over Bowser and grabbed him. Like, what is that? I've never seen that before.
Ouija, obviously the world record holder, performing a 14:53 just a few days ago. For those curious, Kano's run is long over. He's just practicing Fire Sea. And there is the reset from Slippery Nip that we knew was coming.
Yeah,
Benny heading to the basement, by the way, in the upper middle.
Yeah, Benny on a good run. Let's see where it goes. Benny has
Hexabox, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, Hexabox. The anyway, I was gonna talk about Benny for a moment. We haven't seen too much about him. Oh my gosh, Ouija getting the long jump. Like basically setup-less is going all feel and all knowledge. Meanwhile, Benny getting pillarless, he's in there. Okay, very nice. That was such a sick cannonless from Ouija though.
Yeah.
I remember Dowski attempting that in world record attempts like a year ago or so, and was his ultimate decided was like, this is crazy.
No! Ouija immediate reset, and obviously like the 1724 doesn't even begin to tell the story of how good Ouija is. It's more the fact that he hasn't had a deep run outside of the no reset because he's been so aggressive with resetting. Now he does have 13 hours of play left, so that's understandable. But at some point, he's going to have to put up a run. And it has not happened yet.
Yeah, he'll get there. Plenty of time. He definitely is one of the runners who likes really good times. He doesn't enjoy finishing runs that aren't on good pace. So just feeling it out. He'll catch a wave here at one part of the day and just start crushing some runs.
GTM is going to practice some LBLJ after he unfortunately was not able to get cannonless, so that run's over. And that leaves Flixer and Benny on the only runs, and then Flixer's only in Dark World. Benny taking a burn, though, trying to get over to red coins.
It's me, Mario.
Yeah, Benny on a decent run. That burn kind of sucks. Taking about like probably 3 seconds time loss every time you burn. But still in there. It wasn't tragic. Benny hasn't gotten too many runs going, so I'm sure he really wants to continue this. But Benny primarily a 70-star runner if nobody knows too much about him. And then just going for 16-star here. And sorry, you keep trying to talk. But going for 16-star, he's not the most practiced on the optimal strat. So it goes for more safe strats, you'll see, versus the other runners. But go for it.
Thank you. You were saying something much more important than what I was going to say. I was just going to answer a question in chat about the runners streaming. The ones who are not streaming on their main accounts are streaming on alt accounts so that you guys focus on this instead of just them, which we appreciate them doing. Very selfless of them. Reset
Absolutely.
counter, yeah, next time. That's actually a cool idea.
That would be good.
We
I'm sure
937 resets.
Right. I'm sure we could get that. LiveSplit keeps track of that stuff.
Oh. Yeah, maybe. Ah, Benny not able to get logless.
me, Mario.
Yeah, unfortunate loss there. Did lose some time, was looking to try to make it real clean. He's going to take a quick break. Looks like he had some food and stuff.
Yep, obviously with 16 hours of gameplay over 2 days, we're going to give runners lots and lots of opportunities to take breaks.
Yeah, very important actually. Don't want to be sitting down for too many hours. Get the blood flow going.
Yep.
Highly encouraged.
Yeah, we're only on 2-hour shifts as commentators. I can imagine commentating this for 8 hours would be quite the chore. I can't even imagine how playing would be.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So definitely important that they take lots of breaks and reset, center themselves. There's something I was going to say there, it just kind of fell off.
No, it was great. That's exactly what runners want to do.
Yes.
But yeah, most of them kind of just in Dark World womps. As we see Flixer here.
I tell you what, Flixer does not have the best PB among these runners. He has not had anything lower than a 15:21, but it seems like he's been on the main screen at least while we've been commentating the most of anyone. So he's definitely impressing me a lot.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of runs going for sure. He's not going for the like super duper hard strats that you'll see maybe Slippery Nip or Kano go for. But like you said, he's getting the runs going. He's been on PB pace into BLJs, I think a couple times since we've seen him. In the last like hour or so. I mean, if he could PB in this event.
Still 8 seconds behind PB, but obviously you can see from his best possible time, he has quite a bit of time to save. Flip with an interesting run through of Dark World. Sick free run. I love that glitchy wall kick. I think I messed up the copy pasta, but...
Alright, going into SSL. He's had some consistent SSLs. Hopefully we can see him in BLJs again. See him just crush the basement. Very nice.
Tama plus,
Oh.
and for the person asking in chat, that's what plus is. Pillarless, flipping through the top. Usually you have to go across 4 pillars and then ride that platform down once the top of the pyramid breaks. That is a much quicker way of getting that star at the very top of the pyramid. So we're just going to take a death there. He'll reset. Benny into Big Boo's Haunt. This is quite an interesting 16-star ride out of Benny. /S, Kappa. Oh yeah, we're all forgetting the greatest trick. The greatest trick, of course, is the friends we made along the way.
Absolutely. And the times we've put down on the leaderboards. We like those too.
Yes. The greatest trick is just swish a 1452, get world record.
True. Just a quick swish swoosh.
Yes.
Alright, awesome. Flixer making that SSL.
And
Off
the
Lava
donos. Yep.
Land.
Oh, speaking of donos, we have one. We have 2, actually. Brad Shuby donates $20, says, "Go Slip, go Hypers." Looks like he's getting started on a run. And Johnny and Alyssa Walker teaming up for a $20 donation. Thank you to all of you for your donations. We're at 5,200, and we still have a long way to go this weekend in terms of time. And obviously, those donations are going to get matched. So, again, appreciate if you will donate if you are able.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Always appreciate
Hypers
it.
money, agreed.
Alright, Flixer, all eyes on you. See how we can do in this Lethal Lava Land. Everyone else in Dark World are resetting.
Yep. Slip at least on the Bowser fight, so he's going to be in Womps in just a second.
Yep. I like the camera from Flixer there. He goes into Mario Cam right before he grabs the ledge. And we saw that from Zine as well on the last weekend. Maybe something Flixer picked up. Maybe he was doing it as well, but definitely looks like he can save some strafing frames. Getting a nice eye on that star, but it takes a burn, as I was thinking. Okay, yeah, needs Needs some health. Probably should have just gone for the elevator star instead of getting health, because you need basically max health to do this.
Well, it worked.
But gets it, yeah. I mean, keeps the run going.
You don't argue with if it works.
Yeah. Maybe he just never practiced the elevator star. Maybe it would just be way worse. If you don't practice strats and you go for them because they're easier, they're going to be harder. It's just how it is. You gotta know what you're doing. Very nice.
I didn't see what happened to Slip if he reset. Flixer looking good. He is 11 stars in. He is off to Hazy Maze Cave. For 3 stars and a Toad. Total of 4.
Yeah, the haziest, maziest, caviest place we know of here in Mario.
Yes.
Alright, going for a triple box jump here. Alright, right over there. No issues at all. That's the trick that you see a lot of runners kind of make mistakes on, especially I think it's 70 and 120 when it's not like such a main star. So it kind of goes a little underappreciated here in 16. So he gets a nice clean Toad back in the HMC. I think he's got rolling rocks and then emergency exits. He'll be off to MIPS.
I hate to distract from this excellent run that Flixer is on, but I do have to point out that our matching benefactor Sleep has just dropped another 500. It says, finals weekend, let's hit that goal and maybe squeeze in a 14 today. Thank you so much, Sleep, for your continued support and all of your matching funds. As a reminder, Sleep is going to be matching a lot more of those donations, so please do donate to help out Tackle Kids Cancer.
Yeah, thank you so much, actually. He's somebody who's donated last weekend, donated a lot of money, and the one matching is basically matching his own donations. So thank you so much. That was very, very generous, getting everything kicked off and going. $5,700.
There is a reason we call it the Sleep 16. It's not just a pun. I mean, it is a pun, but it's more than just a pun.
It's more. Okay, yeah, literally, you saw him like hesitate there, walked straight up to the exact spot he wanted. No need to adjust. No way! He dropped MIPS through the floor.
That is such a rare thing to happen, and this run is dead. Oh no.
That's so sad. He got the Miz clip instead of the MIPS clip. Super, super sad. You can, I mean, if you're in an actual 16-star run and say you were like a minute ahead of your PB there, you could go back into Lethal Lava Land, die, and the MIPS would respawn. Assuming you didn't grab the star by accident. The MIPS will respawn for you, as long as you leave the star where it is.
Super unfortunate that that happened to Flixer. He's definitely been one of the breakout stars of this tournament. Ouija is on the deepest run right now. Again, for those just joining us, trying to figure out why the world record holder is far and away in last place. He has been extremely aggressive with resets. We started off the day with a no reset run, which was at 17:24, and that is the only run that he has completed. But obviously, he still has a day and a half to go, so...
Yeah, he's got plenty of
still on
time.
the clock. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ouija, if there's anyone here who's kind of fairly confident in their gameplay, it's probably Ouija. And so, definitely playing it a little more risky than the other players. That would be my assumption, at least, as to why.
Yeah, I'm sure if push comes to shove, he'll start to get a little less aggressive later in the tournament. You know, if he's still sitting on that 17:24 halfway through tomorrow.
That would be bad.
I do not think that is going to happen in full transparency. I'm sure he will put up a run today at some point.
Yeah. Oh, going for the extra strat here, gets the clip right into the long jump.
And now he can't take any more burns.
Yeah, it is a little more dangerous. Didn't get the ledge grab skip, but that's fine. That was a cool strat. That's like brand new. I don't know if that's like just discovered or people are just doing it, but that's very, very new.
Slip is trying to BLJ on the elevator. It's not working.
Oh. It's like a task BLJ.
Yeah, I am not confident if I've ever seen that RTA.
If anyone's ever done that, it's Dowski on some crazy attempt.
It might, maybe it's been done once or twice.
Oh.
But great
Okay.
pulse kick by Ouija. Miko did it. Okay. We're gonna split screen Ouija and Kano. I don't mean to diminish Miko's accomplishments.
No, not at all.
That is crazy.
All right, Ouija. Yeah, I mean, he's on an incredible run. He's getting like crazy strats left and right. And he's done with Lethal Lava Land. Like Polis is again, we said it a little earlier when Slip went for it and missed it, that it's really a single star strat. It's not really a 16-star type strat, but Ouija has been going for it, and you can see the other top runners kind of going for it as well. It's eking its way in.
Jeez. Feeding the trolls, love it.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Savable.
Yeah, he wants the camera.
So there goes best ever pace, but the point being, this is far and away the best run he's had, other than, or at least in terms of length of the run, this is the deepest he's gone since the very beginning of the day.
Yeah, we haven't seen him on the main screen at all since me and you have started our little time block.
Yeah.
But all right, yeah, but we got Kano following close behind. We got both of them up on screen. So it just has one more star. I'm not sure what it is. Ouija goes for triple. Yeah, super clean. Great angle.
Adam Ferrari says he can still 14 with this, and Adam Ferrari is a guy who would know. Kind of going.
Yeah, I mean, Ouija, that was the only mistake he had. So yeah, there's a couple seconds time loss is basically all he's looking at. So, and yeah, incredible run for Ouija. Yeah, we did kind of act as though it was like a horrible thing when he bonked earlier, but it wasn't that bad. It really wasn't.
Yeah.
He just bonked there, but
Yeah.
this is like the only time losses he's had the whole time. And he's been nailing like these crazy strats that's been saving him time.
The 10-13 HMC exit. Checking the world record by Suiji, his HMC exit was a 10:05. Really did lose a little bit of time in DED. So, still doable with perfect play.
Yeah, he's
It's
probably
going to be
looking like
very
right
tough.
at 15.
Moreover, very doable. Well, I mean, it's going to be very hard. I'm not meaning to say that this is a foregone conclusion by any stretch,
Finishable.
but it is still definitely doable that he could at least take the lead in this one. Going from last to first would definitely be a huge accomplishment. And he's going to go for Chip, and I have already cursed him, and never mind.
Now he's got it. Ouija's in the zone.
Reverse psychology.
Let's see, Kano's got 14 stars. He's got one more to go. Ouija lines up this front sub. Beautiful. I always get nervous when they like touch the front of the sub there as they roll out. Like you kind of like eke over the edge so it's fine, but it always kind of looks like they're about to slide back.
I've just been informed that we're going to be on Twitch front page in a little bit, so everybody will be on your best behavior. And having
awesome.
just said that, I've already ruined chat, so sorry, Saren.
It's over.
Yep.
Didn't even start. Nice pole glitch. Nice rollouts here in that little section. Okay, didn't get the third rollouts. Not sure if he wanted it or not. But oh, it takes the burn.
No.
He's fine. He's fine. Not even gonna bother with the heart. Just gonna go up.
Yeah, that's fair. Kind of completes his MIPS clip. Quickly, $20.64 by Jur. Thank you so much for your donation. And thank you for the follow, Midgar Material.
Really nice fire C there from Ouija. Bit of a mess up there at the end, but was able to keep it together. But yeah, appreciate all the support. Anything we could get from you guys is appreciated. GSA does a lot of different events. Speedrun, Twitch channel.
Kind of having some trouble with front sub. Kind of having a lot of trouble with front sub, and the lag is starting to build up. Oh my goodness.
A lot of trouble.
Ugh. Tough break there by Kano. It's not the 7th or so run, and he's been into Fire Seat today, although this one well behind his others because of that difficulty with front sub. Moment of truth, though, is on the left of your screen. Ouija is on a great pace, and it's going to get that much better with a phenomenal first BLJ.
Yeah, and zips up those stairs. Was able to keep the speed and just went right over to him.
Good angle, and immediately in.
That's like perfect. Oh, but Kano takes a dive, so it's all up to Ouija here.
That is unfortunate, but it allows us to focus all of our energy on Ouija as he goes for the lead. Gonna do the triple jump strat, nothing drastic. Actually, we're gonna slide in Flixer, who... Hi again, Flixer. He's been on a roll today. He's in HMC.
Yeah, he's been killing it.
Right
So
side
Ouija
coming up
moving
for
right.
Ouija.
So, triple
So,
jump.
sub 15 out of the question, taking the lead, not out of the question at all. As a
very
reminder,
low
Ouija came in first place in the qualifiers with a 15:05. He was not the world record holder at the time. He took the record this week. So Ouija got the bye. So there's one. There's two.
That's it. That's it, right?
There it
I didn't
is.
hear it. Okay,
I heard
there it is. Okay. Looking away, wants to reduce all the lag.
02:03. That is the best run we have had so far on this LTA, counting last weekend. And a 15:03. Ouija, the aggressive resets have paid off. He has gone from worst to first, and now every one of these players, only a quarter of the way through this event, are sub 16. Incredible.
Yeah, no time at all has gone by in this event, and every runner putting up some really good times. Like you just said, Ouija last to first place. I mean, we've been saying it all day, right? I mean, we know he's capable of doing that,
Yes.
but I mean, for basically the first run that you've actually taken to the finish, besides the no reset at the start, I mean, 15:03 is an incredible time.
Flixer is indeed popping off, but I do just want to make mention Luigi's right back into his runs after taking the lead. GTM working on Bowser. Slip is in Womp's Fortress, so we do have a couple of runs going. Flixer thankfully doesn't lose the MIPS this time. Just a moment ago, his last run before this, he got to MIPS clip and lost MIPS in the door. So he is on a roll.
Yeah, Flixer, as we've been saying, keeps getting on the front screen. He seems to have Dark World and Womp's pretty figured out. He's not the most polished runner as far as strats and minute time saves like we just saw Ouija do, but he's shown himself to be one of the most consistent, and that could definitely pay off. Maybe not quite enough for first, but I mean, there's a lot of money at stake. We were just talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
Different tiers.
1,400 up top.
Yeah, first gets 1,400, and it just starts going down from there. So each spot is like a couple $100. It's no joke.
I mean, if you consider that, 8 hours last weekend, 16 hours this weekend, if you calculate the hourly rate, that's it's more than I make.
And they were playing Mario doing it.
Right?
The dream.
All of these runners are going to get paid, of course, for their time, tiered based on how well they perform.
Yeah, I believe even the runners that got disqualified last weekend are getting a little something.
Yeah, I think it's $100.
Yeah, so really nice, giving everyone a piece of the pie for participating. Really nice.
Neon Pink Visu says $5, or gives $5 and says, if I could go backwards in time, I would do it with the BLJ. Ouch, those stairs. Thank you so much for your $5.
Go back in time with a BLJ. Meets the speed of light.
Yeah. You just have to clip through the back rooms, that's all.
True. Flixer out of Fire Sea with a 13:02. It's a really good time.
Yeah.
We're looking at, I mean, that's a low 15 pace right there.
Yeah. He's, I think, on PB pace as we full screen. Yeah, he's on PB pace.
Yeah, 15:13. All right, needs good BLJs. He's been here multiple times today.
Regardless of the outcome of this run, everyone right now go follow Flixer.
Come on. Okay, that's going to be enough.
Oh,
yep,
there we go. Got it. And he's going to pull back to the stairs.
All right, so one more. Just barely missing that front one both times, but it's catching quickly after.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
All right, it's going to be looking, 15, 16 now. Still PB pace. First actual PB, not just the event.
Right. That'd be huge. I don't think we've seen any PBs yet in this tournament.
Yeah, hopefully we will. Maybe from the right runners will turn into world records.
Right?
But Flixer on his own personal world record at the moment. He's the only one of him who is capable of beating his own time.
A little bit of an issue with that wind, and he is into the Bowser fight. I'm so scared I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, no, you try not to curse it, but you want to keep talking. Doing everything you can. Just needs 3 for 3. There's one. That's 2.
That's okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no.
Just grab the tail.
Having some issues. There we go.
Yeah, it's gonna need a fast throw now.
Oh no, he missed it. So there goes PB, but he can still get his event best by hitting this thing.
Yeah. I'm
So
surprised he didn't
unfortunately-
take. Okay.
So unfortunately, Flixer is not going to bop anyone, but he is going to improve on his time.
Yeah, 15:36. Looks like, I believe our times are a little behind, so 15:36 is going to be the new time. And yeah, not bumping anybody. I'm surprised he didn't do an extra spin on that last throw, because once those platforms fall away, normally like Bowser will like bounce or so if you want to get like a really quick one. And he got the fast throw, but was just like too late on it. So I don't know. I feel like he could have just played it a little safe and lost maybe a second or two and kind of been in contention for GTM a bit. But still really good time. Can't blame a guy for going for it, and 15:30s is better than I could do. So.
Now, the
GGs.
qualifying time last weekend was 15:34. So already we have 6 runners, either beyond that or within 2 seconds of it. And of course, Gamaru and Zine both with 15:35. They did awesome. and unfortunately just not quite able to qualify. But they are awesome runners, and you should definitely go support them. Shoutouts to them.
Yeah, every runner here is a streamer who will stream their attempts. So if you see anyone that you like, please go check them out. All right, GTM in HMC. Haven't seen a ton from him today, but he's had some good runs.
Yeah, I think that 1522, I'm pretty sure it didn't happen while we were commentating. It was a pretty early run.
Yeah, it was the first block. He got one real quick. He kind of took a break, so he came back while we were commentating.
Quick clip there by Slip. He's into DDD. He's going to go for chip again. Doesn't get it again. That's the second time now that we've been commentating that he didn't get clip.
Yeah, I feel like it's 2 out of 3. Maybe not, but...
In his 1509, I think you were saying he got it.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. It is a hard... I mean, just goes to show how hard it is, really. You're watching these runners do it, maybe just take advantage. But very precise. Try to get like a super late B press, and then you might even have to like move the stick a little bit while you're in the wall, or maybe like your stick position matters. It's something like that. So it's very hard.
And don't commentate the clip. Yeah, that's a good point there by Brad. We keep cursing
No
it.
cursing. Too much
as
cursing.
everybody knows, every commentator personally programmed this game in 1996. Specifically to screw with runners in 2021.
Common. Yeah, it's all predetermined.
Slip unable to get up there on the elevator. He's gonna have to wait a little bit. Top. GTM meanwhile on great pace.
That's really unfortunate from Slip as he tries to get something going. Okay, I was afraid he was gonna like not get a walk kick.
Thank you very much for the kind words, Andy.
Dude, taking a single burn.
There you see Flixer's time has been updated to 15:36. Slip apparently is done. Okay.
Yeah, I think he saw the time when he got in there and stopped. Oh, GTM missing the swim, but got the chip clip. But yeah, Slip missing the chip clip and then missing the Fire Sea cycle. That's pretty over. I mean, 1509.
Right. Obviously, you don't want
rough.
to spend several minutes going after a time that's not going to beat your best. He could put up 100 more 1510s and they all wouldn't count. I mean, I don't think he actually can because
True.
there's not enough time to. But you get the gist.
Not with that attitude.
It's a good point. He just needs to play on like 6 consoles simultaneously. Easy.
Yeah, he's playing with his feet. All right, GTM here in Fire Sea.
I guess technically if you wire one controller to 10 and 60 frames, you play the same movement on all of them.
Alright, did miss the pole glitch and I believe Zero Cycle with it.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't really get it.
And
Is he gonna keep going? I think he's just timing it. He's just timing it.
Yeah. Yep, smart. Smart move there. Yeah, I was thinking that RNG might desync them. Times from the qualifiers do not carry over to the finals, so they all started fresh this morning. However, they will carry over their times to tomorrow, and their best time across 2 days is the one that counts.
Yep. End of the event. You have all events to do the best that you can, which is great. It takes the pressure off of any one single particular run. It's multiple runners, multiple chances. Just like GTM here, 13:08 fade out.
Getting a lot of love in chat. That is awesome to see.
Yeah, GTM is not on like the greatest run ever, but it's around event PB possible. Wait, does it say best ball 14:44?
That is what it says. I don't think...
That's not true.
I don't think that's true.
That's not true. I'm like, did I completely mistime that in my head? But no. Yeah, really good first BLJ, and an instant second one. Doesn't get the clip, but
that's okay.
Whatever. He's still looking at, well, he's actually like pretty even with his event PB. Maybe push down a couple seconds. Push Ouija.
Was gonna go for this jump, and it gets it. That's gonna save some time.
Yeah, getting that Manimo cycle with it. On the fastest, well, second fastest cycle. Kano got one faster earlier by getting the non-ledge grab version. Oh no! I think that's it.
Gonna go for left side, that's fine. I think you're right.
It's gonna be like right at the time.
Yeah, and that might have done it. With a perfect Bowser fight, I think that would bring him to 15.2.
Yeah, it would like tie him, but still a really good run. I mean, it needed like a perfect ending. Got basically perfect BLJs, though, so that's really good on its own. But
That was
crazy grab. And with the camera, too. Just showing off. I mean, that's a super clean ending. I mean, it was only probably 5-6 seconds off of an absolute perfect ending.
Yeah.
So really nice.
So it's
from
ultimately going to
GTM.
be about a 15.25, 15.26.
Yeah, I mean, you see how slim the margins were.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he would have gotten perfect, it would have been like maybe not even Suiji's time, like a second behind.
Still an awesome run out of GTM. That is his second sub 1530 of the day. And obviously lots and lots and lots of time to go. We are just under halfway through day one. They'll play for another 4 hours and change. And then they will play for another 8 hours tomorrow, so we hope you will join us then. Kano, meanwhile, is on the best run of anyone right now. He's unfortunately changed out of his Mario costume.
Yeah, he did. Maybe getting a little hot under there.
That makes sense.
Too many Yahooans going on. Right, yeah, gonna be making a SSL.
Literally
Fast
unwatchable,
car.
bring back the overalls.
Alright, Lethal Lava Land. We've actually seen a lot of runners kind of struggle with Lethal Lava Land as far as getting like a really good one. It's like, I always like to call it the land of tiny time loss. But that's more for like 70 and 120. But we've been seeing it kind of here today. A couple burns here and there, ledge grabs. Alright, probably the bullies next, if I would imagine. Let's see. Not sure what strat he does. Pretty sure he does the ground pound one. And he just kind of takes the safe in the volcano, doesn't do lava boost. But the ground pound one is like the fastest one. It's pretty precise. Yeah, right here. That spot that he ground pounds is like very precise.
Kano is on a deep run, taking a look around. Suigi and Ouija, the two Luigi friends, have been battling back and forth and are going to be back to the start after they both simultaneously mess up Dark World. That is a double curse.
That's a record.
Right? Most runners curse simultaneously. Get Guinness on the phone, please. To answer the question, the end of the 8 hours, does the run have to be over for it to count, or can they finish any run that's already started at that point? They can finish any run that is already started at that point. So if they start a run at 7:59 and 59 seconds, they are allowed to finish it. And also, there's an 8-hour period tomorrow, so these times will carry over to tomorrow. They could be overwritten tomorrow. They might not if they don't improve on it.
Yeah,
Only
we
their
saw.
best run across 2 days counts.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw Flixer got in and to the finals match here this weekend by like a few seconds. We saw like the last day of last weekend, there was like 3 runners gunning for his time, and they all came within like 2 seconds, 1 second of his time, but he held on. So it gets really intense towards the end when these runners all kind of catch wind and get really good runs on the board. What happened to GTM? I missed it.
Fell on Dark World.
Ah.
As did Flixer just now.
Yeah, now going to take care of his Toad. Nice
He's
little
definitely
conversation.
the only person on a run right now. Given that we have 2 AFKs and 4 on the title screen. Or intro, cutscene, what have you.
Yeah, just kind of, they're all about 4 hours in now. We're actually going to be getting off comms here in about 15 minutes or so for the next block of commentators. So I'm sure there's a lot of runners kind of getting a little tired. We saw GTM and I think Ouija take a break earlier, so they're kind of ahead of the curve. But yeah, Benny, I'm kind of waiting to see a nice time be set from him. We saw him get to the end a couple times and really contest, I would say like 5th place time, like 15:30-ish. Maybe not 5th place now, because GTM's in 5th place, 15:22. But he's gotten some really solid ones going. I just want to see him finish one out. All right, mid clip for Kano.
This is what, MIPS number 8? It seems like all Kano does is just get on runs. That is what streaming for months on end will do to you. If there's definitely one person who is not tired after 4 hours, it's Kano.
Yeah, that man is a machine. Can sit there and do runs and practice. All right, super good MIPS clip. And obviously the practice shows. All right, not gonna do chip clip. Been watching too much of Slippery Nip. But maybe not enough of GTM. Either way, taking it safe. Can't blame
Loading
him.
up for front sub, he had a lot of issues with this in his last run, but ended in Fire Sea. He's had a couple runs in Fire Sea today. No issues there, though. Not everything is a commentator's curse.
Things are just the things going on the screen. Sometimes we do our jobs here, ladies and gentlemen. We try. Sometimes. Alright, that's pole glitch for Kano. Very nice. Good wall kicks. That's a little different ending there for Kano. Does the side flip. He can make the ultimate cycle. I guess was just a little behind there. Caught some dust.
That's an interesting long jump strat. Keeping the camera and turning it just at the last possible moment.
All about the lag reduction frames. Going to go to great extents to save those frames.
That mouse was Saren's, by the way. Not Kano's.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Hi, Saren.
All right, that was a super quick spin there from Kano. He is one of the fastest Bowser spinners we have in the entire community. He doesn't even wait for Bowser to turn at all. Bowser gets like basically like 190 degrees off at the bomb, and he's one of the only people who can spin the controller fast enough to actually hit the bomb.
Slip just informing us, or actually it was a while ago that he was going to take a break. I haven't read chat in a while. Internal chat, not Twitch chat.
Yes.
Different chat.
Insider information. All right, BLJ's catches the second stair instantly.
Okay.
Kano just making it work any way you can. That was beautiful. Oh, the side flip. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
He's in. A lot of runners having issues with that clip. I mean, it's not to say that's easy, but it's just you just see a lot of them get it most of the time.
So this is the alarm bells are ringing because his BPT now is 1509, and that would only put him in a tie actually for second place.
Yep, and he actually caught the cycle before Manamo cycle with that non-ledge grab cast long jump. As he gets moving right side too. All right, he's looking to bop slippery nip here. Potentially.
It's going to be close. It is going to be close. I don't know that he has the time now. An extremely clean sky, though.
Look at the throws. He's going to spin Bowser less than one time every throw.
Yeah, I mean, Kano is kind of the god at Bowser throws.
Oh.
So this might actually be possible. Oh, but he missed. That's okay. He can go back and grab it.
Those were not less than one throws at the end, but that was 3 for 3. He was able to grab it.
Yeah,
super
and that
quick.
misgrab is, I think, is going to cost him second place. Or, no, I guess not.
It will.
He's laughing. He knows it.
It's going to
He's
tie
not
his
even
time.
going to beat his 15-14.
Oh.
A 15-15. Frustrating, but a magnificent run out of Kano. Good stuff.
It really was. Yeah, he probably wouldn't have beaten Slippery Nip. Looked to be about like a 3, maybe 4 second time loss, but still really hurts to be able to push your time down a little bit more and just kind of barely miss. But super good, 15-15.
Mario.
I guess just eyes for the future then. Really good showing from Kano there.
Lots and lots of love for Kano, and you love to see it. Unfortunately, nobody really on a run right now. So we're in a little bit of a chill break. Just a reminder for those of you joining us on Twitch's front page. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Global Speedrun Association. We are halfway through day 1 of our Sleep 16 finals. These 7 runners, 6 of whom qualified through qualifiers last weekend, and Suiji, who had a auto bye into the finals, although he got that for being the world record holder, and it has since been beaten by Ouija, who is in the top left of the X box over there on the right. They are all going to be playing 16-star as many times as possible over the next 4 hours today, as Flixer unfortunately takes a death there. And over 8 hours tomorrow. Their best single time over those 2 days counts. And of course, all in the name of charity, we are supporting Tackle Kids Cancer, part of the Hackensack Meridian Health Network. And our benefactor, Sleep, for whom this tournament is named, is matching a lot of donations. So if you donate $1, you will actually give $2.
Absolutely, scaling all the way up to $7,500, as you can see in the top. So yeah, Sleep has been incredible this entire event. He's been the bro that we don't deserve, but has been here regardless. Oh, Ouija BLJ's in the Womp's Fortress.
Nice. The second time we've seen that now.
It has. We'll see runners continue those runs. Theoretically, you can BLJ into Womps, CCM, and Dark World and to be faster. Theoretically.
Kano right back at it with the Kano spins.
Yeah, already out of Dark World. Benny as well. Benny was AFK for a long time. Good to see that he's back. Let's see, it is 2:25 Eastern time. Means we got about 5 more minutes here in the commentator's booth. We'll be introducing the other commentators, if I could pull them up and see who it's actually going to be.
Thank you for doing that. In the meantime, I will alert everybody that Kano and Binny are in the side-by-side. The other 5 runners not currently on runs. Kano just now getting into Womp's Fortress. Binny missing a cannonless. And he is going to be trying a second time. Kano, as he likes to do, going for Owlless first. Binny does not get it the second time, and that's going to be a reset.
Yeah, it looks like Gerby's and Warning Track. Warning Track was on before us, so he's going to be coming back. And alongside Gerby's. Gerby's is a 120-star runner. Really nice community member. So good to see that he's in the commentator's booth. I've seen him do some side tournaments here or there, but nice to see him doing this one.
Very neat. Kano was going for the setup, but didn't get it, so he's going to go into Wild Blue.
Yeah, cannonless been a big issue for pretty much every runner. Just the higher up you get, the harder the cannonless gets. So as soon as you start to get it consistent, you have to do a faster version.
GTM has been crystallized. Actually, he's frozen because of his, being in Antarctica.
Yeah, it's GTM IRL.
Yes.
It's me, Mario.
Fun fact, Antarctica, also the name of my apartment where my heat is currently not working.
Oh no.
Yeah, fun.
Got you a little fire going under the PC.
I need to head over to Bowser in the Fire Sea to warm up. Fluxer is looking pretty good there, but unfortunately falls off the cheese block. Ouija is trying to clip into the aquarium in Jolly Roger Bay. That's interesting. Kind of got stuck in the glass there. Dang.
Yeah, is he on the other side?
Now he is.
Yeah, he's... Okay, yeah.
Interesting.
That was crazy. I didn't know you could get in between. But yeah, all runners we see Slippery Nip AFK. Benny just came back from being AFK. We're kind of seeing that point where a lot of runners have gotten so many good runs where they're maybe getting a little tired, a little burnt out, kind of just having fun.
Yeah, better than watching 5 intro cutscenes. Now, I've actually heard that if you stay in this crystal for 64 minutes, you can unlock Wario. A lot of people think it's Luigi, but it's actually Wario.
All right, as all the runners kind of run through Dark World and whatnot, might as well kind of talk about it a bit. We've talked about it a little bit, but the RNG involved in this run, you see a good amount of it here in Dark World with the amps. Most of the RNG you see in this game are kind of from coins and Goombas and stuff, but Goombas as well here are a big factor. And Goombas specifically can spawn randomly anywhere and can be directly in your way. And when runners of this caliber are trying to get a good run going, optimal lines are basically the only option they have. So if a Goomba's in your way, due to RNG, it's over. Same with amps. There's some skill to avoid them, but more so on that center platform where the spike is. That one amp always seems to be in your way. And amps, I don't think they spawn anywhere around the track. They have a few select spots they can spawn at, but they are definitely RNG as well.
Another really prominent element of RNG is the Rolling Rocks room. We've already seen a couple runners run into some Rolling Rocks, not out of lack of skill, but just because they got a really bad pattern. If you have the rocks spawn on the right side, that's ideal. If they start to spawn on the left side, then it takes a lot more effort to try to dodge them.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, instantly losing 5 seconds to bad boulder RNG, but you can get like 3 or 4 bad boulders in a row, and yeah, it really mess with you. The funniest clips are when like a runner gets hit by a boulder and then the RNG keeps throwing bad ones at them and they end up dying from the boulders. It's really like a sad way to die, but I think most runners have had it happen to them at least once.
Kano missing double jump powerless. Now most of you at home that have done this trick do a triple jump because that gives you a lot more height. You have just barely enough height with a perfectly placed double jump to get that trick. That's what Kano has been going for.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone was watching Flickshire by chance, but he was going in for the second to last red. I don't know if he had like missed a red or what, so he went for it, but he went for like the side flip wall kick. Not where you would normally wall kick to get up there, but like directly underneath the red coin. It's a super hard trick that like the single star runners do. It was just really cool. Didn't know if anyone saw it. Wanted to point it out.
Good catch. Unfortunately, after missing cannonless, he's gonna now try some more owlless attempts just to get back into it. So Ouija was griefing there in the moat. And that means that Ouija, who is our current leader as well as the world record holder, is going to reset. Didn't even let me finish the sentence.
Hey, Mario!
Yeah, for those of you who weren't watching earlier, Ouija had been really aggressively resetting. He was in last place with a 1724. I have no idea what GTM was trying to do there. But within the last hour or so, he pulled out a 1503 to take the lead. And looks like Saren's given us the cane, Markinator. I have very much appreciated commentating with you, and I've very much appreciated the honor of getting to participate in this event. And hopefully we'll get to do it again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. Hope to catch you again here on one of these events at some point.
Yeah, sure.
Really nice commenting with you. I really enjoy everyone who commentates for GSA and whatnot. It's always a pleasure to have them and see who you're commentating with, kind of see who you're partnered up with. So it's been great. I really enjoyed being partnered up with you. And with that, I believe we've got Gerbies and Warning Trek going to be taking us over. So thank you guys. I'll see you later.
Yep, take care, guys.
Thanks, guys. Great job. Yeah, I'm Morning Trek, and what's this? A wild Gerbies appears. How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. I hope you're super effective too, though.
We'll see. I guess it depends what type.
Well, let me look at this. Let me this stream here. If it's a stream, I guess it would be a water type, wouldn't it?
Probably, yeah.
That will-
Especially,
You hear Adam.
the ship clip coming in. All these ship clips coming. The
Yeah,
water type,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
gonna need it.
So we made the unfortunate choice. I made the unfortunate choice last time as our earlier shift was ending. We were near the end of one of Slippery Nip's runs, and we thought, yeah, let's just turn it over right here. They've been waiting a little while. And lo and behold, as soon as we walk out, about a minute later, Slippery Nip comes in with that 15:09, which was the top time until I think about 30 or 40 minutes ago when Ouija, who you can see is getting front and center billing right now, came out with that 15:03, which is the best time to date.
Ooh. Man, we have some. Oh my goodness! So I'm a 120 star runner personally, so I don't watch that much 16. But these guys are honestly crazy. I actually could watch them all day because they're just their movement's so clean. Definitely picked a really. I don't know. The runners are just super spicy, especially with the movement these days. Pretty much all of them are under 15 capable. So it's really exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean, well, hey, to your point, Ouija, he's actually 18th at the 120 star too, and top 10 in 3 other categories. I think 0 star is the only one he doesn't really bother with. So he is a man of many talents, to say the least. And those are very different skill sets sometimes.
They are. There's a bunch of runners like that these days, where they're just so good at multiple categories.
Yeah,
I'm jealous.
So, think about that ridiculous 15:03 from Ouija that I just mentioned, and then realize that his world record is somehow 10 seconds faster than that, even though it seemed perfect at the time.
Actually crazy.
Actually crazy.
It's getting to ledge grabs and stuff. Oh, ledge grab. Oh man, because it's just like no other content other than just smooth sailing.
Yeah, pretty much. Look, speaking of which, Binny, tiny little bump up against the wall there, but we were talking earlier about Binny looked really rough in the early going, hadn't really put up a decent time, but started to look smoother as the day went on, and came in with a 1550, I think, just about an hour ago. And look at that right there. You can see he's really rounding into form as the day goes on. And that's the way it is, right? We saw 15 some odds, you know, on the first run of the day from some of these guys, which is absurd. But that's not every player. Some players like being fresh, some like grinding, and they do their best stuff at the end, sometimes like Ouija is famously done. And some guys, I think, just need to hit that stride in the middle hours, and Binny might be one of them.
Yep, exactly. Sometimes, like, it takes a bit for the runs to, like, get going, you know? Like, in your head, like, get that momentum, get the right mindset.
Yeah.
These runs are just so reset heavy, and I guess that's just 16 star, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just the way it is.
That's just the way it is, and it's the temperament of some of the runners. We saw Slippery Nip, very tolerant of mistakes, kind of kept grinding it out, get that late practice now and then, but Ouija, anything that isn't optimal was getting reset and has been getting reset. Look at him up there, a little bit to the right of the big screen, and you can see him just flying through this. He is not accepting anything less than perfection at this point. Although that 1503, that might change a little bit. He might think, hey, this might actually stand.
I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense when, like, you have to beat your time and it's first. You know what I mean? Like, your expectations are probably, like, a lot higher now because you're just accepting less, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool, you know? It's, like, a different spots, you know? Like, I'm sure, like, you know, first and maybe fourth to seventh are probably going to have to play a little bit different because just depending on their spots on leaderboards, trying to go for that spicier time.
Well, I mean, there's a total prize pool of $5,000, and it is tiered, though. So there is some strategy of saying, I don't think the guys like to think this way, but I might not get first place, right? Do I want to try to max out for third or fourth and try to maximize the prize pool a little bit and just get as high as I can? Speedrunners, by nature, very competitive people who think they can do anything, and that's what I love about them. But now and then, sometimes you do have to be realistic and say, I'm probably not going to get a sub 15 today. I might not beat 1503, but I'm going to continue with a run where I can get maybe a 1515, right? And sneak out third or fourth or something like that. With that prize pool, I mentioned $5,000 total, $1,400 to first place, and all the way down seventh will get $200, for example. Although you could be forgiven for watching Ouija for thinking they were actually paid by the reset, given how often he does it. But that's his perfectionism coming through. I mean, that's why he is who he is, though. It's not true. A coincidence. It's not a coincidence that the leader right now and the world record holder is the guy who's resetting the most.
And just got 70-star world record too. Like,
yep.
It's definitely, you know, I think Cheese tweeted, you know, a few months ago, the new era, and it's true, you know, Liam coming in here too, went 120, Sweegie in 16 as well. There's a lot, and like, there's just a lot of, like, I don't know, I guess runners within the last year or two that have really popping off, and you love to see it.
You do love to see it. It's probably the most active speedrunning game in the world right now. All these major categories have world records within the last half year, and some within a few days or weeks. Ouija, by the way, missing canningless, and that's an easy reset for him. He's been resetting over much smaller mistakes than that.
Oh, man. Like, I just, like, I guess I personally would find it so hard to play within 20 seconds of my summer best. Like, that's just, like, for the whole run, like, you know? Like,
yeah, it's pretty rough.
It makes it hard, right? But it's fun to watch.
It's very fun to watch, and it's for a good cause too. Speaking of, we have a donation from Harley, $50. Thank you so much, Harley. Says the only thing better than Mario 64 is tackling pediatric cancer. Good luck to the runners, and huge shout out to the commentators and everyone behind the scenes who makes events like this possible. Yes, tackling cancer. The event benefits Tackle Kids Cancer, which raises money for pediatric cancer patients. Comprehensive program funds research, of course, that's pretty standard, but also clinical trials and assists patients and families with the after effects of their diagnosis, even when they've beaten that initial diagnosis. It is an awful situation to be in and a great cause, one of the best. And hey, they're one of the reasons we're able to do events like this for you to enjoy. So please give what you can today. Exclamation point, donate.
Definitely a good cause. Make sure to, you know, if you have some extra cat or money or anything like that, definitely support the cause. It's a very good cause.
Yeah, even a few bucks helps. And hey, we'll read out your silly little message too. So support your favorite streamer too. Give them the shout out, and we'll shout it out for you. Here comes Flixer on that cannon list. How's it gonna go? Got it. Got it. Nice.
Boom.
Flixer, like Binny, I think we have seen improvement on throughout the day. I was remarking that they were taking, I think it was Sky, but I might be misremembering that. They were clearly a little slower than the other runners early in the day. I gave them a hard time for it, but I did speculate that maybe it was just one of those sort of working your way up kind of things, warming up, and I think that's been the case because they've looked much faster and smoother since, much like Binny.
Right. I haven't actually been like, I personally actually haven't been watching that much of the Sleep 16, so I have not too much to compare it to, but I have known Flixer for a while, and I know he's like, probably like a lot of runners, have their moments, right, where they just like pop off and then they coast for a bit, they have their general movement and then they have the really good runs. So I think Flixer will have some really good runs here. Not saying that he hasn't had good runs, but I just know that, there is a potential pop-off there waiting to happen.
I think so, but to that point, though, like, look at this board at the bottom there. You got a 15:36 from Flixer. You'd say that's a good run. That's a very good run. You need a sub 15:20 to even make the top 4 now.
Yeah, the competition is just really heating up. You have to have a solid run now, like, to make it.
I mean,
which is
to say the least.
Kind of cool.
Yeah, it's incredibly cool. And Flixer has been close. Some late mistakes have gotten them on some pretty good runs that kind of could have snuck in there, maybe around 3rd or 4th. I don't think there've been any runs that were close to the end that could have potentially been an event best yet. We're not really at that point yet, but we are still just halfway into the first day. But I will say that when they do make a mistake, particularly late in the run, watch for them to turn and look at the camera. You get that a little bit to sort of, did you just see that? That's been their go-to move. But of course, when they do finish a good run, you get the little thumbs up and the look right into the cam as well. So
nice little Tama there from Flixer. It's kind of cruising here. It looking pretty comfy. Oh no! I just spoke. The save and quit.
There it is, and the look into the cam.
You can see it on Flixer's face. He's like, are you kidding me?
Look, you said you haven't been following the Sleep 16, but I think with the commentator's curse, you're going to fit right in here, buddy.
Oh, man.
You're going to fit. You slotted right in. You've already caught up to the rest of us.
It's because I saw Tama. I'm like, yo, I think we got something. It's like, GG Flixer, you got this.
You got it. Well, hey, earlier Electric specifically gave me the advice. He's more of a procaster than I am at SM64. That guy's knowledge is insane, but he also has some emotional knowledge, and he warned me, don't get attached to the runs.
Yeah, it's one thing that runners always do and say we try not to. You know what I mean? Like, you just get attached.
You get attached? Well, it's about how much of this is psychological and not mechanical, right? Especially with like these grinding 8-hour sessions, I mean, the ability to keep going while screwing up, because it's 90% screwing up speedrunning. I mean, that sort of fortitude, that is speedrunning, if you had to pick.
Yep. And now GTM heading to basement, so we have another run, going to basement, so let's see. So Flixer just saved and quit, really unfortunate, but yeah, I guess we'll see. What are the hard stars in basement here? So there's Tama Plus, and then there's the Hot Log Rollin' Triple, Volcano. There's a lot of hard stars in basement.
Yeah, I mean, basement is where a lot of good runs have been derailed today and last week, certainly. So we I'm still gonna get attached. I can't help myself. I know I've been burned before, but you have to love again. You have to put yourself out there. But it's got to be after basement at least. For the most part, at least.
Fly Guyless? Hey, GTM. Nicely done. Fly Guyless making it look good. And Ouija just got Long Jump Owless that I saw from like really far away, so that was kind of nuts too.
Yeah. I mean, this is about as good. We've seen a few other people at roughly the same spot as Ouija, sub 4 right here. So it's not unheard of today, certainly, but when someone like Ouija does it, you definitely sit up and take notice, especially because he's had to reset a huge number of runs in the first 2 to 3 minutes today. So even just seeing get into this range again is a little exciting.
Definitely. Like, getting out of Womps, it's like, like pausers.
Yeah.
As I say that, GTM finishing up Tama Plus, so might see some LLL here.
You might. I hope so. But basement is exactly when I start to perk up. Let's just say one eyebrow raised, but the eye's not bugging out
100%.
Yeah. One eyebrow at a time. That's how you go in.
Well, especially when, like, most of the runners are probably going to be stuck in lobby. It's just the way it is sometimes.
Mad Max, $10.69. We're memeing it up with the donations. We're happy to do it too. We'll take any amount, no matter how meme-worthy. Says a happy later birthday to GTM and good luck to all the runners out there today. Thank you so much for the donation. That puts us up just shy of 5,800. One more decent donation will put us over 5,800, and obviously one or two more big ones will get us to 6,000 even. Make it happen, people.
Yeah, shoutouts to GTM for the birthday. Thank you for the $10.69 there, Mad Max. Much love. And as we can, Ouija just reset. I was just about to talk about how Ouija made it to basement. Unfortunate. But GTM's still going. Oh my goodness.
Boy, your timing is just
really
spot on, dude. Spot on. You got we talk about the runners warming up. I think you're warmed up, man. Your curse is
I'm like
full
too
effect.
warmed up, you know.
your voodoo doll is firing.
Gotta be careful with this. This knowledge is power.
All around the star too. It's all falling apart now.
Yeah. Looking a little shaky after that one mistake, GTM, but that's just how it is. I feel like in Mario in general, you make one mistake, and you just kind of slowly tumbles down. Like you can kind of see it.
We said that exact thing last week. We were like, it compounds, right? Because like it makes sense. These guys are grinding. The muscle memory is so strong that if one little thing gets thrown off, the whole thing falls apart. If you make one mistake, your odds of making a second and a third just quadruple.
Ooh, there it is. Lava boost. The pauses, the classic GTM pauses. You love to see it.
I call that like the strobe light of frustration, basically, of Mario falling in slow motion. And we're switching over to Kano here. Kano, however you say it, just over 4 there. And he's just been ridiculously consistent, just all day, all week.
Kano is a guy that's been like, he grinds so hard, but like really grinds that consistency into his brain. Like, you know what I mean? Like he just he did like the streaming for like 3 months straight or whatever and got record the one time. Definitely a very resilient guy.
Well, case in point, he misses cannonless, falls off the world entirely, resets, but then does a little fist up there, fist in solidarity, says, "Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm fine." And you could see even keel, just like pretty relaxed, despite the mistake.
Yep. And GTM even more relaxed, just has a ROM hack on with the glasses, looking real cool.
That's a Diablo Mario, I think. Yeah, a little bit there.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Classic GTM. Happy birthday, bud.
Happy birthday. Also, $50 from Devious DD. Thank you very much. Good luck to all racers and to Fund the Kids Tackling event. Great cause, and that is going to put us over 5,800, and now we're on the precipice of 5,900, and you know what comes after that, 6,000 even.
Let's go Devious. GG.
Let's go. Excellent. Big old donation. We love to see it. We are resetting here with Flixer too, and who does look into the camera, as they are wont to do. He's smiling
I love that, actually. Like,
it's great.
The look into the camera, just knowing the reactions of how they felt, even though you kind of know.
Yeah. Kind of jimming for the camera, as they say.
Yep.
They know they're being watched. I don't know. That would bother me personally, just feeling that on the side. Like, this is hard enough, man, without knowing you're being watched.
Yeah, that's why I feel like most employees, just in general, like don't really like being like watched like that, you know? It just feels.
I mean, some of them just, it doesn't seem to matter. You know, they could be alone, they could be in an auditorium. They're just so laser focused on the mechanics that it doesn't really matter. But you know, some of them a little younger, a little newer, maybe haven't done this as much, and I can imagine it being a little distracting in those cases.
Maybe even nerve-wracking, you know?
Yeah,
there are some people watching.
There are a few, maybe a few thousand even. And Flixer was the bubble player last week with that 1534. They just made the cut by a second. But definitely acquitting themselves really, really well today. Basically putting up the exact same best time so far today as they did last week, and yet it's early. So I would say definitely growing as a runner before our very eyes. And as a result, look at the LBLJ right there, and the eyes dart over, kind of like Labrador Retriever style, over to the cam. That was a little more, did you see that? That went really well.
I like that. That was a, I don't know, determination almost. Ooh, we got one.
That was that little meme with the Muppet, with the side eye. I don't know what Muppet that is, but it's one of those. But you could tell, but he also didn't want to look too much because that went really well. That's about as good as an LBLJ is going to get. He nailed it, and he knows it, and is just trying to stay focused here, and he is looking real good all of a sudden.
Yeah.
No
That
mistakes.
Dark World. Looking clean from Flixer here. Man.
Yeah, he is definitely getting better as the day goes on. No doubt about it.
Getting warmed up. I remember, I still will never forget Flixer knocked me out of a 70-star tournament.
Oh, I hope you don't hold that against him.
Yeah, I'll always hold it against him. No, just kidding. No, he's just a beast, honestly. Good runner.
Good runner. Brad Shuby, $20. Thank you. Says tackling kids' cancer is an interesting idea. Are we tackling the cancer cells? Just memeing. F cancer. I'm for it. I'm for it. Good job.
Thank you,
so
Brad.
much for the donation. Thank you, man.
Appreciate the support.
Yeah, the donations are blowing up here. Thank you so much, guys. We are very close to 5,900 now. One more sizable donation will get it done, and I know you guys are going to get there. There's a lot of hype moments still to come to, and you guys are helping to support it and support a great cause too. And around the holidays, no less. You know, this is the time of year. I don't know about you, but I definitely get a little mushy, a little generous around Christmas.
100%. And it also can be a time where, like, you know, it's I guess like an expensive time for a lot of people too. I guess I don't know, like the festivities and all that. So,
oh yeah,
any extra money does help quite a bit. It just does.
Yeah, it absolutely does. This time of year is all about raising people's spirits, and that's what this organization is aiming to do. Flixer, I think they're looking better, they're looking stronger, they're more confident. Fewer reasons to look at the camera too. Let's see how this canonless goes though. This is a bit of a crucible for some of these runners. Got it.
There we go. The salt.
There we go. The salt passing another test. Another one of those little choke points. You know, I know you can mess up at any point. We've seen people just bop into walls in the basement now and then. Not very often. I think it happened to Binny earlier. But nothing is safe. But some of these places are a lot more dangerous than others. And I feel like salt cannonless, or any of the cannonless potentially, one of those choke points where a good run could go bad. So those are the kind of things I'm looking out for, especially with a newer runner like Flixer, someone whose PB is not as high as some of these other guys. To see them get through one of those choke points, one of those crucibles, is very good.
Huge. I 100% agree. It's like you know, it's, I guess the Flixer is kind of like an underdog a little bit, right? Like some of the runners, which it's so crazy because they're not that much of an underdog. You know what I mean? Like, none of them really are. But
it's such an optimized category. The difference between a favorite and an underdog. Oh dear, bounces off the wall. There's the look in the camera. The difference between a favorite and an underdog is, you know, a few seconds sometimes.
Yep, it's like 5 to 10 seconds that kind of separate these runners, which is like not much at all.
Yeah.
Which is kind of hype.
The other runners better hope that Flixer does not continue to improve at this pace, because if he does, by the end of tomorrow in particular, we could see one of those sub-15s that I've been waiting for. I was waiting for it during the qualifiers last week, and it didn't quite happen. 15:05 was the highest from Ouija. He's bested that already here today with 15:03, and with another day and a half, you gotta wonder, are we gonna see one? And is it gonna be from someone who hasn't done one before? Only 5 people have ever gotten a sub-15 by my count, or last I looked at least. I would love to see a new member for the club.
That's the thing. I would too. Like, it could be any of these runners, which is really insane. So I'm really excited to see, like, you know, someone who might not even have one yet, or is close. You know, that'd be really cool to see.
I mean, look, if Ouija gets a 14:58 and it's a new event best, you know, it'd be very hype, very exciting, and we're gonna lose our minds. I'm sure we're gonna break our mics, but that won't even be his personal best, and he'll have done it before. He'll have done better before. I would almost be as excited to see someone like Flixer join that exclusive club.
100%. Like, there's actually I didn't even think about that, how many 14 potentials there were, until I started seeing who was like in this tournament. I'm like, holy crap! I think pretty much all of them could.
Absolutely.
Which is nuts. Like, I just, like, I don't know, like when I was thinking about Super Mario 64 like a year ago, I was like, oh, maybe, like, I think Aki was the only one out of 14. Was it? I think
Aki was first, yeah, but it was like a 14:58 or something too.
Dude, it's the competition's gotten nuts. Like, there's so many 14 potentials now. Like, you know, everyone's like, oh, 4x, 3x, you know? It's like, oh my goodness, you know, everyone's already going ahead. As Flixer exits and goes to LLL, all right. It looks like we got a little bit of a run from both the Binny and Flixer.
Did not go fly guyless earlier, by the way, in the desert. Went for the fly guy, so not the most aggressive thing in the world, but I think he knows he's on a pretty good run too, and he might be okay with a PB here. Might not be thinking, man, we're talking sub-15. He'd be perfectly happy right here with a 15:10, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think at this point Flixer's going for that leaderboard spot. Maybe not necessarily the 14 or first or something, because I mean, you probably have to play pretty much almost perfect to get that first, right? Like right now, that's why Ouija's probably resetting so much to play almost perfect.
We have another donation, and it can only be described as a threat. Cool Cat Supremacy for $10 says, Cancer stands no chance. We will rise up and tackle each and every cancer cell no matter the cost. The end is near, Cancer. Make your time.
All in caps. What a legend.
What a legend. Hey, that is, by the way, quite a throwback reference. Make your time. That's an All Your Base reference from way back in the day, isn't it? Jeez.
Oh my goodness, I don't even know that reference. It's a good
man.
reference. If I don't even know the reference, you know it's a good reference.
I might be a little older. Just might be giving away my age just a little bit there. I mean, honestly, that's the first meme I ever remember seeing is All Your Base. Google it, people. Go on a little meme history lesson. Go meme spelunking. Here's a Flixer with the lava boost, and we're looking okay. A little slow there on the pole, but we're talking a half second. Flixer looking really solid here. 8 minutes on that star. That is number 10. Coming along there. Coming along.
So for me, with Flixer is playing really well right now. He maybe has made a couple small mistakes, but I feel like the small mistakes, at least for me when I'm on a run, almost help the nerves a bit. You're like, oh, it's not that good of a run. So then you kind of just like, it's very psychological, but sometimes like the very small mistakes can help so much. It's weird, like mentally.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it is about muscle memory. It's about routine. It's not something where adrenaline helps you. This isn't football, right? Like this isn't weightlifting. It's not where you can get all pumped up and be better at it. It's the exact opposite. It's about precision and focus.
Mind-lifting.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's mind lifting. Adrenaline is bad for this. Like, so being chill, being relaxed, not feeling like a lot is at stake. For most runners, that's going to be a better thing. And you're right, a tiny little mistake that might only cost you half second. You might make that half second up in just chilling out.
Yep. And Flixer's looking pretty comfy here. Triple box. How many of the runners go for that fancy slide triple? Do you know?
I mean, it seems like at this point, I feel like when we did this last week, it was like 50-50 at best. And now I feel like every time I look over, it's going on. Like, the quality of the runners we have here now, the best of the best, means that almost every time I look up, it is the more advanced, the riskier play, which is one of the reasons I bothered to even mention that Flixer didn't go fly guyless. That wasn't a remarkable thing in most contexts, but here I'm actually surprised when they don't, right? And so it's the same kind of thing here, is they're usually going for the Hail Mary kind of thing.
Right. I think it is understandable, I guess, like if you're not completely comfortable on a strat, not to, throw it into the tournament, which I think is fair, because I mean, in the end, if you have a really good run without fly guyless, you probably could, get that really close at least to a sub 15. So
yeah, you certainly
I believe.
can. Yeah, no, you're right. It's one of those things you can afford to do, but we also know that speedrunners don't normally think that way. They normally think just in terms of gotta go fast. That's all they think about. Here comes the C-up slide, and he gets it. Not bad. There we go. Case in point, right? Like, not everyone was doing the C-up slide.
Right.
Kano, for example, I saw him skip it a number of times. So, but Binny does not. Yeah, like for example, Binny, not so much.
Yeah, Binny's looking pretty good here too. Wait, did Binny hasn't gone for the slide yet, has he?
I'm not sure about Binny. I know Kano has skipped it, and I found that surprising because, he doesn't really go suboptimal in too many ways. But yeah, no, to see Flixer, go for that and nail it, very impressive stuff. And the confidence, if nothing else, the attempt tells you something about their mindset, the confidence he's on.
And this is actually really exciting. Both these runners are kind of like on runs right now, and Flixer got a pretty good MIPS clip. Oh my goodness, you can do it. Okay. Back up. Okay.
Here go the eyes again. Little hangdog face shrug. No big deal. Just shrug.
Slightly cursed, but still looking good. Let's see if he can get. Okay, no chip clip. Going for underneath. That's fair. I'm not exactly sure who all goes for chip clip, but we'll see. Actually, I have no clue what kind of pace.
I mean, most of them have today. At this point, almost all the runners have been going for it. I feel like I've seen a couple of exceptions, but as the day goes on, in particular, they're getting more and more aggressive about it. Flixer only lost about a second there with that clip, but the sub here, really want to see him nail this sub. You got to get back on the horse. We talk about, he's gonna go back sub again. Okay, he's gonna play it safe. So he's mixing in more aggressive moves here and there, but not everywhere. Yeah, but not every time.
I'm actually really curious, like what kind of pace Flixer's on right now, because like, I honestly don't know, because like, the combination of the comfy movement plus still nailing the strats most of the time here. So, we'll see. Pole glitch nails it.
All right. I mean, he's sprinkling them in. Like, his first few runs, everything was slower, everything was safer pretty much, but he is, I think, gradually introducing, the riskier plays. Oh, a little slide down there, a little grimace to go with it too. But again, his backups on these are fine for the most part. Like, he's losing a half second here, a half second there. It's not that bad.
And Binny, does Binny go for no chip clip either? Okay, so I think Binny is also kind of on a pacer, so I'm curious, how his pace is too.
Yeah, we'll see. Some scary guy with $5.55. Shout out to the Super Mario 64 runner, P-Ness. Very nice. Yeah, I know. I knew what it said. I said it anyway. If you donate to this cause, you can make me sound stupid. I will take that for the cause. Go for it.
That is a worth.
Go for it. Well worth it. Although I will say $5 is the minimum. You got to donate at least $5 to make me silly. Gladly do it.
There you go. Flixer nailing the throw, and looks like it's going to come down to some classic BLJs again. Like usual. And then Binny now, let's see if he gets pole glitch too. Because, man, I have a feeling that Binny and Flixer kind of on similar runs. I wasn't sure how many little mistakes Binny made, but I just got a feeling they're pretty close.
Yeah. This is definitely one of the better runs we've seen, I think, for both of these runners to this point, but still a lot of run left, still a lot of ways for it to go horribly, horribly wrong. See, that's the reverse caster's curse there, right? Like, I'm gonna predict that it'll go terribly. Like, these are never gonna catch. See?
Oh,
See?
and
See?
look at that. Commentators just psyching out however it works, the curse. Yeah.
The commentator's blessing. There we go.
Yeah, commentator's blessing. There you go. Flixer missing the first BLJ, but let's see. Wow, nice.
Look at that.
So enter 1406. How long does it take to do Sky?
I mean, how long does it take me to do Sky? I don't think you
Or
want to know
just in
that.
general, these guys, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I'm not
gonna
sure.
be. I mean, we're looking at like 40 seconds minimum here, but the problem is we've seen way more variation. Sky has been trouble today. I mean, there's what they can do, and there's what they actually have done, and we've just seen a lot of it. Like, case in point, there we go. See,
Yeah,
Flixer again, small mistakes though, right?
Yep. Going for moving right side, and okay, lands. This PB is gonna be really tight.
That's it.
I think
That's it.
Yeah.
That
was.
You know what?
That was really close.
This morning, that part was giving him a lot of trouble too, and I almost thought about something. I said, no, don't risk it, don't say anything, and yet bonked his head again. It happened this morning, it just happened again, and that was one of his better runs. But I think at this point, the better runs are becoming more frequent, which is why you can see there's not that much frustration there. We definitely saw frustration early on because he would struggle for a while, put together a good run, and it would fall apart, and that can be a very frustrating thing. But when you feel confident that another good run is coming right behind it, you just move on.
Oh man, BLJ is actually wrecking Binny here. That's really unfortunate. Sometimes it just doesn't catch.
Sometimes it doesn't catch. Yeah, and this was giving him trouble earlier in the day too. This has bugged him more than I think any of our other runners today.
I actually have seen Binny get on a decent amount of paces to BLJs here, so that definitely can be really frustrating as a runner to get to BLJs, and especially if any of you guys have ran 16 star, you guys know when you get to BLJs on pace and you just lose to BLJs, it just feels terrible. So, oh well, I'm sure Binny will be able to get there again.
Yeah,
I believe.
He will. That's rough, and you can see the frustration on his face, and that has been his challenge all day, has been those BLJs, for sure. Most of the rest of his run's looking pretty good, and you can see he's just staying up there. He's just going to practice them for a while, and why wouldn't he? I mean, at this point, you need it. Does get it to catch, I think? No. He's kind of messing. There we go. Just sliding uphill.
He's got that angle into the corner that makes me feel like Wet Dry World, but it wasn't exactly that angle.
Yeah, not quite.
That's the classic Wet Dry World angle. If those of you who don't know, I think if you angle too far to the right into the wall while you're BLJing, you'll just go right into Wet Dry World. And okay, Kano finishing up Dark World here. I'm not sure where all the other runners are. I guess Ouija's the next farthest runner here.
I mean,
That was crazy.
That Ouija is the farthest runner. I mean, I'm not sure that's been true at any point today. Until now.
Today, yeah. Yeah, till now, yeah.
Till now. He's through Cannonless already, too. So, and look at that. Under 4. He's at one of his pretty solid paces. Like, almost every time we look over, because anytime he's not, he quits. So, of course, every time we look over at Ouija, he's on a good pace.
He is playing very reset heavy, but like we were saying before, that's probably the way you kind of got to play if you want to beat a 15:03, which is still an insane time in itself.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way he plays, and who am I to argue with the results? He's the world record holder, and he's currently winning this event.
Wait, so when did Ouija get the 16 record? It was a few days ago, right?
It was just a few days ago, right? And it was just a few days, and I think 4 or 5 days ago. But he didn't hold it when he competed in the qualifiers last week because the world record holder got the auto seeding into the finals. So Ouija managed to sneak in just between, took the record from him, got the auto seed, then lost the record again in the week between.
Oh my goodness, that's actually insane. These runners are like crazy good. I know,
and then Ouija has come back in the last 2 days and lowered their record, but not set a new one. They are 110 milliseconds behind Ouija still. So these two have been duking it out, but there's the, wow, Fly Guyless. No, he missed it! Oh!
Good try, Ouija.
That is going to be a reset. Absolutely. He's been resetting for way less than that. But it's been really fun watching these guys duke it out like speedrunners do, kind of behind the scenes. They just tweet it out one day, and imagine just hopping on your computer in the morning and learning you're no longer the world record holder. I mean, that's how this normally goes, is you just find out suddenly. And to see them kind of do that back and forth behind the scenes asynchronously, and now to see them actually go head-to-head live is a real treat.
100%. I really like this format as well, like being able to watch a lot of runners at the same time. It just means that there's so much potential for a lot of content going on, and potential records and race, like, you know, people right beside each other, like racing basically, right, if they have 2 good runs going. I like this format a lot. I think it's a pretty goated format. I think it's like kind of becoming more of the meta these days, and I like it. It's just a lot of content to watch for Mario.
I mean, it's a lot of action. It's incredibly rare that we don't have a run worth watching going on at any moment, and when we don't, it's usually just minutes away anyway. There's Flixer again, cruising along, and like I said before, didn't look as frustrated because at this point, I think they know another run is coming right behind it now. Almost every run has potential, and I think Flixer feels that way too, and that helps because then you stop obsessing over every little thing. If you are having trouble getting on good runs and then you finally get on one, and Slippery Nip is not on a good one right now, by the way, hits another bomb, and you finally get on a good one and something goes wrong, it's really frustrating. But when you are confident, when you're feeling good that every run is going to give you a chance, the next run could also put you on a PB pace, you just relax, and I think you play better.
Yep. It's actually kind of crazy how much like we were talking about that earlier, but like the mental game is so huge. Like it really is all that. Like in the end, you could just be on a run and you're not nervous at all, and just, you know, no attachment, and you could just do that. But like, we're not robots.
Yeah, no, we're not. I mean, you could be forgiven for thinking that, looking in particular at guys like Ouija and Slippery Nip, who, you know, Ouija is just an absolute monster grinding this thing, and Slippery Nip.
And they might be robots.
They might be robots. They might be robots. They absolutely might. I mean, Slippery Nip barely even moves on cam, right? But they're not. And stamina's a thing. Emotions are a real thing. And there's Flixer. That's a little problem. It's gonna be Fly Guy.
Unfortunate.
But it's not clean.
Those small mistakes definitely do add up, but I didn't see up until this run if Flixer had any more, so it probably still has more time to work with, but those small mistakes do add up quite a bit, especially in the 16 star when you only have like 20, maybe 30 seconds maximum to work with.
Yeah, certainly. Speaking of small mistakes, $5 from Wolf00, who says WDW entrance is on the left side of the endless stair BLJ. Well, there you go. The hive mind of chat. The hive mind of chat, always smarter than the commentators.
I guess you've gotten there more than me.
Oh, yeah. No. Hey, you can't compete with the 2,000 people in chat combining their criticism at all times.
It probably is true, though. I really do not run 16 very much.
I mean, there's a lot to keep track of.
True.
Hey, you still know more than I do, man. You still know more than I do. I'm just here for the hype, man. The competition.
Honestly,
I'm
I
all
love
about
it.
the competition. It's great.
Freaking love it. Getting good vibes.
That's not perfect from Flixer right there, but only lost about a second over the optimal from what we've seen. And that's kind of what we're seeing consistently, right? Is we're seeing a lot of small mistakes from Flixer, and you're right, they do add up, especially when there's like 5 or 6 every single run. But he recovers from them well, and he keeps putting up pretty solid times. At some point, though, if he wants to actually win and not just like grind out 3rd place or something, though, he's gonna have to eliminate those.
And I have a, you know, he definitely knows that. I just, you know, I feel like he's trying to find his rhythm. And you know, like he kind of is, like, actually, just to, you know, a little bit less small mistakes, and he's super good because he has been constantly getting to basement, like almost 3 times in a row here now.
Yeah, getting there on a good pace. Yeah. Ouija's resetting again. Easily his reset more than any of our other runners, and I'm not sure it's even close. I'd be kind of curious if you combine the 2nd and 3rd most if they would equal him. But again, I can't argue with the results. The results are exceptional. Slippery, also very early in a run here. So is Kano. So is GTM. So is everybody. Flixer is at 8 minutes, and everyone else is within the first minute or so.
Yeah, like
that happens.
Just what we were talking about. Yeah, like Flixer, I think this is like his 3rd basement in a row. Everyone else is kind of just stuck in the early game, but that's just how it is in 16 sometimes.
Yeah, certainly. Every now and then they get like these little unscheduled races that kind of line up, and that's always fun.
Yeah, that is why I love this format so much, is that people get on runs at the same time, like randomly, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah, Slippery on the Dark World red coins, and you can see actually uses a different camera there than Ouija does. Ouija keeps the camera back facing the whole time, and Slippery Nip kind of turns when they go back for that first coin. Just a little difference there. We do see that there are pretty standard camera positions for most of these runners, but every now and then we'll see an exception. I know Kano, for example, his camera is different than a lot of people's a lot of times. You know, he'll kind of come point of view straight at you with some of the lava jumps or whatever. I mean, it's just, sometimes I just think it's, the main thing is not what you do, it's that you pick something and stick with it and get used to it.
Yes, and like, as long as it's somewhat fast, like there can be strats that lose a little bit of time and a little, you know, a little bit of this, but as long as you can like nail it decent and all the time, you're good, right? Like, that's all you need.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a significant time difference, and for camera work alone, you'd think there almost never is, right? Because it's just camera work. But if there's a 2nd or 2 time difference, you kind of have to, get rid of that habit, I'm afraid. But other than that, you know, I mean, if that's what works for you, that's what works for you. I mean, everyone's brain works a little different, you know, and that's what's fun about this, is seeing the different strategies, the different reset tolerance levels, and the different bits of camera work too.
I think it is pretty cool that, like, everyone, like, especially you see in Fire Sea, they really try to get the camera angles proper, because there's just a lot of extra lag that you automatically get. So it's like they really do try to minimize that, because you do lose quite a bit of time, I think. Like in the, I actually can't remember what the difference is between N64 and the other platforms for 16 stars specifically. I'm actually curious what the time difference is, but it's not like crazy, but it definitely can make a big difference if you look at the wrong, or have the wrong camera angle at the wrong time. You can probably eat a lot of extra time.
That's a good point. I did forget about the lag, partially because it never comes up because everyone does that, because that one's not optional. That's not a personal preference thing. Yeah.
Everyone kind of just like. And also, all these runners are insanely good at it already, so they just like...
Yeah, they don't mess
They just know the lag reductions. And Flixer, still looking... I didn't see any notable mistakes in HMC there. Just very comfy movement.
Oh, we're coming up on 2 big ones. We're coming up on some MIPs and some BLJs shortly after. Looking fine so far. Maybe not... Okay, not the fastest, but not horrible. Let's see how quickly he can get through this here. This is Slippery Nip right here, man. He gets through this perfect every time.
Oh
no, we lost Mips on the other side of the door. We have been separated from our rabbit.
Another curse.
I'm not sure we've seen that yet. At least I don't remember seeing it. That happened again? Chat's saying this has happened before. That is horrifying.
If anyone doesn't know what just happened, basically Mips, if you have a chance of like Mips just kind of glitching through the door and clipping for you instead, and it's just really unfortunate because now Mips is on the other side of the door, so it's like the run's over. Or you just reset the Mips and you can try to go for a PB, but these runners can't do that, unfortunately.
Can't do that. And it's pretty horrifying. That poor rabbit. The poor rabbit's on the other side of the door now with no one to take care of him. It's what a fate for Mips. Although you know what? It was so frustrating for me as a kid. I'm fine with it. I have no sympathy for that rabbit. That rabbit was horrifying when I was a kid.
Someone calling it Ms. Clip might be right. Got him.
Previous commentator, the AC Money, $33.33 says, thank you for letting me be part of this awesome event. Everyone's doing so great, and I think we're going to see a sub 15 this weekend. Oh boy, commentator's blessing or curse, I don't know. Special shout-outs to Sarah for organizing and Sleep for the matching. Save the frames, kill the cancer. Absolutely right. Thank you, AC, for being part of it as well and for doing such a great job and for giving to such a great cause. And that does put us over $5,900. We are $84 away from 6,000 even. We're very close. One of you is about to be a hero and push us over that mark.
That's insane. Thank you, everyone, for all that support. It seriously helps a lot. Thank you, AC.
It really does. And Ouija was on another good run, but has reset again because that's just what happens. And so has Slippery Nip, who we're looking at here on the big screen. And those two are 1 and 2 with just 6 seconds separating them so far. And they were also, I will remind you, 1 and 2 last week with just 7 seconds separating them, although both of them have already beaten those times, 15:05 to 15:03 and 15:12 to 15:09. It's looking like a repeat of last week, but this time, though, this is for the whole prize.
Yeah, this is really when you want to get that time, you know? This is when you want to clutch it out. Almost not guarantee, but if you get a decent like time here, you probably could guarantee a good spot, like maybe top 3 or 4th or something, which is still, every spot does matter, especially when, you know, there's a prize pool going on, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's different tiers of prizes and all that, so it does matter getting 3rd rather than 5th, and we were talking earlier about how that might factor in. You know, every runner wants to win, and I think every runner's capable of it, but some of them, you know, it's more of an uphill climb. Some of them might say, you know, how likely is it I'm going to set a personal best live, so maybe I'll be a little more forgiving of mistakes, try to get 3rd or 4th. That would be a reasonable thing. I mean, the real question here is, are we going to see a sub 15? And is someone going to get a sub 15 and lose anyway?
Ooh, that would be pretty crazy, actually, if we got 2 sub 15s, like, kind of battling it out for first. Like, who knows? It could happen.
I mean, it could happen. It absolutely could. Ouija at 15:03 so far, as we said, is the lowest. I don't think that'll be the winning time, but it wouldn't shock me because that is really good.
So, like, each day resets the times? Is that how it works? Or does it just keep it?
It's cumulative. So they get 2 8-hour days, for anyone wondering in chat as well, and for anyone who's just joined us. 8 hours today, 8 hours tomorrow, and the best time at any point is the only one that counts. It's a 2-day live time attack with a little, you know, night's sleep in between. We're not monsters.
I like that time attack.
Time attack. I mean, that's what it feels like, right? You're attacking during the time is attacking you. It's all that. It's all that at once and more. But that does factor in, right? I mean, some of these guys might be trying to think, they might think of today as a practice day even. Who knows?
Yeah, that's a good way to think of that. Like, that actually might be the best mindset you can get here right now, is like, this is just practice for tomorrow, because maybe that'll give you that run, right?
Right. I mean, for all we know, that's how they're thinking, and then they put up a 15:03 or 15:09 anyway. Although you really get the sense with Ouija, with those resets, that it really is every single run has to be a world record. And once I'm convinced that's not possible, I am totally uninterested in it.
Maybe that's what, like, I mean, it's got to be what Ouija's going for, or everyone's going for, but, like, specifically if you're in first place right now, I mean, that's really all you can think of, right? Is just, I guess, just lowering your time more or getting world record.
I mean, you do wonder, if you're Ouija, how motivated can you stay to just lower your own world record, lower your own event best? And I don't know. I mean, looking at Ouija, it seems pretty darn motivated. Motivation does not seem to be a problem for Ouija, at least. They just they're one of those robots we were talking about, right?
Yep.
Must go faster.
Speaking of robots, you know, Benny is looking pretty good right now on this run.
I mean, like Flixer, just definitely looking comfortable after a few. Oh, look at this number on here. Love the host coming up with the stats. Ouija has reset 118 times. Flixer in second with 83. That's not even really that close when you think about it.
Yeah, it's really not. Ouija definitely getting the most resets in.
Gotta love the trivia coming
most
up.
Most attempts.
I was so curious about that. I feel I'm so happy to know that for a fact now. Oh, Benny overshoots the star just a tiny bit, and oh, look at that, shaking the head, throwing his head back. He's frustrated. I think because he knows he's making small mistakes, but mistakes that people at this level don't normally make.
Yeah, unfortunate when you like make the same mistake twice, like back to back or something, like just grabbing a ledge twice or something. That stuff,
Yeah.
especially in 16, when you play at this level, it definitely can tilt you. You know,
Yeah.
get you off your game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's going for
Lava boost.
boost. Nice. Okay,
Yeah,
going
decent.
for a lot of runners going for the like that's the movement I actually do as well. Just like super comfy, just like off the pole and then like wall kick. It is a bit slower, but like it's pretty consistent. I haven't really practiced the double pull, so it probably is a bit harder. But
You're
you know,
hitting
still
it pretty
comfy.
well. Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, it's pick what you're gonna do and grind it, right? And
100%.
looking pretty good there. But you could definitely see the frustration coming in because sometimes you hit the hard things and you miss the easy ones, right? And they're the things you don't think about because they're so easy, but that also it puts you in danger of being complacent as well.
And that's when they say there's no star that's free. Because
Yeah, right.
It's
Well,
just-
hang on. As you say that, here comes Binny up to the Toad Star. Your timing is
wait,
immaculate.
wait, backflip.
I mean, you're right. You're right. We've seen every star get messed up at least once, but that definitely was the freest star, at least, right?
I'm definitely famous for backflipping on toads, that's for sure. I'm a 120 runner though, so you know it's okay. Free time save.
At least there was no violence. That's the main thing. There we go.
World record punch toad. Well, there you go.
Punch Toad.
Sometimes you gotta punch toad.
Ouija is flying again. I'm not going to get attached to this run yet. It's too early, but I am keeping an eye on it. I am doing that side eye that we talked about
Yep.
earlier from Flixer. I'm doing it.
One
just a little
eyebrow.
bit. One eyebrow, one eye on Ouija's run, which is looking clean as always. But Binny looking really good too at 10. At 10 in
Ouija's
EHS.
actually kind of cruising right now.
I mean, it will save time if we mention when he's not.
That's true.
Right? Like I said, if he's not cruising, he's resetting.
Yep. It's like when you see Ouija right now is continuing a run, you know he's satisfied with it.
Yes,
Just
right,
because
right.
he's been resetting.
Yeah, I don't even have to know if he's on a good run. If he wasn't on a good run, he'd be looking at that opening again. You know, we'd be looking at blue screens and white screens and things like that. Here comes Mips for Binny. Clean, good, and here's one of those crucibles I was talking about, and the BLJs are coming up, and he knows it. He knows it. He's got to be psychologically preparing himself for the thing that has given him the most trouble today.
Yeah,
Mips won.
come on, Benny. Benny's consistently getting to these BLJs and Mips clips, so like I really would like to see, you know, those BLJs get absolutely destroyed.
Ooh, good second, Mips. There we go, and the BLJs are coming up. We can feel them coming. I'm nervous on his behalf, but you just got to put it out of your mind and get it done here in a minute. Let's see, is he going to go for chip here?
No
no. He's one of the runners who has not been doing it much,
Right.
or definitely not consistently.
Oh no, Ouija!
There we go. This is why we don't get attached to people. He's always on a big run, but he's also so aggressive that something almost always derails it at the end. But we were getting close there.
As chat says, Ouija, you fool. Unfortunate. The save and quit just, you know, it just happens. It happened earlier. Who else did that? Like, not even long ago. Like,
You mean like the reflex, right? Like you're still on a really good run, but you're in the mindset of any mistake, and so you reset way too aggressively. Yeah.
yeah. And also just, you know, save and quitting sucks at the same time. For sure. But Benny, though.
It's the downside of grinding. Yeah, Binny looking pretty good here, but oh nope.
No!
Should we just not talk? Oh
Yeah,
man.
I don't know.
He's done completely.
It was so close, you know? We tried to help him.
So the thing is, I'm a little surprised he didn't keep going because he needs the BLJ practice, and he was close to it. You know, I think
Oh, yeah.
I think you could have made a good argument for continuing there. That was a pretty good-looking run, though, too. Slippery Nip, a little early in his run. Pretty much everybody's still early in their runs, though. Ouija is perpetually early in his run. But looking good here.
Yep.
240X,
Looking good.
24X on that star. Not bad.
Kano is now going into SSL now, though. Kano, all right, on another run here. Let's see if can continue this with the Tama.
Yeah. It really is the curse of being so great that we barely even get excited when Ouija does these. Look at that, like that's a perfect LBLJ, and I'm like, yeah, he's done that like 5 times though. Like,
Yeah, right.
true greatness is boring. That's the little secret too.
That was so last week.
So last
No.
when you're so good that when you're so great that greatness doesn't even register anymore, that's when you know you've made it. That's when you know you've made
that
it.
is actually, that's got to be it, because like, you know, these robots we're talking about, Slip nailing Salt as well. Let's go. You love to
There
see
we
it.
go. And I'm barely reacting to that because he's nailing Salt basically every time, Tao.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. At this point, we might as well just not even react because we just know they're gonna get it.
Right. I mean, we know they're going to get it, or we know they're going to fail as soon as we get excited. So, like, why are we even here? Like, there's nothing we can say or do right. We're just going to curse someone or underreact. That's the real curse of the commentator, is that either way you're in trouble.
Yeah, it's true. And Kano exiting SSL, it looks like. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, and he's been very, very consistent here the whole time, pretty much. I mean, you can see that 15-14. You think third place, and he's 11 seconds behind, but 11 seconds. That's it. That's how good these guys are.
11 seconds. Like I was saying before, I just can't believe how people can play within 20 seconds of their summer best. It's just like actually crazy. It's so and with the strats that they're doing too, on top of it, it's not just like, you know, super comfortable, consistent strats. I mean, maybe to them, but
yeah. We are being trolled with this donation. Pansy, $82. What a generous gift. Thank you. Says $1 left to go to break 6K. That's where they left it. They left it just over $1 left. So if someone wants to throw literally $2 at this, it's gonna push us over 6,000. Thank you so much for your generosity there. Wonderful donation.
Thank you, Pansy, so much for the $82.
Great stuff, guys. You're really helping a lot of people in need around the holidays, too, when they need it probably the most, when it can be toughest. Find that given spirit. Slippery Nip, little trouble with the clip there, but probably only cost them a second over the ideal version.
Nice.
Still looking great. I mean, this guy's just consistent. There's no other way to put it.
That was a really good backup. These guys know their backups. Like, clipping in from the side of the pyramid like that is so much harder than just nailing the strat, because, like, there's only one, like, a certain height that you can clip into the pyramid at, and if you're too high up, you're just gonna miss it completely. So definitely a good backup there. And this Fly Guy list looking pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
Ooh, let's go. Slip looking pretty good right now.
He is looking pretty good. He's looking pretty good, and he does not have that thing we mentioned from Binny and Flickster, where getting better as the day goes on, because he's just always at this level. He's always, like you say, with near his personal best. There's Kano, by the way. Looks like messing up the lop boost a little bit, and I'm not sure, actually. I looked over just a little too late. Anyway, it works out fine. Still a decent pace. We just hit over 6K, though. Let's go. Anonymous with the $20, and Devious with another $20. So thank you, Anonymous, and thank you, Devious. Remember to eat your veggies, runners. You heard it here, guys. Good advice.
Eat your veggies. Thank you so much, Devious, for the $20. Really appreciate that. That pushes us over 6K. Let's freaking go, guys. GG's.
Let's
go.
Awesome. That's a great milestone, and I'm sure there's more milestones to come for the runners and hopefully for the donators as well. Thank you so much, guys. Excellent job. 2 people swooping in to play hero at the end. Every time you get close to a big round number, you know someone's going to swoop in and play hero. I love it.
You love to see it.
Love to see it, indeed. What I would love to see earlier too is that Kano cosplay, which he has kind of abandoned. That's okay. It was pretty cool of him, pretty pog to see it at all, but maybe overheated a little bit there and said, one layer too many.
Yeah, I have tried to play like runs and stuff in a costume, and it does get really hot really quickly, especially if you have any lights on. Like, lights really do heat up rooms and computers and everything. Like, people just don't really think about, like, the ventilation of the room a lot. So then sometimes it just, like, just gets really hot in there. And you're like, yeah, okay.
Well, so people get confused when they hear that. They say, well, they're just sitting there. And it's like, well, hang on. You're sitting there, but you're hunched forward and you're tense the whole time. And that really does actually tire you out. You can be exhausted sitting for 8 hours if you are tense, if your muscles are tense the whole time. And let me tell you, for most of these guys, maybe not Slippery Nip from the looks of things, but for everyone else, for the non-robots, they're tense the whole time.
Yeah, the non-robots. Oh my goodness, making that look robotic, definitely. Kano, though, is finishing up HMC with a 10-11 exit, I think I saw, which
Wow.
I think is pretty damn good.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. Hey, robots can overheat too, though, now that I think about it. So
Oh yeah, that's true.
the whole thing. I did notice in the background on Ouija's cam, there is an air conditioner. Maybe that's why he's so good.
Oh, the secret that, like we said, the
Secret
ventilation.
Secret strats. Ventilation strats. There's Slippery Nip. Looking real smooth again. And just, again, barely awake. Barely awake. Doing it in his sleep, as they say.
Oh man, Mips clip. Oh my goodness, man, doing Mips clip fast is so rough. Getting it though, unfortunate Cano. You see that head nod going down in, not disbelief, but I guess not happy with it.
Not happy with it.
Oh no!
A death. That is really rough for Nip. And still no reaction. I mean, he looks exactly the same as if he nailed it, but... Oh, dear.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Going for the Slip, you can see Slip goes for all the strats, which is cool to see. Slip has been, I guess, competing at a high 16 level for honestly a while, which is really cool to see.
He does 16 and 1 only, pretty much, too, as I recall.
Yeah.
So there we go. And Kano with the front sub, looking good. We've actually seen sub trip up a surprising number of people today. Didn't see that much last week, even though that was just qualifiers. But we're seeing it a lot more today for whatever reason.
Man, front sub is like, it is hard. It's a tight window, and like you can lose so much time. Nailing cool glitch though. Let's go.
Let's go.
On pace for the cycle, I think still.
But yeah, Slip definitely a low star kind of runner, and that specialization means that he's going to be able to grind that more. We can't all be Ouija with like records in the top 100 for like 4 or 5 different completion rates.
Yeah, not everyone is Ouija, but Cano just nailed a pretty solid fire steal. That was what is that cycle called? I can't remember what that cycle's called, or like just that movement at the end. It's like kind of newish.
Yeah, I don't remember the new one.
But it definitely is fancy. Oh, like
a
the really
miss.
quick half spin. That is also really crazy throw. Oh, it's ultimate. Yeah, okay, I think you're right. It's ultimate. Unfortunate fire C throw though. Man, that is like such a crazy throw. Like it's like half spin. Like
he's so good at it too.
Bowser at the right time.
I know. I'm freaking out over here because him missing these throws is just not really a thing that happens, especially the ones at the very end. The last 3,
that's
just
true.
But I mean, not a total robot. He's more of a cyborg, let's say.
Yeah, a little part this, part that, right?
Yeah, part robot. I mean, I think the thumbs, given how fast he spins like that, those are robotic, but still a man up in his mind.
Just robotic hands, rest of the body, emotions, human.
Stupid, pesky emotions always getting in the way of speedrunning.
Man, imagine if you had just a device that, like for speedrunning, that became meta. Oh, turn off the emotions. I'm on world record pace.
Turn off the emotion chip. Especially on BLJs. Oh no! They do not catch.
He might. Oh my goodness, there it is. It was a really slow one, but got it.
It did get through. Little smirk.
Still works.
Little smirk. We've got Binny up here instead of Slip. More BLJs coming for Kano. Let's see if these ones catch. It's taken a while, but he does. There we go. He got it.
Does get it. Not bad. 14:07 enter. So what's Cano's time? I think it's like about. I don't think you can actually. Actually, don't know if Cano can PB. It's gonna be really close, but maybe good practice in general. We'll see.
Another donation. It says from Ouija's mom. I'm skeptical, but okay, fair enough. For $25, I will say that you're Ouija's mom. $25. Thank you so much. We are, as I mentioned earlier, over 6,000.
Oh my
6,063.
Dang, let's go. Sick donation, and Cano almost getting the task cycle. That honestly looked insane. There's some really spicy movement there with moving right side and then double jumping into the pole to catch the one cycle. Actually kind of crazy. It's like tasks. For a good finisher though.
Yeah, there are those throws we were talking about, the ones that he's best at for sure, and it's always 1.5. I mean,
look at that. Look at it.
I know. The speed he gets from almost no time at all, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
That is nuts. GG's in the chat for Cano. Definitely a solid run. Not a PB or an event PB or anything like that for him, but you know, it's close. Like that 10 seconds off, can't really ask for more other than obviously just a better PB or a better run than, you know, but that's pretty solid. Good consistency from Cano.
I mean, best thrower in the world, maybe we're saying?
I would probably say that, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I know that a lot of these guys are capable, or most of them. I know Ouija can do it, but when you talk about both the ceiling and the consistency, I think you have to say he's the best.
Yeah, Cano definitely is up there, that's for sure, for like in terms of overall skill, consistency, and the unique throws like are really, really cool to see. Like everyone's just like, oh my goodness.
Oh
like,
my goodness.
Like we were talking about those unique cameras.
Benny struggling with the little triple jump there. He's gonna keep going. Yeah, he's gonna keep going. And the thing that excites me about the skill on those late throws is that I don't worry too much when he's on a great pace about the end. I don't worry about, you know, is something as silly as a Bowser throw going to ruin a great run? I mean, it can, and someday it will if he does this long enough, I'm sure. But it's really kind of exciting to have him get to that point and think, well, this is almost in the bag.
This is why I think, you know, the nerves will always be there a little bit when you're like on pace or you know it's a decent pace going into throws. It's like, I feel like those nerves will always kind of be there. You know, just a little bit.
I think so.
Just to say hi.
Oh, and Benny is done.
Oh, man. Mips clip. Really unfortunate Mips clips and BLJs for Benny right now because, like, Benny's been playing solid, consistently getting to those points. So, like, as soon as Benny can cruise through that, like, he's good. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, maybe. But the funny thing is, before those last couple Mips clips issues, I would have said his biggest problem was the BLJs. And right now, it's like both of those things are just huge hurdles for him. And he's doing really well otherwise. And as you can see, gets up, walks away, taking a little break, and probably for the best right now. We're back on a slippery nip here. And once again, we kind of drift off to the side of the pyramid with the bomb, but doesn't lose much. The backup's always good. And, well, he's always good. These runs are always solid.
Yeah, slip on another run after that one, which you love to see, because sometimes they get stuck, you know, in the beginning. But, you know, you can tell these runners start, like, getting consistent, like, or at least warmed up. Because, like, they just start getting runs more and more into basement, which is, like, you know, the key, right? Oh, the key.
The key. Fly Guyless right there. Oh, no, and right for Fly Guyless, we completely, we do the hard part, and we mess up the easy part. You hate to see that.
Unfortunately, the key wasn't there. Oh. But the key is there for Ouija as he puts it in the door, goes into basement, and we'll see.
Bad. Hey, you said it earlier. There are no free stars. There are no easy stars. And
really
we saw right there. Fly Guyless goes off without a hitch, and then we just missed that platform where we literally just have to run in a straight line to the next star, and that's where the mistake happens. You can't take anything for granted here.
And Ouija going for Fly Guyless.
Man, that was quick. Man, that was quick.
Oh,
and
no.
The same thing! The exact same thing happens to Ouija. It's contagious. Look out.
Man.
Oh, no.
See, like, guys, this is one of the reasons why 16 is absolutely rough right now in general. Just because to, like, compete at world record level, you almost have to do some of these strats, right? So, like, you know, that obviously sucks doing that kind of stuff. But, you know, you got to give respect to these runners, right? Like, they go for it, and they do nail it. So they will nail it eventually.
Okay, so I said earlier, and this was probably very foolish on my part, that if you did donate at least $5, I would make a fool of myself for you. That was the threshold. And Bliney just donates $5.55 and says, question for the commentators. Do you think these runners are up dog? Well, by golly, I don't think I know what up dog is. Do you, sir?
What up, dog?
Nothing. What's up with you?
Wait.
What? Wait, was it happening to me or to you? What'd I do?
I don't know what's down, dog. Wait. All right, okay, we're good anyways.
Yeah, we did it. Oh, we're so silly. Okay, I'm raising the cost to 20. It costs 20 now. Just so you know, it's for a good cause. Come on, let's go.
The price has gone up. We're worth more than that.
We're worth more than that. Yeah, I mean, look, when you're in demand, raise your rates. You know, and apparently it's really valuable to make us look silly. So we're raising our rates, people. There we go.
True.
Again, but I still will make myself look a little stupid to fight cancer. I'll do it.
Hey, that's a worth. I'm down.
That's worth it. That's worth it. We are at $6,068.76. How did we get at such a weird number? I don't know. But I know we are just under $40 away from 6,100 and so on and so forth. And that is a lot of money doing a lot of good for a lot of people for a great cause. We are over halfway into the day. We're at, I think, just over 5 hours now of an 8-hour day and a 16-hour total weekend. So there's still a lot of time left. We're just a third of the way through this.
Let's go. Lots of runs to be had, you know, and potential, you know, maybe even more record runs. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, that would really be something. I mean, you want to see it. Selfishly, I want to see it.
Yep, me too. I'm sure everyone in the chat wants to see it as well. That one run from one of these runners is going to happen. We believe.
I mean, we say one of these runners, but we're all thinking about the same guy right now because he's been on fire all day. We're thinking it's Ouija, but again, Ouija was the world record holder until just a few days ago, so it can happen. It can happen, and any of these guys could throw up a sub 15 at any point. Obviously, the hypest thing, new world record live on stream. I would say second, maybe event best, but just a very close third is someone joining that sub 15 club for the first time today, or even just putting up a personal best. There's a lot of things that could happen. That would actually be, in some cases, you know, the best thing or the most exciting thing that's ever happened to some of these runners, and it could happen any minute.
It really could happen at any minute. Like, speaking of, like, both these runners, Flixer and Cano, right now that we're seeing on screen, they're really consistent right now. Like, Cano just had a run into basement, you know, or MIPS, got to MIPS or whatever, right? So, and then Flixer not that long ago either. So, Cano and Flixer both, I don't know, they're looking pretty consistent here.
They are.
I'm liking this.
Flixer with a lava boost, looking good. 8 minutes, not bad at all. I know I say not bad about things that are great, but you run out of superlatives after a while is what happens.
Hey, you know what? you gotta use what you gotta use. It's all good, you know?
Yep.
I feel that.
Flixer on the lava red coins.
Looking good. And Cano too. And, you know, half, almost semi-sync, you know? Delayed sync. So not a sync.
Yeah, delayed sync.
Yeah, delayed sync.
That's a really good looking time right now, I think, potentially. What I always want to look for is the nod. That's how you know. I don't even have to look at the clock. If I look over, Kano's nodding, I know he's doing good.
Yeah. And you can also see the runners, you know, make mistakes too, right? The looking straight at the camera or the head going down, like, in disappointment.
With Kano, it's usually a smirk. It's usually like little mistake, little smirk, and if he dies horribly, sometimes it's a full-blown smile when he resets. It's almost backwards, right? The happier he looks, the worse it is. But the nodding is the giveaway that he's real happy.
Kano is just built different.
Yeah. We keep saying they're all built different from us, and they're all built different from each other. And that's what you love to see. Some guys really emotive, really excited. Let's go, let's go. Some guys barely reacting at all. Some of them high risk tolerance, want to grind it out. Some of them want to reset hard every time something goes wrong. It takes all kinds, and they're all here competing. And as you can see, even though they all play very different types of people, even different skill levels, when you look at the results, they're really close.
They are so close. And man, I honestly haven't really seen much mistakes from Flixer here at all. He's looking really good. And I feel like you can tell from the expression on his face, he's just concentration mode, you know? He's like, all right, we got this. We're in the zone. We nailed most of the strats already. Like, It's really gonna come down to, like, Fire C and BLJs and that kind of stuff, so...
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Let's see when he gets out of HMC here. He's getting pretty close. It's not an unbelievable pace, but it's a good one, certainly.
Yeah, not bad at all. 10, 16 HMC exits, so pretty solid. I think it's like... I'm not sure what Kano's exit was, but now I'm going to try to keep keeping track of the HMC exits, because then we can kind of see what the pace is.
Yep, and I think Kano could be shaping up to looking to have a pretty good one, potentially.
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything yet, I don't want to get attached, but he's looking pretty good here. It's the triple jump, and it is clear and clean.
It is clean, and I don't think Kano does go for the slide triple, so I think we'll see him be comfy there.
Yeah. With a run like this, I don't know if you want to mess with it too much anyway. Flixer's coming up on some of the hard stuff, though. Case in point, we bounced off MIPS just a little. Okay. Only lost a second or two. Okay.
Man, that fast MIPS, like, you have to wall kick and, like, you know, drop MIPS at the same time there, basically, so it just I feel like that's definitely hard. It's very specific. So if you mess it up, obviously Mips can either glitch the door or pop on the other, or like pop on your side, and you can back it up. So last time you saw Mips go on the other side of the door, that was really unfortunate.
Yep, that was unfortunate. Yeah, Flicks post Mips says no to the chip clip, and he's doing all right though. Coming up at 11:30 on the sub, which has given people trouble today. It's not automatic. I want to keep an eye on
Is
this
that a
here.
third run in basement? Oh my goodness, guys. We got some runs going. So GTM just
Yeah.
entering basement. Feels good.
Feels good, man. Kano too. Oh boy.
Man,
He's gonna
okay,
come
so
out yeah, he's gonna come out a little past 10 on HMC here. Not unbelievable, but yeah, these are all in range. These are all live runs, and to get to the 10-minute mark and still have a good run in you, that's pretty good.
like Flixer and Canna are like within a few seconds apart, so that's pretty hype. So we'll see how they do in Fire Sea here. Flixer did mess up a little bit on the Mips, so we'll see how Cano does. Ooh, a little pound there though. Coming. Oh no, Flixer, will he make the cycle? Makes it. We're gonna see how much time loss that is. That's pretty unfortunate ground pound. Still made the cycle, but definitely losing a bit of time. We'll see.
Oh, almost did not make the funnel. I saw just the one lava there, and I was like, this isn't how they've usually been doing it. Is he gonna? Yep, he gets it.
He gets it. Cano also, Cano also opting out of chip clip. That's fair. I feel like, it's very 50-50 with these runners, depending if they do it or not.
I mean, some of them have just been nailing it, but we have not really seen him go for it. At least not consistently. So
That's fair. Like in 16 star, if you miss chip clip, it's over, or almost. Like,
yeah.
Unless you're on a really good run, it's probably over.
This
So,
is, pretty good.
Yeah, this is looking really good. Heading to BLJs now, hey? Flixer, well, let's see.
Oh, big moment of truth coming right up. By the way, Brad Shuby, $20, thank you so much. Says, bro, I swear these runners are always on Dark World. I was just AFK for an hour and a half, and they are still here. Yep, 0 stars. Did they ever make it past this level? I mean, it definitely separates things sometimes, but there's a little bit of a coincidence in there, probably. Thank you so much for the $20. Very generous.
Come on, Flixer. Ooh, looking good.
Oh!
Really good first BLJ. Flixer's looking good right now. Like, he could potentially miss a little bit of BLJ here and still be good.
Here we go. Yep. I mean, I would say this is the easier of the two. You get a little more margin to work with. Yep. Come on, baby.
Come on.
I want to see it. I think he might have got it.
We're in Sky. All right.
He is gaining strength as the event goes on. No mistaking it.
Yo, Flixer. Yo, definitely good switch. Cano is also on a pacer, so let's see if... Oh my goodness, that amp is brutal.
Oh.
I hope it doesn't make him miss an entire cycle, which probably did, but it's all good.
Yeah. Oh. God, I'm so nervous for him right now. This has been an excellent run for him, and he's been looking really good in the late game, too. This has given him troubles up here, right here, this little head bonk thing. Here we go.
Right.
There it is again! At least the third time today.
Okay, there's
recover.
a backup. This is looking real close.
But that has just been giving him trouble all day.
Yeah. Small movement here, definitely, like, losing a little bit of time, but this is going to be close. I'm not exactly sure.
Oh, another bonk!
Ooh.
There we go.
I honestly don't... I think that might be the nail in the coffin, because just in terms of, like, throws, I don't think it's possible.
No,
but
it's not.
That was so close. Good attempt. And now Cano, though.
He's looking real
Oh,
solid.
my goodness, Cano!
Basically right behind him and at a better pace, I think. Maybe slightly. Not by a ton, but if these catch right here, it's going to be time to get a little hype.
Oh my
they
goodness.
catching right away? Yep.
That was pretty solid. Oh my goodness, Cano's looking really good.
Flixer, meanwhile, their best today is 15:36, and they're going to fall just short of that, but it is an excellent run. Yeah, still
in the
a
chat.
GG.
For Flixer, definitely a good run, Flixer. 15:39, what a beast. Legit.
What a beat.
Oh no!
No! Such a good run! Oh, at the end! Oh, we have just not seen him make these kinds of mistakes late. Oh.
Oh, look at him. You see that smile? Cano's
Yeah,
like...
what did I say? Smiles are bad. Smiles are bad. You don't want him smiling.
Guys, get some smiles in the chat for Kano. Look at that. This guy, like, just casual world record pace, basically. Just like, smile about that stuff. Let's freaking go, Kano.
I mean, look, it happens. You gotta have that attitude. You got that. And now we're on to the throws, and I think he's already dreading seeing what this time could be if he gets perfect throws, because he's gonna subtract however many seconds. I'm not sure how many he lost there.
I think he can still get an event PB though, or I'm not sure. This is close.
I
think he can get first.
I think he's gonna fall just short, but second might be possible. Here we go.
Oh my goodness, this is really close.
This is gonna be close. If he hadn't fallen, he'd have it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It's gonna be just short.
It's
just short.
How much? Wait, is he gonna tie slip?
Is he gonna tie slip for second? Oh, we're gonna have to retime this, baby. We're gonna have to retime this. How many seconds did he lose to that fall now? How many? Was it 6? Was it 7? I think it might have been.
Oh my goodness. So 1509 ties slip, but we have to see the retime because 16 star does, that we do add the milliseconds and all that because it does matter in the end.
It does matter. That fall in sky. Oh, that fall
what
was it, man. Not only would he have probably set the event best, we might have seen a sub 15 there. That was very close.
That was really close. Oh my goodness. And missed so many cycles and bits too there, because he messed up that movement. So I think first place was right there, right?
I mean, that could be anywhere from a $500 to an $800 mistake, depending on how this shakes out.
Dang. And GTM hitting chip clip, yo. GTM's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah,
oh my goodness, this is very exciting time. And Luigi's in basement 2. Fellow Canadian, shoutouts.
Hey, gotta Mounties gotta represent, man.
Gotta represent the fellow Canadians.
Throw up the I don't know. Do you guys have a gang sign for Maple Leaf? Do you have a little a finger motion or something? You gotta come up.
Honestly,
with
not really.
I guess that's not really very Canadian. Yeah, you gotta come up with something.
Just say thank you.
we just normally say hello. I'm a fellow Canadian. Good luck, sir.
Good luck, sir.
Good luck, sir. And the funny thing is about Ouija, again, world record holder until a few days ago, and one of the favorites here on paper, right? I know I say on paper a lot, like that even matters. They're all so great, but we haven't seen too much out of him today because of that aggressive reset. Obviously, he's got that 15-19, but other than that, I think he just hasn't gotten deep into these runs as often as some of these other runners. But we know he's capable of it.
100%, definitely capable. GTM made a ground pound there, so. I still made the cycle though. I actually was really nervous how GTM was going to make that cycle. Does GTM go for the ultimate? Do you guys know if GTM goes for ultimate?
I don't know. We actually have not seen him as much on the big screen either today.
Okay, he does. Okay. Yeah, the ground pound definitely made it unfortunate that he couldn't get that. So probably a little bit of time loss there, but probably still pretty good. These guys can make, sometimes 10 seconds of mistakes and still be good.
Well, I mean, to that point, Ouija, I said earlier, their event best here is 15:03. The world record is 10 full seconds less than that. There's a lot in there. It all adds up. It doesn't seem like they can make many mistakes, but the funny thing is they actually can, right? And still get a sub 15.
Looking pretty good, though. Yeah, I agree. Ouija re-entering HMC here. I actually was not paying attention too much to Ouija's run up until not that long ago here, so I'm not exactly sure what kind of pace he's on, but I'll try to look at that HMC exit and we can kind of keep track.
That's what we're looking for. I think it's going to be good, not great, from the looks of things, so we'll see.
Ooh, that slide triple, though, making it look, it looks so fancy.
All right, the opposite of the commentator's curse again. This time it's more like a challenge,
Yeah.
It's more like, I heard you.
Or that commentator's blessing that we were talking.
The blessing, the gauntlet. I'll show them.
Oh,
excellent. And the stairs.
Was wow, that was really nice.
Very
GTM
sick.
making it look easy.
I mean, really. This one takes longer apparently.
Well, thank you, Saren. So 14:47, best possible time for Ouija right now. Yo, oh no, GTM.
Falling apart. That's a 5 or 6 second loss, I would say.
So 14:13 enter. So I
Yeah.
think it's going to be like a 15:30-ish. So probably can't get anything with that, but you know,
And
we'll
maybe-
see. Let's see some fancy movement here, maybe.
Yeah, might not even be able to get a 6 for that matter. But gonna keep going. You know, rare bit of practice at the end here. So a lot of these guys, when they get near the end, even if it kind of falls apart, unless they're really frustrated, sometimes they'll just do it. You know, get some throw practice in. Some
Okay.
right side practice.
Ouija making the MIPS clips though. I think Ouija's still on pretty good pace. Unfortunately, GTM didn't make that cycle and missed it entirely.
Yeah, and they were one mistake away from just saying here. Chip. No. Oh!
Yeah, we
Okay.
did it.
One little bounce. Okay, half a second.
Chip clip, okay. Get some chips in the chat.
Wasn't perfect, but it wasn't for chips in the chat. Doritos. Now I'm thinking about Doritos.
I know, right? Now I just want some Doritos.
You nacho cheese or Cool Ranch or what do you got?
I like sweet chili heat.
Really? I was wondering if you were gonna say that. Well, you have been saying spicy a lot, so I think that's
I do
always
like
on your
spicy
mind.
things.
There we go.
I do
Be
see
they
the
runs or
spicy.
chips. Yeah.
Come
Everything must
on,
be spicy.
Sweetie. All right, Sweetie.
I know we're casters, but we're fans too, guys, and we are as excited as you about some of these runs.
Sponsored by
Luigi-
Doritos.
Sponsored by Doritos. Oh, bonked
no.
on the wall. Oh, and the fire, and it all falls apart.
Man,
We're not gonna stop, not yet. One more mistake and we might. Oh, yep, and that's.
dang.
I don't know. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going, but that's gonna do it. At least for the really important stuff.
Really
look at this.
unfortunate.
We got the retime in. Kano, 15:09.4, 0.2 ahead of Slip. So it is in fact second place.
Woo.
Thank you for the retime.
GG to. So that is Kano's run is second place now, right?
Yeah. So Slip
Woo.
falls into third. That is a big deal. And by the way, now you really know anything other than those perfect Kano throws, and it would be third.
Dang. So now it's 15:03, 15:09, 15:09. Oh my goodness.
That's the tier, right? And then it's a 10-second drop to fourth.
So sub 15:10. It looks like is kind of the you know that number to beat right now.
Just to get top three. Just to get
Yeah.
third. Just for the
Just to get
just
third.
for 15:09 for bronze. Like
That's
these
nuts.
runners have been unbelievable today.
I feel like if anyone here, like, you know, other than these guys got that kind of time, it'd feel like a gold medal to me, you know?
Yeah, it would. I mean, it'd be a personal best for like half our squad here today. Like,
It would.
and that's Slipnip with the 10-20 exit. No, he's
Ooh.
10-20 exit.
Yeah, 10:20 exit, okay.
Not bad. Not bad
We'll
at
see
all.
how, nice little punch grab there. I know some people do like the slide, some people
Yeah,
do the punch.
And this is where he eats right here. Slip is killer at this part. Almost always perfect. Especially the second clip. The second clip, he usually just like jumps right through it. Let's see if he does it
That
again.
wall kick, let's see if he gets it.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my goodness. That
I mean,
consistency.
sometimes he's faster than that. He kind of hesitated on the first jump, but
Right.
Luigi, meanwhile, struggling with the BLJs just a little bit. They're not terrible, but they're not great either. Just a bit.
Yeah, Slip is still looking pretty good. No chip clip, I think, that I
Oh,
saw.
BLJ catches real quick the second time.
Wait, so
14.
Sweegie is, I think, it's really close actually
Yeah,
to being able
this
to
is
PB
interesting.
here,
This is interesting.
or at least at the event PB. Ooh, okay, gonna miss some cycles there, but it's gonna be.
This
close.
is interesting. Let's just say you have my attention, sir.
Yep, moving right side. It always comes down to moving right side.
Yeah. Well, most of them
Boom,
been hitting it
nails
pretty
it.
quickly. I think Flickster's the only one. Oh no!
He was going for the man, or going for the crazy cycle there. I think it's called Manimo or whatever it is, but
Yep.
unfortunately
Oh.
didn't get that over that ledge for that pole grab wall kick.
I mean,
Pole wall kick. I mean,
I like the choice. I mean, I think a good runner, sometimes they're looking at their splits, sometimes they're not, but at minimum, if they've been grinding a lot, they have a sense of when a run is good and whether it's great or whether it's about what they need to do. I think he correctly sensed that this is going to be very close. If I nail everything, I have a chance here, so I should take those risks because it's all upside here. I'm not playing for second, third, fourth, whatever. I think it was a good risk. It was worth trying. It's worth trying everything at that point. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You know, sometimes it doesn't, but it's hard to. It's a bummer to watch.
yeah,
Right choice, though.
100%. Definitely is a bummer to watch. Benny, though, back in basement again after that short BRB. Feels good.
Hopefully relaxed and refreshed. Definitely has had, fair to say, a pretty frustrating day. Obviously, that 1550 is the best time so far, but he's been in range of much better times, of low 15s, a whole bunch of times that have just been ruined by the clips, ruined by the BLJs, just ruined by those frustrating little technical things that don't really have to do with the normal movement as much. Those little glitches and exploits, those are what have tripped him up throughout the day, and you really got to hope that at some point he just gets through both of those clean.
Man, it is so hard to get through those clean, especially fast. Like, trying to be fast and consistent at the same time in this game is so hard. Like, that's why, like, all the categories, like, I don't know, they're all hard in their own way. Being consistent for the longer ones, where this one you have to be fast and consistent at the same time. So it's like...
Yeah. 120, there's a lot of margin for error. 1 and 0, there's basically none, but at least it's a quick little sprint, and one mistake won't, derail too much time. But 16 is kind of in the middle ground there, isn't it? Where, the mistake really can cost you 10 or 12 minutes and a lot of frustration over and over again. Especially the fact that some of those glitches are so late in the run. The fact that BLJs are so late. I bet you anything that so many of these runners wish BLJs were somehow earlier in the run so that when they fail, you could just reset and lose a minute or two as opposed to losing 10, 12. I mean, that's gotta great.
Yeah, imagine if you just, like, did BLJs and then, like, all right, let's do, like, all of TTC or something. Like, that was the strat instead.
Yeah.
Like who knows? But, unfortunately, I guess you have to spawn MIPS. I think that's the reason.
Yeah, I mean, when you have one of those filters, you really want them to be early in the runs, and if they're not, it's just it's a really frustrating thing. But that's what speedrunning is all about, as you said. Speed plus consistency. That's what this is all about. That's what 16-star in particular, I would say, is all about. So
definitely the speed, being quick and consistent at the same time. Man, Benny though is looking pretty good.
He is, although we've said that so many times leading up to and through HMC. That's not really the test for him anymore. He's got this part down. The part he doesn't have down is coming right up.
Yep. And I really want to see Benny nail this because we all know he can, and he's gotten here a few times in a row. So I believe.
I believe. My heart's been broken so many times before, but yet I believe again. Keep putting yourself out there as a speedrunner and as a speedrunning fan and everything, a caster, a viewer, everything. Triple jump does not go clean the first time, but it does the second. Only about a second lost. We'll take that. That's not what he's worried about. He's worried about the stuff that we are going to see in just a minute here.
Okay, so a little bit... Okay, 10-20 exit. So, okay, I think Benny can definitely get a event PB for sure for himself. I believe.
Yeah. It all comes down to those glitches. Don't tense up now too much. Here he comes. You can see him stealing himself. Here he goes. This is what killed it last time, if I remember right. And it was just one, too. It wasn't even the second one, was it?
Yeah. I think it was the first one. Looking good. Okay, let's see. Is he going to go for the wall kick?
Hey! Yo! There we go.
There we go. I'm sure Benny feels good about that one. Oh my goodness.
I'm sure he does. The BLJs loom largest, though. Those have given him the most trouble consistently, so he's not through it yet, but he is through the first.
Through the first. And Kano is on another run to basement, so that's kind of hype. So we'll see if Benny can hold up, and maybe we'll see Kano continue.
Yeah, on another run. We just keep saying that. It's the copy paste Control V equivalent, but with your voice. You just keep that on your brain's clipboard and just keep saying it, because you're gonna have many reasons to say it for those two in particular.
Looking good. A nice comfy back sub. How much time does front sub save? Is it a whole second? 1 whole second?
I mean, I think it's about that. Yeah. Well, compared to back sub, or yeah. Oh,
yeah.
I think a little. It feels like a little more to me. I think it's closer to 2, but don't quote me on that. I'm a little rusty.
Yeah, we'll see. Someone said in chat about 3 seconds. Probably like 1 to 3 seconds, somewhere in there. Pole glitch though.
By the way, I just look up at near the top right, and I see Ouija doing perfect LBLJs, and I barely blink.
Yep. Just making it look easy.
It's not just that he gets it either. It's that he gets the fastest, best possible version every time.
Yep. The quick BLJ. Most of these guys are actually or all of them actually are insane at LBLJ. definitely a thing that you need, I guess, for 16 stars is at least a decent LBLJ, you know?
And Ouija has reset just like that again. Tiny little mirror. I didn't even see what it was this time, and it might not have been much. Sometimes we're not even sure what it was. It just misses some little cycle just barely, and he's like, that's it, I'm done.
Sometimes that, I guess, that's just Ouija right now, you know? Resetting heavy, but I guess that's, you know, your first. So you can't really ask for more other than almost perfection. Benny, though, very healthy run indeed.
Yeah, but here
looking
it comes.
good. All right, come on,
breath.
BLJs.
Deep breath.
They've been mean to Benny recently, so let's just, come on, Prage chat. Come on, Prage is in the chat. Let's see it. Let's get those BLJs.
And there he is looking down. You can feel the focus coming. Little ray of sun on his face. Blessed? We'll see.
Blessed. Pausers. Come on,
Maybe.
Benny.
Look at this. Favorable.
Okay.
That's
You got this?
That's not what we wanted to start. Come on. And
Oh,
failure
shoot.
one. Here we
Did
go.
not get the first one. Let's see if he can recover.
Oh,
like
nope.
caught so
No.
late.
And we're already at 14.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Oh,
I think you got to reset here. I mean,
good
except for the
try,
practice.
Benny.
Oh,
It's
just
gonna
awful.
happen. It's gonna
Yeah.
happen, but that is unfortunate. Like I think it's the third time in a row now we've seen Benny get to BLJs on pace. So it's like, ooh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
I mean, it's gonna happen, but when it keeps happening, it starts living in your head rent free.
It does.
And,
Like
that's the worst part. The yips.
don't want anything like that living rent free.
Yeah. Charge rent. BLJs pay rent.
You gotta charge rent,
You gotta charge
exactly.
rent. I mean, in baseball they call it the yips, when a guy just forgets how to throw. You know, like something they've been doing their whole life, that kind of thing. Something you know you can do, something you've done thousands of times. But the problem
Yep.
is when you make a mistake, then you think about the mistake, and then you think about thinking about the mistake, and then it happens a second time, and then the fact that it's happened 2 times makes you think about it more. And
Yeah.
sometimes, I'm not saying that's what's happening because, you know, that's just what can happen, right? With
It's
some
like
of
a
these guys
snowball effect.
sometimes. Absolutely, absolutely.
Keeps building.
It can happen. It can happen. So.
Kano, oh man, Kano's having a lot of trouble in triple box. Really unfortunate. Oh man. That was looking like a pretty good run though. Definitely can do that again. Benny going to practice BLJs now and gets it instantly. Oh my goodness. He's probably
There we
like,
go.
are you serious?
Are you serious? Well, that's the thing, right? You chill out. There's the stakes are lower. Why not? Flixer, by the way,
That-
taking a little nap. Little nap.
Taking a little nap. Yeah, sometimes, you know, you gotta sleep. Mario's gotta sleep too, guys, you know?
That's true.
Mario may not, you know, bleed or anything like that from any damage or bonk or death, but, you know, still needs sleep. Still part human.
He's part human. We're not sure how much. The jumps don't really look human. The BLJs sure aren't human. I don't know what those are.
Yeah, whatever those BLJs are.
Vinny does get through it again. It's not perfect. It doesn't catch immediately, but he does get through a second time in just like 30 seconds. Third time, okay, all right. I mean, this is necessary, right? This reset practice. This makes sense. He needs to do this. That was great right there.
Yeah, that was nice. Kano also practicing triple box. You know, practicing those things that you just messed up. Because, I mean, that's all you can really do in these kinds of situations is if, you know, get that confidence back on that strat and then right back into runs.
I think this is necessary. In fact, I think you can make an argument it should have happened one BLJ failure earlier, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's an easy thing to judge in the moment. We're not the competitors. It's tough, but this is definitely necessary, and it seemed to be paying off. He seems to be hitting them much more reliably now.
He is. I you know, just hope that it happens on pace. It always comes down to, like, just happening on pace.
Right.
I feel like... Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the question is he hitting these because he's practicing, or is he hitting these because there's nothing at stake? Or is it a bit of both?
Ooh, that's a
tough
good question.
It's a
I
tough
feel
question.
like, you know, every runner has their own, like, you know, way of doing things. So I'm actually, like, curious actually how these runners go about, you know, their strats and their mentality going forward. Because I mean, they all have strong mentalities in their, you know, in their own way. So
Yeah. I mean, and look, it can be a lazy narrative. It's like, oh, the pressure's getting to him. We don't know that. I mean, sometimes it's just random, especially with something like BLJs, right? I mean, the best of the best get really good at them, but anyone who's not the best of the best at BLJs, it's still, there's an element of randomness in practice at least. And so maybe it's nothing at all. Maybe he thrives under pressure, but it's just not his day. It would be an easy, lazy thing to just say, well, I guess he's nervous with people watching him, but who knows? You know, there's a lot of factors that go into it. But either way, because he probably doesn't even know himself entirely what it is, I think it was a very sensible choice to stop and practice for a little.
100%. When you're not that confident on something, it's definitely worth just to like go back quickly, get a quick refresher, and then back on the runs.
I mean, nobody's above the practice, right? That's the best in the world. Have got to stay fresh, stay sharp.
I'm sure some of these guys have practiced almost the most, you know, in the almost in the world.
I mean,
on these stars specifically, especially because I mean, you know, if you're only running 16 star, it's not that many stars to just constantly grind. Like it is and it isn't. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's that in between thing.
Yep.
It's that in between thing.
It's a lot of grind, but like, especially at this level, it's a massive amount of grind. But there's like, you know, not as many stars as 70 or something, but still very precise.
I don't have the fortitude for the 70 stars personally. Just the idea of losing that much time to a mistake potentially. I don't think I could do it, but that's where they are them and I am me.
Yep. You know, that's everyone has their, you know, things that they're good at.
Well, for me, it's not speedrunning Mario 64. I'll just tell you right now. Not compared to these guys, at least.
Hey, I mean, you'd be surprised with them. You know, if you put a lot of time into it, what you could accomplish.
Oh yeah.
In
Now,
the
hey,
game.
I've got a couple years free. Sure.
Hey, there you go. A couple of years free.
I mean, well, I mean, people talk about like, wow, where'd Liam come from? He came out of nowhere, and they really mean, oh wow, he was going nonstop for only 18 months.
Yeah,
like,
nonstop for only 18 months. Yeah.
Right, and that makes him a newcomer, right? Like.
Yep. You pretty much like these days like most people have at least a few years under their belt. So like I think Ouija is probably the newest runner here out of these.
Yeah. In this scene, basically, he's the new guy.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy. Like has not been running for very long. Same with GTM, it hasn't been running for that long either. And honestly, there's a bunch of guys here that haven't been running for that long either. So I'm like, what the heck? These people are like crazy.
It's a young man's game, for sure.
It is, you know. It's not going my way, you know, age-wise.
I mean, I swear, you get older every single day. It seems like.
Yeah, it must be. You know, I thought it was gonna be reverse age maybe one day, but
you thought you were gonna Benjamin Button your way to a world record.
Exactly. I was gonna say that, but I wasn't sure who would get it. So I'm glad
I took the bullet for you.
Yo, let's go. Appreciate
that. You don't think the kids watch Benjamin Button? No.
I mean, they might. You know. Shout outs to Benjamin Button.
Shout out to Benjamin Button, the OG.
The OG.
The OG. Eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
I guess he was born the OG. Here we go.
Oh, man,
Lava Boost
Slip making
looking
the
good.
double pulls cancel look easy. You know, child's play.
That's what he does, man. That's what he does.
Looking good though. Anyone else? So it looks like Slip is the farthest. Everyone else is in Womps, so we're all eyes on Slip definitely right now.
And that's why he's on the big screen. Even though, again, I don't think we even need the cam half the time. We did get that eye roll earlier, though, and I went full pog. I was like, oh my god, an eye roll. Little mistake there on the bomb. I do say little. It was little.
It was little. These little mistakes do add up, though, and I mean, you know, every world record will have, you know, a mistake. It will. It'll have at least something. You know, there's never going to be that perfect world record. I mean, I say that now, but you know, maybe eventually someone will just like, I don't know, not make. It's just someone's gonna robot. Someone's gonna be a robot.
Someone's gonna do it. It happens eventually. You know, certainly. Yeah, no, but I mean, but you say a mistake, and we're at the point with some of these records where a mistake, one, not plural, is kind of what they have sometimes.
Yeah, which that's nuts. I still can't believe that you can do this many stars and only make like one little mistake. It's almost like a perfect like 15 minutes. You know what I mean? Like just like perfection. It's
I mean,
art.
That's what they're chasing. They're chasing the perfect 15-minute run, basically, and below. I mean, people were chasing the perfect 15 for so long, and now
Yeah.
we've shaved 7 more seconds off that, and it's still getting shaved down this week. It was shaved down again this week, so there is still time to be had there. And I think 14 4x, it's clearly possible.
Yep. It's, like clearly between a few runners too, so it's like, oh man, who knows who's just gonna have that pop off and have that run.
Could happen any day. Could happen today.
All right. Oh yeah, so we have I think, was it Brad? Is a donation. I'm not sure. Did you already say that donation?
Oh yeah, we did indeed. But it's a good point. We should be talking more about this too. Tackle Kids Cancer. It's a philanthropic initiative of, I'm gonna take a deep breath again, the Hackensack Meridian Health Children's Cancer Institute. All of those words together. They raise funds to support research, patient care programs, find cures and treatments for pediatric cancer patients, clinical trials too, everything. They are coming at this problem every possible way and supporting survivors of the disease. Oh, by the way, that's unfortunate timing there as Nip misses that grab there. But they've raised over $10 million to date. And we do have matching funds today from Sleep as well, which is incredibly generous. This is one of the top pediatric cancer programs in the country. They have over 100 different clinical trials, and they're a member of the prestigious Children's Oncology Group. This is a tremendous cause at a very important time of year. We've raised over $6,000 since last week, and we can only do more with your help. Every dollar goes so far. Please do give! ! Donate.
Let's go. Thank you so much, Track, for that. Definitely. If you guys, like I said before, if you have some extra money, laying around this, around this holidays, definitely a great cause, and I'm sure it would help a lot of people. So we appreciate it.
Yeah, I know we all want to buy Ouija merch, but isn't this a slightly better, or any of these guys, frankly? I take it.
Why not both?
Why not both? Yeah, you know what? Make it work. I tell you what, when I give to something, I've never regretted it. Not in my life have I ever looked back and thought, wow, I gave to a good cause and it was too much, or I wish I hadn't given that much to that cause. I've never thought that in my life, and you won't either. You're gonna feel good when you do it. You're gonna deserve to feel good when you do it, so do it.
Just do it.
Just do it. Don't sue me, Nike. Don't do it. Don't sue me. It's for a good cause.
Speaking of doing it, Nip is doing it right now. Actually kind of cruising right now.
And doing it well. Over
doing
12
it well.
minutes. I mean, I can't say the things about him that I have about, Vinny, for example. He gets better as the day goes on. He doesn't. He's really good all the time. And that's another of the sort of greatness, boringness that I was talking about earlier, is that he basically wakes up and one of his first runs is good, and then 6 hours, his other run is about as good. It's that consistency that really sets him apart.
That is nuts. That is crazy consistency, especially at this level. Can't emphasize that enough. Cool. Man, look, going for... Man, what a crazy grab. I don't even know how that works. You grab Bowser to certain ways just so you can get Bowser, completely, on the opposite side of you, so you can get, a full spin. It's
yep.
Dang. That's...
And you're near the bomb, so you get to throw it right away. You don't have to throw it very hard. It works beautifully.
Looking good. What kind of pace is Slip on right now? Does anyone know?
Decent one. I mean, I don't know if we're looking at event best, although it depends on what you want to say, right? Sometimes what we say is event best if everything goes perfectly, but when do things go perfectly, right?
Right here.
Yeah. right here. Commentator's blessing. I mean, I don't think. I mean, he might be able to top his best today. He might be able to sneak in second, because remember, he lost second by 0.2 seconds earlier to Kano.
Right.
But that's probably the ceiling, and that's probably gonna pretty nearly do it. He might finish anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's still gonna get his practice in, but he knows this run is it's not gonna do anything for him now.
Yeah.
It's okay, it happens.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. There is the best possible time on screen. I don't know why I wasn't looking at that. Okay, we're good. I need to look at the best possible time more on the screen. Wasn't used to the layout.
Yeah, I mean, look at the auto the auto calculations here.
Yeah, it's so nice.
It's incredible, man. I mean, the tech in the speedrunning world has really come along a few years ago, you know.
It really has. Unfortunately, Slip giving up on that run because it was probably over anyways. But yeah, technology has come so far. Like, I remember, I don't know, a couple of years ago, every single tournament I watched was a 1v1, and that's fine.
Yeah,
like it's just weird now that 1v1s now are kind of just like, oh, okay, you know, it's decent. But now, like the last year and a half ish, I've seen so many of these like multi, you know, like 6+ runners at the same time, and it's so good. Like I was saying before, it's a goated format, I think.
It's pretty great. Slip was hanging around practicing those BLJs after that dead run, unfortunately. But hey, getting that practice in, that's what we see. Knowing when to practice, when to reset, when to get back into the grind. This is something they all have to decide for themselves. It's temperamental based. But I think, generally speaking, these are some of the best runners in the world, so they have a good sense of it. They know when they have to stop and grind something that has been giving them trouble, like we saw Benny do with the BLJs, and like we're seeing Slip do with the BLJs. And hey, are you sensing a pattern that the BLJs seem to be giving people problems?
And it's BLJs, like from pretty much every single skill level is like, I don't even know, like almost hated. Like, you know, like people love it. They're like, oh yeah, BLJs are so cool and stuff. But like when you lose that run to it, it's like,
Yeah.
You're like,
No, I mean,
that's why everyone hates it.
I mean, it's not as satisfying, I would imagine. I'm not a top-level runner, but I would imagine it's not as satisfying as that sort of poetry in motion thing when they're flying through sky or something, you know, or Dark World or whatever. Like, that probably feels satisfying and interesting and engaging.
Yes.
In a way, kind of mashing the button in perfect time is not as interesting, maybe. So, you know, but it's part of it. You have to do it now, but I don't think it's anyone's favorite part of it, and I can't imagine it's as fun.
Yeah, probably not as fun, but you know what is fun is Kano and GTM are both in LOL, and Benny is actually out of it in HMC right now. Is that we have 3 runs going? Let's go.
Here we go. Yeah, they are all going here. Ouija with the reset, but everyone else chugging along. And at this point, increasingly, if a run is going, it's worth watching because, you know, they're not resetting as often as Ouija maybe, but they've all become stricter about this. Now that we see the times up there, now that they know what those times are, they've all gotten much tighter. And when a run is bad, they either stop and practice, obviously, or they quit entirely. So almost all the runs that you see past a few minutes are good by definition, because if they're not, they quit. And there's been
Like everyone,
exactly that.
Yeah, like everyone's trying to be super optimal with their time right now. You know what I mean? Like use as much time as they can, get every single good run in they can before that time's up, right? Because it could be that last run that gives them the edge or gives them a better spot on the leaderboards.
It could be any run at any point. It could be the last one. It only takes one. And by the way, the overall's back. Yeah, they are.
Wait, what's back?
Kano's overall, the cosplay. He started off the day in that outfit, got a little warm, and kind of peeled it off there for a little bit, but it's back on. It is
Kano looking cute.
Always.
Feels good.
Feels good, looks good, plays good. I know it's plays well.
Dang, and as we say that, both those other runners reset in basement, so.
Yeah.
Just the way it is.
How many people? What I like about it, you said earlier 1v1s. The problem with those is you can only curse 2 people at once, but now we can curse up to 7.
Yeah, like it's almost constant cursing or blessing, depending on how you look at it.
That's exactly. That's what the technology's really done for us, is that we've been able to mass produce our curses.
Yep. Mass produce. You can't forget the blesses though,
Yeah.
Not as many, maybe, but
people talk about the curses too much. We don't get credit for our blessings.
It's true. Sometimes we're like, yo, they're on a pace and they just nail Fly Guyless, and we don't really talk about that.
That's right. They're on a perfect pace and we don't talk about it. And it's like, why aren't you talking about it? And it's like, well, pick either one. You can pick either one.
Oh man, unfortunate RNG there from the rocks, but this is a pretty good exit, I think. 10-11. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and he's I normally say smiling is bad, but in that case he was smiling and nodding. It's the good mixed with the bad, and I guess that's good because he's pretty happy with looking with that time. I think we're pretty happy with it. And he is pretty much always at this pace though.
Yeah. It's actually unbelievable that they can pace like this all the time, like 3 runs in a row or something like that. It's just like
It's over and over again. We are still just shy. $20 will put us over 6,100, by the way. $20 will do that if someone wants to be the hero. We are over 6,000. 6,100 is next up, and it is right on the cusp. And
Right on the
Kano
cusp.
has not been chip clipping for the most part, but he's gonna try it this time.
Let's go.
And he got it. There we go.
Look at that.
I'm surprised that he kind of just decided after like 5 runs in a row, I want to say, without doing it, maybe.
Yeah.
Not do it this time.
I wonder. I wonder if it's like like I don't know. Maybe there's like a certain time where like he's like, okay, so maybe if it's under 1450 best
Right.
possible time, I'll go for this, or you know.
Yeah.
Because I know some runners do that depending on their pace. They'll just like back out of a strat or just
Right,
go for
right.
it all.
Well, or the fact that he got that 15.094 and it still barely got second, and maybe now he has this idea of, well, I need to be more aggressive. You know, it's not going to get it done. I've got second already, and if I want to get first, if I want to get a sub 15, if I want to get, God, maybe even a world record, this is the kind of thing I got to do. Your tolerance for this stuff has to change as the day goes on and as the numbers come in.
Yep. Ooh, getting pole glitch too. I love. Oh man, pole glitch is like pretty hard. I think I haven't really practiced it much, but it still looks pretty hard. And but yeah, still get the cycle.
I mean, you say it's hard, but I don't know, man. These guys make it look so easy, so I figure
It's
it must
true.
be easy. It must.
That's why.
Oh,
no!
That is. You know what's interesting too? We were talking earlier, but Alcano has a different camera for that, and it wasn't even that. I've seen him do kind of like the towards the camera kind of jump before, and now he kind of did it from the side. That's a totally different thing than his different thing, even. And I don't know if that contributed to the mistake there, but huh.
Yeah, that was man. Right after that, he entered the you know, the second Bowser there. His head kind of went down. He's like, oh, you know, like dang it, I made the mistake. But he still smiles about it after. You know, Kano is such a good sport. It's kind of cool to see him. You know, always in such a good mood.
Yeah.
Good runner to watch for sure.
I mean, even keel, man. He's got the disposition of a great runner. I know there's some guys, you know, fist pump, excited, whatever. There's Ouija, another perfect LBLJ, by the way. But most of them, it seems like, pretty chill guys. And I think, you know, getting kicked off the horse and getting right back on, that's what it's about, man. Persistence, like the #1 trait.
And like you're saying that right now, persistence, like he, you know, still made that mistake and stuff, but is like still has a chance if he plays, you know, pretty perfectly here. Ooh, you know, not going to be much time to work with, but first could happen.
Here we go. If he nails these these BLJs, too many letters.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a little excited.
Looking like a
Look at
second place, or he is second, so I guess, you know, like potential improved time. This is gonna be really close.
If this one catches real close, real quick, I'm gonna get very excited because his endgame is so strong. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right.
It could happen.
Now remember,
It really
that 1509, there was a fall here at the end that cost him the event best and maybe a sub 15 even. It came right. We're coming up on it right now.
Woo! Okay, getting some
right around
fancy
here.
movement in there. Let's go.
Oh, and he's
that
not-
famous long jump that we love seeing from Kano.
It's not over yet, but he's through that part. Big moment coming up.
Moving
Clean.
right.
Clean. Oh, little bunk.
Going for the
That's
triple. He was going for it all. Dude,
minor,
I
though.
like that so much.
Didn't lose too much. And now we're on to the throws, and this is where he makes his money. This is going to be really interesting.
This is like, oh my goodness, this is
Here
gonna
we
be
go.
tight again.
Let's go. Couple
All right.
little bonks there at the end.
Let's see.
Gotta nail it. Oh, waits for another cycle, and he misses! Oh no!
Dang, that.
A
Look at
rare!
that smile. Look at that smile.
Big smile tells you all you need to know. He only smiles big when the mistake is big. It's really a small mistake, but it comes at a brutal time. A rare miss.
Oh,
And just
my
like
God.
that, loses the
Can't
event
remember-
best.
It's so close, like on the verge.
And
Look at
another
some
miss.
Smiles in the chat
Another
again.
miss. And the smile's
Look at
huge because of the second miss. And he knows this is not my game. This is not what normally happens.
Get
You know
those
what?
smiles in the
He
chat. And
waited.
GG's.
He normally does the 1.5 spins, and I think he waited. He did 2.5, and I wonder if that was to play it safe. But that actually, because he doesn't do it, it actually was worse. It actually was riskier because it's not what he normally does, right?
that's what it comes down to. Like, as a runner, I've also figured that out. Like, when you try to do like, well, just go for like a backup strat, you know, because you know you're on a good pace or something. That's when it's like, you know, you can actually mess up more because, you know, you're going off script.
Yeah.
You know?
Even when the backup strat is the safer strat, even when your standard strat is the tougher, riskier one, if you get so used to it, the backup strat can sometimes throw you off more. And in this case, that extra rotation, even though it's quote unquote safer for most guys, I don't know if it is for him, you know? And man, boy, that is twice now where a mistake in the last minute has probably stopped him from getting an event best. I mean, even though Ouija still holds it, if he's looking at this at all, if he sees any of this at all, he knows he's got some serious competition here because he is so close to taking that top
Yep.
spot.
Like that is, he just recently got a 1509 not very long ago, and now almost got another one or a little bit better. You know what I mean? So it's just like,
Yeah.
that is crazy consistency, and that's with a bunch of mistakes, you know, littered throughout the run. So I'm very curious to see, you know, how some of these runners respond.
Oh, man, that's a heck of a way to go out. We are going to be stepping out in just a minute here. Not quite yet, but I was really hoping to go out on a strong note, and we almost did. I mean, look, the 1509, fine. We saw what ended up being, I think it's like a 1533 or something like that if he didn't reset. I don't even remember, right, because I stopped looking at the end. It didn't really matter. But that doesn't tell the story. He's not actually 14 seconds behind. He's really, in a sense, one mistake behind, because the second missed throw follows the first missed throw, and things chain together like that. So that's two different runs, I think, where he was one mistake away in the last minute from taking that top slot.
Man, what a day. Thank you so much, you know, for having us as commentators. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it absolutely was. I loved commentating with you. I love the chat, having fun with it, and donating to the great cause. Keep doing it, people. That's going to do it for us. Keep on watching, and above all, keep donating. My co-caster has been Gerbies. I've been Warning Track, and we are vacating to make way for Markinator and West Dog. Take it away.
Let's go.
Hey, I really appreciate it. You guys were really awesome. Really enjoyed listening to y'all. But yeah, they were killing it. I'm joined here with West Dog. How you doing, man? Great to be common with you today.
Great to be coming with you as well. Markinator, new day, same place. This is our second go-around together, and this time we get the closing shift. And you know what they say, sometimes people save the best for last, so maybe we're going to be looking at a handful of fantastic runs here to close out the first day of the finals weekend here at the Sleep 16.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I'm really excited. I was on a little bit earlier today and saw a lot of really solid runs really late. And we just saw that one run that died to throws for Cano. So these runners are really going at it. We've already got 1503, 1509, 1509 divided by 0.2 seconds. You know, so the top three spots are, you know, no joke.
I will just say this once because the focus should be on the runners today, absolutely. But for those of you confused at home, yes, this is the artist formerly known as Shrek Dog. As of December 1st, I have rebranded into West Dog. Same voice, same dog, different brand, but we're all here for the great Mario content here.
Yeah, absolutely. It actually confused me at first. With you changing your name, I saw it somewhere and I was like, I've never talked to this guy before. What is this? It was you the whole time.
Yep.
So we got Slippery Nip here in Lethal Lava Land. He'll be doing Lava Boost. Yeah, his consistency on this trick is really awesome. We've seen a couple other runners make a mistake here. I don't think I've seen Slippery Nip make one.
All right,
So we got Benny and... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go for it.
So we got Benny and SSL right here. He hadn't been getting too many runs earlier on today. I'm not sure if he's picked it up in the last couple of hours, but really nice to see him on a good run. I'm looking forward to watching some good run from him. He's just having a little slow start, I think. Not his main category, so understandable.
Absolutely. Yeah, Benny surprisingly pulled out, I guess I shouldn't say surprisingly, playing close to his PB as he usually does. Got the 1533 in his one-day performances last week. He does have 2 days as opposed to last weekend, so we could always see him bounce back here in game 2, but it's got to be very hard for someone of Benny's skill level to be going for 15 2x or lower because, as Benny has mentioned many a times, he is someone who does not tend to adapt to new strategies as quickly, if at all, compared to some of these other runners. He just goes with what he's comfortable with, which, especially in a race-like format, is very important for that consistency factor. We'll just have to wait and see if Benny will be able to pull off the run of his life, because at this rate, his personal best would only put him at 6th place on this leaderboard. So maybe we can see some Benny magic here today or tomorrow. But you know what? We now have Slippery Nip here in Hazy Maze Cave, perhaps on a magical run of his own.
Yeah, perhaps. See, triple box jump. Super nice. All the runners just know exactly what angles to hit. They just hit it every single time. Make it look way too easy. So Slippery Nip always like waits an extra star to do Toad. Always wondered. Because it's like always at 13. Sometimes you'll see runners like do a little late that maybe they forgot or they did a backup star and they normally don't do Toad after. I'm pretty sure he like always does it at star 13.
It seems like it comes down to personal preference for some of these runners. I'm not exactly sure. It also depends on the category you run, because I know for 70, people like to talk to Toad right out of the gate, and 16, people always wait a star or two, so...
Yeah,
just,
well, 16, you have to wait at least one. It spawns at 12 stars.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it is actually faster to get the Toad out. That's why in 70 star... Or, I'm sorry, get the Toad while going in 70, and then in 120 it's faster taking it going out because we still have extra stars to do. Oh my gosh, Slippery Nip making the MIPS go the opposite direction. He's just gonna like reset the MIPS.
Losing his mojo, just unfortunately having to apparently go back into HMC. I'm pretty sure his event PB is gone for now, but he's just taking a fun-looking death there in the Hazy Maze Cave. Let's just see if what he's going to do to Mips here. I do know that when people lose their runs, sometimes they like to torture Mips, perhaps carry him into a world with them so that Mips will disappear into the netherworld. Let's see what he does here. Perhaps this is just some practice. Okay, he just needed to get it.
Hey, Mario!
That's over. Good enough. He knows the rest.
Meanwhile, it looks like GTM and Ouija are both within 1 minute and 15 seconds of each other, both on runs into the basement. GTM now going for a Volcano Star in Lethal Lava Land as Ouija gets out of Shifting Sandland with a 6:17, 6:18 exit. Pretty solid for a low 15x pace if he can keep it up. Good movement here from GTM.
Yeah, GTM's been killing it this week. Today, I guess. But he got a really good time early on. Has been on multiple good paces since then. Really showing up today. So yeah, last star here. I'm not sure what the optimal exit time for Lethal Lava Land is, but once we get out of HMC, we'll know a bit more.
I believe on Ouija's world record run, he had an 8:13 exit, maybe 8:0 exit. I want to say it was 8:13, low 8:1 exit, so that seems to be the optimal time. So GTM right now coming out of here with an 8:21 fade out is looking really good for him right now.
Yeah, super solid.
As we see GTM commenting in the chat right now, cheering himself on, #GoGTM.
Just letting everyone know the hashtag is available. GTM, great character, great guy. Yeah, we're actually talking to him last week. He was in the commentator's booth talking about how hard it actually is to run these races and like how much pressure there is, and you know, you put in so much time and practice into it. You want to do well, so definitely showing out that he has put in some time and effort into that mental work as well as his practice and preparation.
I'm sure it's got to be a little harder for GTM too, that he has been stuck at a 15-minute and 8-second personal best now for, I want to say, about 3 or 4 months. So knowing that you're going to be going up against people like Slip, Kano, Ouija, and Ouija, you want to prove that you're also a top 10 dog and can rest with the big boys, but just unfortunately not being able to crack that 15-0x barrier might put some additional mental block on him. Let's see if he's able to display that improved mentality here and continue here in the Hazy Maze Cave. We see Ouija get out with an 8:26, actually 5 seconds behind GTM's pace here, but we'll have to see how he finishes this one off.
Yeah, just showing how great of a run this is for GTM. And honestly, him being only 3 seconds behind Ouija on the leaderboards, and 15:22. If he would get like a 15:1, even a 15:0, like that would be huge, I think, for GTM. I'm not sure what his PB is, but that would be massive.
All right, it looks like we see Benny taking some practice here. It looks like he's at 15 stars, but his timer's not going. I don't know if his timer didn't go or if he's just doing a practice run right now. I wonder if somehow this was a good quality run, if there'd be any way to go back and fetch the time, but we'll have to keep an eye out on that later as we get a good early MIPS grab here from GTM and Ouija talking to Toad here. What any of you guys may not know is that because the text box are moving so quickly, you may fail to see that Toad is actually telling you to donate to tackle kids' cancer. That's right, folks. Here at the Sleep 16 Invitational, this is a Super Mario 64 worldwide event here for fundraising the Tackle Kids Cancer charity as a part of the Hackensack Meridian Children's Research Institutes. And we're here to fight pediatric cancer $1, maybe even 1 penny at a time. We're already $6,000 into a fundraising goal. The original goal was $5,000, which we eclipsed last week, and was just going only up from here. So we're about to see GTM going up for this front sub.
Yeah, that was brilliant. That was well done. That is a big mouthful, so that was GG's. GG's on that.
Here we go!
All right, perfect. Yeah, Ouija's out. Yeah, I guess Benny was just doing practice. That was interesting. But all right, GTM fire seat time. It's hard that you want to talk. You don't want to curse anything. All right, pole glitch for GTM. Oh, but he doesn't get the triple jump.
Talking about curses may have cursed this ultimate cycle.
Perhaps. He's missing that one jump and jumps through the hole.
Oh no, he's not even going to make early cycle. He's just going to have to wait an entire cycle here, but he was still on a very solid pace coming out of Dire Dock, so he still could very much clutch out an event. Personal best right now is he can't even get the triple jump going off, so he's just going for the very scuffed ultimate movement as he's avoiding one final booty burn.
Yeah, it was pretty unfortunate there. Just gonna finish up with these wall kicks. But yeah, really, it's just hard. Those last elevators are pretty tricky. He caught it a little later than he's used to, because normally you want to kind of long jump over that hole, and I think he like ended up jump diving too late and just like jump dived into it and didn't catch the elevator.
Oh,
so
my
really
goodness.
Unfortunate.
Me,
Wait,
Mario.
I didn't catch what happened. I was watching Ouija.
It looked like GTM, I missed it myself as well. I was just doing a quick volume check, but it looked like GTM was probably going for the ground pound strat when taking on the Bowser throw. He clipped through the platform and he just burned it to his death, because it looked like the platform was still moving while he was burning, so that is my best guess there. GTM taking an unfortunate death there, which is why I must say, we'll see how Ouija takes this battle here, but I always go for the jump kick strat, because doing the ground pound can clip you through the platform and it can put an end to a solid run. But we are seeing a solid run here from Ouija. Let's see how he handles Fire C.
Yeah, that is true. Not a lot of people know that if you ground pound, you're basically like stuck in the air right there, and if the platform here comes back above you, you get clipped under. Yeah, doing a nice kick there from Ouija. All right, super solid. Textbook fire seat throw. We've seen a couple misses today, actually. So it is not free by any means. You definitely do have to take it seriously.
All right, Ouija's looking like he could be on a very potential second place, maybe even first place run here, getting not only the sub 13 Fire C exit, but a 12:49 Fire C exit. Now, Ouija is known in the community as being one of the best performers of the backwards long jump when going through the 50-star door and the infinite staircase. Let's see if that reputation holds up to conclude a potentially solid run.
Yeah, I believe he got the community best for BLJs into the bits pipe. Not too long ago, pretty recently.
Yeah, I want to say it was only about 44 or 43 seconds.
Ooh, just barely missed the insta clip and wasn't able to make it catch after.
How did
That's
it not
rough.
work? We heard him get the instant BLJs there. I just don't understand how it didn't work.
I'm not sure either. Got those at least. So he's through the door. And just, yeah, sometimes I'm not sure if it's RNG or if it's like a mashing pattern or what, but yeah, sometimes you catch and then drop it, but it gets it very first try. Infinite staircase.
Right. Makes his way into the hole at about 1349, 1350, so he could be looking out a potentially very tight second place here with Slip and Kano on a 15:09 best possible time, unless he goes for ultimate bits movement here.
Oh. Okay.
Good recovery. Great recovery.
Yeah, that was actually super sick. Only missed one cycle. It's probably like a second and a half somewhere in there. Nails moving right side. Oh, just a little late.
Costly ledge grab there. It's looking like second or third place may be out of place for Ouija, but he could still get an event personal best here as he decides to bonk a Goomba on the way in. 15, 16, 15 to 17 best possible time with throws here for Ouija. Let's see how he finishes this one.
Yeah, we need 3 for 3, but absolutely possible. All right, there's one. There's 2. That's going to be 3. I believe that was it. Yep, there it is. GG's to Ouija. That is a new event PB. Let's see what it's going to be. Push it down by a few seconds at least. By 1 second. 2 seconds.
And just like that, not even going to ravel in it, just immediately off to the next run for Ouija. Love to see it. A 15-17 here, further cementing his fourth place standing right now, as we now shift focus onto Kano, who's now getting Mips clip and going into Dire Docks.
Yeah, not what he wanted. You saw that insta reset from Ouija. It was really nice to finish one out on a pace like that, event PB and all. But definitely not what he wanted going into BLJ's. But nice chip clip there from Kano.
Kano looks like he takes his chip clip a little differently, going for the side cam, and usually ends off to the right inside the tunnel there. When I see people go for the chip clip, they typically go head on and end up to the left of that ring there. So Kano, a little different approach, but consistency is what's important. Whatever works for him is just whatever works for him.
Yeah, the front sub setups are pretty subjective. Cool, heading to the fire sea. It's Kano's turn. See what he's got in store for us today. Okay, nice pole glitch. Good movement up over these platforms.
All right.
Oh, but doesn't get a good angle. I was so confident he was gonna get that. He just like flew right past it.
As I'm literally conjuring up the thought to say, nice side flip, looks like he's on track for ultimate. Unfortunately, not able to land ultimate, can't even get the triple jump back up as he shakes his head down. Oh man, what a brutal finish to a good looking fire sea there from Kano.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I mean, missing the cycle hurts pretty bad anyway, but it's definitely solidifying it with that missed triple jump. It's not going his way. When it rains, it pours, pretty much. Yeah, I keep seeing Ouija do this Bowser grab. I want to know how that works, because that looks insane.
I think that's the Taz grab that Ouija's performing right there. I mean, good gracious.
I know the side flip Bowser grabs have been becoming pretty popular as you like nudge Bowser just ever closer to the bomb so you can get like an extra half spin off or something. Just make the throw easier.
It's looking like Ouija may have messed up a gold somewhere in his splits, because already with a near community personal best of 14:37 has somehow dropped 15 seconds to get a best possible time of 14:22. So unless we are seeing the human incarnate of a tool-assisted speedrun right now, Ouija may need to go back and reset those splits.
I mean, potentially. I don't know what is his personal best or best possible time
I think 1437 is what I saw coming into today.
Okay. Yeah, maybe like had a BLJ gold save by accident. Not sure. But yeah, that is like super low. But Ouija is like the TAS incarnate of the current age.
So we see a couple of donations coming in here. I'm not sure if the last commentators saw these, so my apologies if I'm repeating myself, but we did get a $5.55 donation from Benny's Dentist saying, question for the commentators, do you think these runners are up dog? Marketing, I might not be cool with the kids these days. What does up dog mean?
I did hear this one earlier. I don't know. What's up, dog? That's like a direct question to you. What? That's Mr. West Dog.
Oh my goodness. All right. And then did we get the one from Brad Shoopy as well?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe. They're always in Dark World. I believe I saw them, but I guess we good time to shout out the sponsor. Or I guess the charity is Hackensack Meridian Health Institute for tackling kids cancer, if I can speak, but helping out with pediatric cancer and really the long haul. I heard people talk about the medical bills and stuff are really just the beginning. There's a whole aftermath involved, medical issues that could come about, so they help with all of it. Every donation will be matched up to $7,500 currently. I think we're sitting at $6,000. So we're almost at $7,500 match. Brought to you by Sleep, who's actually been donating as well, like a lot. So he's the one matching. It's called the Sleep 16. Big shout outs to Sleep. Oh, Ouija dodging that Goomba just barely.
Not quite able to get the double firsty, but still very clean Dark World from here. As it looks like we are seeing every runner here in the beginning. Kano's likely going to reset because he now missed Salt Candleless. Yeah, but 3 minutes on the timer, definitely just going for practice. But we do see Slip coming out of Dark World right as Ouija is going for another Bowser grab. Oh my goodness.
Oh. He's nuts. Kid is nuts. Just getting that grab consistently. And I can sometimes get the ghost grab on Bowser, like Bowser 3, if he hits you and you like just turn around and punch. But I still don't know exactly how it works. And there's also like side flip grabs that people can do that aren't too hard, but are still confusing. It's all crazy. There's Bowser mechanics are nuts.
Yeah, I've seen a couple. I'll go for it.
No, I was gonna say TAS takes it to a whole nother level, really, if you ever watch those videos.
Yeah, I have seen a couple of runners go for the side flip Bowser grab. The momentum from the side flip movement is supposed to make the throws a little faster if done properly. Unfortunately, not being done properly. A Slip's attempt for double jump Owlus bonking off the cage does get it on the second go around as we see Ouija just completely ignoring your typical Salt Cannonless setup and opting to go for the long jump setup there, completely ignoring the plank and got it perfectly there. I don't know if that saves a little bit of time there, but it does look very swag. The first person I ever saw do the long jump method was Ackle, so dare I say that is the Ackle setup.
Yeah, that long jump setup, I've seen like a couple runners attempt it. I've never seen any of them stick to it, especially since Salt Quest came out. But it does save time because you're not like, you just instantly long jump, so you're not like running and doing like a slow single jump. So you save a good amount of time, but it's very inconsistent. And the fact that Ouija's going for it and getting it with some sort of consistency, unheard of.
Wow, if Ouija landed that first throw in Dark World, we'd be looking at a sub 420 exit right now, only at a high 421, low 422. Kind of washed right now from Ouija. You hate to see it. So maybe we should just divert all of our attention to the right side of the screen here as we see Slippery Nip on his way into shifting Sandlorn.
Yeah, Slippery Nip does actually do Fly Guy lists, so it's been really fun watching him do all those attempts today. It's one trick that we saw some runners drop during the qualifiers. and I don't think we see any runners dropping it. At least here in day 1, every runner who started doing it is still doing it. As Ouija gets his turn. Okay.
Looks like he's getting the camera set up. Just
Nice.
over the ledge and gets it this time. We saw him struggle with it a little earlier. Slip himself now goes forward with a little bit of a farther camera setup. Also just getting over the edge. Back-to-back fly guy lists from both of our contestants.
That's awesome. Those are like frame perfect tricks. You need like super precise angles, preserved speed all the way. And just 2 runners that we have right here doing live attempts, getting it back to back. Oh, and a super clean entry from Ouija.
Right, slip on a 620 shifting sand land exit. Very solid pace. Not quite sure. I'm positive his personal best is dead, but can still put on quite an event PB here. So we're going to see Ouija here potentially with the
he's got a sub 610, 609, right at 610, right at 610.
Oh, a slip is slipping up right now, skipping past a couple of the red coins, costing him a couple of seconds there. Yep, just not having it anymore, deciding to reset. But Ouija right now is on the Rommel.
Yeah, and Ouija missing that Bowser throw too, like you said earlier. I mean, the potential for this kid, and him missing a red coin as well.
Looking at GTM screen. If you guys are a kid of the 90s or the 2000s, you always remember the color DVD screen, as we all strive to see if the logo can bounce its way perfectly into the corner. Perhaps our focus will shift here instead of the great run on the left side. Perhaps we won't curse Ouija if we just look at this DVD logo.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think it can stay. But Ouija going forward, but clipping on like the last pixel possible. What is this man made of? It's just raw steel and energy.
Just breaking out every conceivable time save strat right now. This is incredible from Ouija.
And this is why like it's so fun to watch Ouija, because he'll get on these crazy paces and like he'll just hold them. Just hold the pace. I was listening to him. Oh wait. Baba Boost. Nice.
And
With
getting
the
the
ledge.
pole skip. Unfortunate losing an entire second, not being able to ground pound the star there, but what a pole skip there from Ouija.
Yeah, that's basically a single star strat being done in 16 star. It's wild.
Now, unfortunately, just like in real life, folks, as we see the DVD video logo become a thing of the past, we now shift to the right side of our screen focus to Benny, as Ouija looks like he may have gotten the firstie there and ruined the side hop.
We should have never looked away. Man. It's okay. It's okay. He'll be back. He's always back.
It's me, Mario.
Nah, but honestly, Ouija, super good pace. Got a firstie on that fence and like knew it instantly. You can feel it when it happens. We got Slippery Nip coming out of Dark World.
Pulling out the gymnastics as we see him backflip his way onto Bowser.
Let's see. Everybody else is kind of in the reset screen. Flixer taking a break, GTM taking a break, Ouija taking a break. We only got, let's see, an hour and a half basically left to do runs. Whatever runs will be going at 6:30 Eastern time will continue, but no resets past 6:30.
That's right,
All
folks.
every day.
If you are trickling in here as a new viewer and unsure of the format, go to !sleep16 here in the chat and all the rules will be explained. To put it shortly, we've got 7 of the best 16-star runners in Super Mario 64 competing today. They will be doing runs over the course of 8 hours between today and tomorrow. 8 hours a day, I should say, for today and tomorrow. We are now coming into actually no, we're coming into hour 6.5 into 7 for day 1, but there's still 8 more hours of run we look forward to tomorrow. Oh,
Yeah,
it's looking
gonna
like
be fantastic.
It's looking like the DVD video logo did indeed hit the corner of the screen as we are seeing a freak out here from chat. Unfortunately, commentator trying to be professional missed the Poggers moment there. Hate to see it.
I can't believe we haven't had it on the main screen this whole time. It was our fault. We needed direct Saren for it. We didn't call it out. Slippery Nip just kind of messing around now. As everyone else is on their resets. Kano making that out of Dark World. Wait, what was something happened to Ouija. He did like a side flip in the Bowser stage.
Oh, I missed it. All right, looks like Sweetie. Oh, sorry, go for it.
Yeah, I was just like, Kano put his Mario outfit back on.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder if he's just feeling more in tune.
Yeah, Kano not going the shirtless route, just wanting to actually become one with the Mario by dressing up like them. Love to see it as we see Sweegie on another run returning from break.
Yeah, Sweegie's gonna pick up at least one more run before today's over. Did we ever change Sweegie's time on the leaderboards? I think he got 15-17, right? Maybe 18.
He did get a 15-17 earlier, yeah, so that time still needs to be updated here on the leaderboard.
Yeah, so he's got like a 15-17. And I definitely believe he's got another one in him. Did he miss a throw? Something happened.
On the 15-17?
Yeah. I don't think he missed a throw.
I do not believe he missed a throw. I think it was something involving Bits movement.
Yeah, maybe some spicy Bits movement or something. But anyway, been a Bits on basically like Kano's and Slippery Nip's pace to beat them out. He just hasn't been able to quite get that clean Bits to end it.
Yeah, Sweegie didn't get monocycle. He had to wall kick recovery off of the elevator, and then I believe he ledge grabbed on the second set of elevators and wasn't able to get any fast movement off of there.
Yeah. Like 3-4 seconds somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Maybe 5.
All right, but as Sweegie takes another reset, we see Kano making his way back into the basement.
All right, has he been doing Fly Guyless? I can't remember.
I believe he has. Looks like he's setting up for it. Nope, he's going for pillars. First, getting a jump dive into the bomb. He's really, yep.
Yeah, it's hard to back that up after like you dive and your camera's messed up.
Trying to back it up with the Klepto Star there. Unfortunately not able to. Didn't even want the Pyramid Star. Just decides to take a death here in the stage. So before resetting, looks like he's going to go back in and practice.
Yeah, we see a lot of runners been doing that. Spending a little extra time at the end of the resets, gather themselves. Maybe try the trick here. An extra time. Yeah, and Kano's got it that time.
So we saw Ouija collecting the key at about, or getting out of the save menu at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So I'm going to assume he had a casual 242 Dark World just now.
Something like that. I'm not sure what his Dark World times have been getting. I know he's basically going for like the perfect Dark World with the Bowser throw. And the long jump here. He really has just been so aggressive today.
Love to see it.
And like he's got the 1503 to show off for.
It's me, Mario.
Beating his time of last week.
Yeah, I feel Ouija last week was just playing more too. Like he has been going for the extremely optimal strats for most of the part. Like, but now that he has a world record under his belt, beating out Green Sweegie, I feel like compared to last week, we're seeing him just go absolutely insane on every single star, not just doing a fly guyless here and a pull skip there. No, we're seeing him go for the task grab in Dark World. We're watching him get task-like movement in LLL with the ledge grab we saw there. That is an unorthodox canalist from Benny there. Oh my goodness. Almost OG right there.
Yeah, that was nuts. And Benny, normally the safe one, is currently in last place. Maybe just thinking to himself, he needs to pick it up, just needs to play, be confident. What a display of confidence. Alright, she's got Owless, very nice. Doing the triple jump Owless, a lot of runners have opted for the double jump Owless. Saves like a couple tenths of a second, so not a big deal. But it is something that's becoming more normalized.
You know what's the fun thing, though, Mark, is that even though this isn't an official Break the Record Live, as I imagine the name is probably trademarked by the European Speedrun Assembly, this does seem like that with all these runners competing here today, we kind of have a Break the Record Live format going, as we're seeing, especially for the top 10 competing here today. Do you think that's why perhaps Ouija, especially now getting the world record, is deciding to go for these more crazy strats across every single star?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got a mentality of there's a lot of competition. I know that I can win if I just play clean, and he just wants to go for it. And I remember listening to him talk in chat and him talking about playing safe and just going for the strats that you said that you would go for. And speedrunners kind of play a weird game in their mind as they do the run, depending on how it goes of what they do and don't want to do. And he was kind of talking how he doesn't want to play this game, so he just wants to go for whatever he wants to go for. So I guess that's what he's doing.
As we see Benny there with a different camera setup there for Tama Pillarless, but does get the movement there, and actually went for a quick double ground pound setup before the double jump there. Again, not I don't know if that's the fastest strat or the most consistent strat, but it's consistent for Benny, so good on him.
He's got a whole like slew of movement that he's just grinded out and just stuck with. It's kind of like his home-brewed movement. The Benny Brew.
Here we go!
Alright, really nice SSL. Gonna be getting like a 620 exit. We got Suiji and SSL as well. Mrs. Fly Guyless.
Oh.
Here we go!
Yeah, had a slightly right angle than you want. A more right angle.
We see a apparent splice from Ouija. I don't know what's going on over there, just slowly going past the wall, but it does not look like he got the long jump set up there, failing it yet again. So Ouija's going to take the reset, but Benny now is on a great run here into Lethal Lava Land. Did get out of Shifting Sandland, I believe, with a 6:21, 6:22 exit.
Yeah, and that's pretty good pace. I think we saw Ouija on his last run. Was it close to 6:10, like right at 6:10? So, I mean, super good.
Would like to give a shout out to the production team here for not displaying the AFK screen on GTM's screen. I think the chat and commentators are more than entertained that DVD video is the OG AFK screen, as we see yet almost another corner tap there from the logo.
That's to Saren. He knows what the people want. We all know what the people want because we are also the people. Huge shout out to really the whole Mario community for putting events like this on all the time. It's really awesome. Love to be a part of them.
Here we go!
That's true, Mark. We do know what the people want, and we have given the people what we want, both as we are hosts of a 120 and a 16-star tournament, respectively, for some of the highest runners in the game.
Yes, this is true. Do what we can to keep everything interesting, keep people entertained. It's fun. It's really fun. See Benny doing lava boost. Right, so he goes for the Akira boost, I believe is what that one is. And go up kind of more the right side of the lava fall.
Actually, yeah, you are a lava boost expert there. So what are the slight differences in the lava boost movements there? So like, what's Akira boost versus like what people refer to as pro lava boost?
Yeah, so Akira boost is known for being a little easier, I guess more consistent. But it's what you just saw Benny do. You just get a specific burn on the lava and you go to the right and then you get another burn. And it's pretty consistent. That's what a lot of people do when they first enter lava boost after like some beginner movements. And pro boost allows you to get a better angle on poles, but it's a bit tighter. So when you do pro boost, you go up the left side, and then when you go to turn onto the platform, you're already facing the poles. That saves time. And then that's when you see the runners kind of go into maybe a double jump pole, like grabbing the bottom of the poles for a clean ending. Or what you see Ouija do is he just does another kick and does a triple jump off of the first pole. And that it allows for clean movement into that pole section. It's kind of where you see the pro movement save time. Yeah, that's what you'll see today.
All right, as we saw some pro RNG right there on Benny's side, not getting trolled from left side boulders here, so still looking like a good run. I believe he just has, no, he did already get emergency exit, so is he going for a box jump now?
Boulders maybe? Maybe box jump.
Yeah, he did. He just got the boulder star. So, yeah, box jump.
Yeah.
Interestingly, going for box jump last. You normally see that first in HMC.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, if you're confident, I guess it doesn't really matter what order you do it in. But he is out and onto his MIPS clip. Let's see, Benny doing that long jump and dive rollout movement. You see a lot of runners. I know Slippery Nip like runs off the edge and dives and then long jumps. I'm not sure which one's faster. It might not even matter. All right, second door. Clean. Very nice from Benny.
Going for the very close Mario cam setup there on his MIPS clip. You normally see people tend to have their camera zoomed out a little bit, but again, Benny just showing us all, no matter what the setup, it can and will work with consistency. All right, looking like at this... Yeah, it looked like he's going to play it a little safe here. Normally he would go for a front sub setup, but at this point he is in last place with a 1550, so it looks like he just wants to play it safe to make sure he can close out this run with a solid, safe back sub there. I believe his 10:21 Hazy Maze Cave exit tied his personal best split, so frankly, I don't blame at all right there for losing a couple seconds to back sub. He's still in a very incredible run right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're losing runs to front sub, like that's not what you should be losing runs to. And back sub only loses, I think, like a second, maybe even less. So not much of a time loss, but can't get this fire seed movement. It's just a little off. I'm not sure what happened.
Unfortunately, not even going to be able to hit early cycle with the ledge grab and those booty burns, so he's just going to have to wait for normal cycle here.
Yeah, it's really rough to get a normal cycle in 16 star because you only have so many seconds to play with. But Benny just needs some event PBs under his belt, I think. Currently sitting in last place. I think has a little more time to play with. Good ending. Bowser eyeing him up. Goes for a big jump into a platform tilt. Questionable. Benny just going for the safe grab. Nothing crazy. Let's see. 1320 exits-ish. Yep, 1320.
Yep.
I'm trying to think, what is that going to be? Be mid 15-ish, somewhere in there. So definitely PB possible.
All right, chat, throw out those praises. We need some clean backwards long jumps here from Benny. Let's see if he can get an event personal best and potentially bop Flixer for 6th place. That is still very much on the table here, so let's throw some praises out here for Benny.
Rage. Come on. Rage harder, chat. Rage harder.
Rage!
Oh, my. Yeah, BLJ's not working out. Oh, wait. As I say that, reverse psychology.
Unfortunately, it's looking like 6th place is not possible, but if he does get clean jumps here, he could still at least get a 15.4x. Oh, okay, he did just break through the wall and got up there.
All right, very nice. But yeah, it doesn't... I mean, might be able to get an event PB, just barely, if he can play like super cleanly. It's gonna be pretty tight. Okay. Losing a cycle and not getting the triple jump.
Man.
Not what he wanted. Yeah, he just didn't have any speed after he kind of got that dust on the wall. Runnable wall. Yeah, really unfortunate for Benny. That was a good run. That was a good run up to BLJ's, and he kind of had an unfortunate showing there. But I have kind of noticed that he doesn't necessarily do a first stair, like instant BLJ attempt like a lot of the other runners do. I wonder if that has any. I wonder if he does have like a consistent setup, or if he just kind of YOLOs it.
Knowing Benny, he's got something. He has something brewing in his mind when he goes for BLJs. But alas, it looks like he is just getting some bits practice in, so we shall have to wait and see for Benny to strike soon, as we see Ouija now making his way into Wop's Fortress. I did miss the time he got on his Dark World exit, but considering he's in the Wop's door at about 3:03, it's looking like it might have been at 2:44.
Not sure. I'd have to see. My timings are not always super good. I make sure I know the end timings so I can sound really smart. But like, honestly, my timings aren't that great. Alright, cool. Got the cannonless. Or wait, did he go? I don't even know what I just saw. I already forgot. What did we see? We just saw cannonless, right? Yeah, thank you. Owless attempts. Alright, super nice. Super nice. What you want to see.
Alright, we got Kano making his way into Wop's Fortress as well. Everybody's favorite stage of the game, no matter what category you play, as GTM's DVD logo is looking like, oh, just short of the right corner touch. We're still keeping our eye on that. They're so very close. I don't know if at this rate anybody wants GTM to return for the rest of the day, because it looks like we'll always have a glimpse of entertainment no matter what happens with these guys' runs.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, GTM giving us that AFK entertainment is really awesome. We do have a donation that I want to shout out real quick from Strawberry, a runner who partakes in Mario, fellow streamer. She says, shoutouts to the Legend Slip, Ouija, and GTM, tackling some kids in their honor. Close, kind of. Only their cancer.
Yes, we're
only the
specifically
cancer part of them.
we're trying to tackle specifically the cancer, not the kids.
But thank you, Strawberry. That was very, very kind. $20 donation. Helping out the cause. Alright, Fly Guy list from Ouija. Okay. No!
Oh.
I was too confident too soon.
As Ouija unfortunately loses the run to Fly Guyla's death, we're getting a factoid here in the bottom right of the screen saying, did you know DVD discs are the same diameter and thickness as a compact disc, but a DVD can store 13 times or more data contained on a CD? I did not know that, but that is truly incredible knowledge right there. I honestly don't even know how useful that's going to be anymore, as we may have missed a corner tap there on the top left. Unfortunately, with the transition, we will never know. But as I was saying, the information may not be there or useful, as we are now completely shifting into the digital age. I can't even remember the last time I bought a CD or a DVD.
Last time I bought a CD was at a concert and I never listened to it. That's just the fate of the CDs in the digital world. But will always be remembered, just like the DVD logo. Barely missing the corner. But that was a nice pillar list from Kano here. See how his Talon star goes. Okay, missing the frame perfect. It's going for the fly guy, but the bad fly guy RNG.
Yep, unfortunately did disturb the fly guy and woke him up a little too early, not able to get the side pillar back up, so we're going to have to see the reset there. But we do see Ouija once again heading into Womp's Fortress, and Benny has already got to run into Womps himself.
Yeah, awesome. Saren already on it, knowing exactly what's going on. As he lines up Owlus. Was a little short of the rollout, but yeah, was able to get left. Very nice. Oh, got the fake cannonless grab. It's
so did he just ledge grab the platform but didn't get the star?
Yes. Yeah, so there's a couple of spots you can actually ledge grab. I think there's two that grab the star, and then there's like maybe one or two after the fact. And he got one of those.
Wow, I never knew that was even possible. So look at that, Ouija discovering new things every single day.
Nutty. But that goes to show, like, you had a good angle and everything. Like, you definitely see that ledge grab on OG and stuff. Not so much like the more, like, texture and full setup. But it shows that you have a good angle. You just kind of, like, maybe your timing was off. You're too far left.
Because apparently we're trying to see Ouija here going for Poverty Island Hop and BOB. Not sure what this strategy is for here, as it is not quite optimal in 16 star. I think Ouija just, or not Ouija, Ouija just needed some alone time to play on an island. Perhaps he's now become one with the Island Boys.
Yeah, you really do sometimes just need to move Mario around a bit in like random fun directions. Kind of clear your head. Oh, as Benny gets a nice lean and kill of this.
Here we go!
Alright, Kano finishing up Dark World. Slippery Nip ground pounding into the abyss. Alright, all eyes on Benny though as he jumps off the fly guy straight into the Talon's flight path. How did he know? How did he know?
Ooh, Kano getting a Bowser Boogie right now. Able to get just the half spin. Great throw there, too. That's going to save him a little bit of time.
Let's see. Oh, okay. That was a... I don't know if I've ever noticed his camera for the star. That was interesting. I didn't know what he was doing.
It looks like he just goes for the up notch with that camera angle setup as opposed to just the hard left.
Yeah. Maybe, I mean, everyone's controller is a little different on the notches, so maybe he just doesn't have like a good notch for it. That's kind of how you see like some runners come up with some weird camera angles. Sometimes.
Right, and it looks like we just got another $10 donation here from a Gordon Holden. No comments there. Gordon, thank you for the $10 donation. And folks, perhaps this is a good time to once again mention that the Sleep 16 Invitational is an event being held here in support of Tackle Kids Cancer. It is a philanthropic initiative of the Hackensack Meridian Health Children's Cancer Institute. And the money that we raise here today will be used to support critical research and innovative patient care to find cures and better the treatment for pediatric cancer patients. Folks, we are in the month of December. No matter where you are in the world or what you believe in. It is the holiday season, so spread some holiday cheer and joy. If you care about the children and want to help them out today, whether it's $1 or $1.01, even if you're feeling extremely generous, just every dollar helps for the kids. Support pediatric cancer research, just like we support Benny in his run of a gosh darn lifetime right now.
Here we go!
Yes, absolutely. Sub 8 fade out here on that star. We're looking for like 820 to be like a super good pace. I think 830 to be pretty good. But definitely going for it. Right, yeah, he's gonna tackle his volcano star. I couldn't remember which one he had left. He goes for lava boost. All right, there he. Yeah, and that's the Akira boost. You can see like the ending, he wasn't quite facing the poles. So the pro boost at the advantage.
Literally just the littlest of angle differences are what make the difference between a pro boost and a semi pro boost or near pro boost. Wow. Oh, as Kano loses his run in SSL to dropping the bomb on a Tama pillarless attempt here, as we're seeing Flixer meanwhile coming back here to practice and get re-warmed up here. I'd love to see that he has returned as Benny gets the clean left side emergency exits.
Yeah, I think we're seeing hopefully the end of the other runners' AFK moments as well. Want to get hopefully all the runners want to get a few runs in before the final hour is up, which we're about to be into. 6:30 Eastern final time. That was 1 hour away. 1 hour and 6 minutes. Any runs after that will be null and void. Any resets after that, rather. Let's see if any here. HMC. Right, some clean boulders there. They were all like kind of close to him.
Yeah, so it seems like the boulders will either roll down the right, roll down the middle, or just bounce off the wall and go to the left. Benny right there getting the middle boulder RNG, having to keep it tight against the wall, but still clean. No bonks in the process of getting a clean rolling rock star.
Yeah, that's Benny's middle name. Clean. His father was Mr. Clean. No, just kidding, not true. But he got 15 stars here in HMC. Going to be going to his MIPS clip.
I was going to say, given that Benny is rocking a full head of hair, I would question I would wonder who the mother is of Mr. Clean's child if he was indeed Mr. Clean's son. But maybe that's something we'll have to get into a little later in the program as we see him get the early MIPS grab here. See if he can clip through both these doors.
Yeah, and running right up to the part that he wanted and getting the punch grab ejected from the door frame.
All right.
Second. Beautiful. Yeah, no chip clip for Benny, just nice and easy. Gonna be doing back sub.
All right, as it looks like Ouija is no longer an island boy. He is now in the pillar. So he is just being lost in the void, even though we can see him. Everybody outside the castle cannot, so he's just hiding away right now. Perhaps maybe going AFK for a little bit, not sure. So we'll keep an eye out on him as we see Benny once again going for the safe back sub approach. Respects to that. Still, again, on another solid run. I say that having a hard time getting the jump dive as it looks like the tail of the fin of the sub ate his jump there. So lost a second or two, but still very solid. Let's just hope he can get that ultimate or at the very least early cycle movement here in Fire Sea.
Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate. The fin grabbed him there. All right, lineup looks good. Into the transition, nice pull grab. Pull glitch. Ooh, slide kick movements. Haven't seen too much of that today.
Yeah, I don't think many runners today do go for the slide kick setup. The only people I've seen do that were Lunar and Dowski before their respective breaks as Benny just needs to...
Stop burning! Oh my gosh!
Oh no, that's
Flame
it.
spitter.
Oh man. Just avoiding the final booty burn only to get trolled by the fire shooter there at the end. Oh man.
That was nuts. He like bounced over the lava that was gonna kill him just to get hit by the flame spitter. Man, playing dirty. Man, that was unfortunate though. That was really that was a really nice backup attempt. Really wish that would have made it through.
Yeah. But that is already the second run we've seen Benny get on now here in the last half an hour to 45 minutes. So his consistency once again is on display here in the Sleep 16. I have no doubt we'll see him get on one more high quality run before the end of day one here today. As meanwhile, we shift focus to Slip, missing Assault Candleless, but is able to go back it up for Wild Blue. I believe with his 1509.6 event personal best, he can still afford one Salt Cannonless slip up before having to reset the run.
Yeah, messing up Salt is not that big of a time loss. So being able to miss it once isn't... It's not what you want. You're still down like, I think, probably like 3 or 4 seconds, but it's not nearly as bad as a regular cannonless miss. Not having to deal with like ledge grabs or anything.
I think I have heard people say that missing Salt, backing it up with Wild Blue, and getting it on the second try is still the same amount of time it would take to do the sock folder setup and getting Wild Blue. So right there, just getting it on the second go-around. Slip, still holding a pretty solid pace there, having to unfortunately murder a piranha plant in the process, and Karma immediately bites him in the booty there, failing double jump Alice.
Mario.
Yeah, that karma, the insta karma. Nah, that piranha plant is a menace, though, to be fair. It is right in your way, and it is a menace. Trying to clip off that fence.
Here we go.
Oh man, just as I thought we were possibly going to see another GTM DVD corner touch, we now see a 4-way setup here without the DVD screen in there. So guys, we are going to have to be put on hold for that, unfortunately, as we now shift our focus to Kano, Ouija, Benny, and Slip.
Yeah, really nice 4-way setup we got here. Yeah, all 4 of these runners extremely dedicated to the game. Ouija, Slippery Nip, Kano, and Benny have all been playing the game for basically ever. Kano has old 1-star world records, I believe. And like before Dowski had them a couple years back. So he's been around for a long time and basically just kind of decided to take it full time and get his records back. So all of these people been around the block a time or two.
Yeah, I believe Kano was even just the first person to get the first 6-2X in a 0-star time too, so he's still around and he's still cracked.
As cracked as ever.
Meanwhile, I'm noticing in Ouija's corner that he is talking, and I believe he's not talking to himself, as we saw him throughout Break the Record Live for 70-star, and a little bit after the fact. Ouija is just casually, most likely, in a phone call with another speedrunner, potentially, in Discord in a separate channel. So something about Ouija, just whenever he's in a Discord call with another person, it seems to calm his nerves, or perhaps just really awaken the beast within him and get those runs going. Let's see if maybe this Discord call could help him get a 14 here in the Sleep 16.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I have heard a lot of runners really do enjoy that.
Me,
Kind of
Mario.
not being forced to focus on the game entirely. Something to take your mind off of it, but not entirely. So it makes sense. If you're on a super good pace and nerves can get to you pretty easily, you wanna soften it just a bit so you can play your best without having to pull back.
Oh man, it looks like GTM has returned back to the screen. Guys, that is the end of the run of the DVD, but shout outs to GTM for keeping us entertained throughout the entire time he was AFK. Hopefully now we will see him get on a good quality run and truly represent his people of Antarctica.
This is true. They make all the penguins proud. If they even, I hope, maybe they live there. I don't even know. I don't know if anything lives there.
I do believe
BTM lives there.
I do believe penguins still live there for the time being, unless we see any major shift in. You know, I'm not an animal expert. I'm not even going to pretend like I know what I'm talking about here. Just yep, penguins. Can we get some penguins in the chat?
Anyone got penguin emotes? Put them in chat.
Some Tuxie emotes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's some good knowledge. Tuxie, the CCM penguin.
All right, as Flixer's coming back with a backwards hat on right now, maybe channeling his inner Ash Ketchum right now, as he's about ready to catch them all. And by that, I mean maybe he's ready to bot them all right now on the leaderboards.
Hopefully. Flixer's been a very consistent runner today. He's been getting run after run after run, and they haven't been like world record pace necessarily going into bits, but they've been extremely solid pace, like 15-1, 15-2x going into BLJs. So he's not out by any means. That was a nice backup. Missed like the ramp into the salt class.
And we're not getting some volume coming through. I wonder if that's on his end or our end. I wonder if his capture card perhaps might just not be functioning right now.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. It could just be like really quiet. Our audio is a little quieter, I think, than the other runners. But he was having audio issues earlier, so it could be. All right, as GTM plays Flappy Bird, what are we doing?
Oh my god. Flappy Bird 64. This is indeed a ROM for the Nintendo 64. Love to see it here. It looks like GTM is not AFK though, as I'm sure someone has to be controlling the bird here. So GTM really just wanted to make sure his head is clear and good to go before going back into runs. Let's see how far he can get on Flappy Bird while we also pay attention to Kano now just getting out of Dark World.
He's doing really well. 9, 10. No, I'm just kidding. we got Kano, yeah, coming out of Dark World. I mean, everyone is kind of on their resets, to be fair.
I do know the world record for Flappy Bird 64 is 420 by Jaquarium. So if GTM is willing to go for a 421 push, we'd all be excited to see it. But that would also be taken away from the Mario content here. So unless Flappy Bird somehow magically turned into Mario, then we could air it comfortably here on Speedrun.
Yeah, 16 is perfect. It is a 16-star event. I don't think he needs to go for anything more than that. I think he needs to convert those into stars and then into the final Bowser's star grab. Maybe we see that from GTN. Hopefully. Yeah, Kano kind of looking down, missing Canonless. We are kind of getting into that time. Less than 1 hour to go. That run's starting to count a little more.
Here we go.
But I think the times that these runners have at the end of today, especially like if Benny can PB and if Flixer can get like a PB right at GTM's level, I think that could be a pretty big swing going into day 2 as far as mentality. Like if everyone's just really close. See some pretty fierce competition.
Ouija this time not going for the task Bowser grab, opting to go around and just get the standard 3/4 spin. Good on him there as Kano comes out of Wop's Fortress now with a 428, 429. Another solid run.
Yeah, we did see a miss Canonless the first time, but was able to get it the second go. Ooh, taking the ground pound right as he gets into basement. Just some RNG manipulation. Some good luck. Runners like to throw ground pounds in all over the run, just to give them some better luck going into the rest. They're a little nervous. Oh, but it doesn't pan out for Cano. Really upset. He says, I wasted that second on that ground pound for no reason. Still ended up dying in SSL. Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, Flixer out of Dark World. Looks like to be the only one at the moment. All right, running up to Cannonless. She's got the salt. Oh, it looked good. Did look good. All right, Slippery Nip making his way through Dark World, as is Benny right on his tail. Ooh, making that nice cycle. As Benny making the half cycle behind, but still really good. About 2-second difference, probably.
Right, good Candleless there from Flixer.
Where's he got? One more. All right, I believe. Making it out of Womps here.
Looks like we're going to be shifting to the four-way perspective here as we are still having some audio difficulties from Flixer, but his run is still alive-ish as we see him struggle to get up to the platform there, looking like he's just going to reset. Probably, yep, just shut down completely, perhaps address the audio issues. We'll get him back in here shortly. As meanwhile, we do see Slippery Nip exit Dark World there with a mid to low 2-4x exit as Benny gets out of there with a 2:49. Two already very solid pacers coming out of Dark World.
Yeah, you love to see it. Nobody likes being stuck in Dark World or LBLJ. Any even Womps is better than that. Even Womps. At least you get some variety, you know. Alright, let's see Slippery Nip. Oh, gets the ledge grab. Yeah, that might be it for him. But we got Benny coming up. Oh, but he misses. Both just slightly off. Good attempts, though. With a trick like Candleless, a lot of times it is kind of about the number of good attempts, because eventually one will work. It just might take a few runs. That is the nature of the beast.
For sure. Alright, Slip looking like he's just ready to go back and reset. As we saw Ouija get a casual 2:43 Dark World. We haven't seen many runs come out of Womp's Fortress since Benny's last attempt there that made it to Fire Sea. So let's hope we can get some runs here going, as we now have only 50 minutes left in the event for runners to reset for day one here, which may be a good time to just go ahead and plug this again. Folks, the Sleep 16 Invitational here on twitch.tv/speedrun is is brought to you by Tackle Kids Cancer, but that is completely false. It's brought to you by Sleep, but we are fundraising for Tackle Kids Cancer, a philanthropic initiative of the Hackensack Meridian Health Children's Cancer Institute based in New Jersey. We have already eclipsed the original fundraising goal of $5,000, now on our way to $7,500. We're at $6,118.76. Generous donations coming in left and right from all members of the community and otherwise. So guys, if you have anything you could possibly spare, from $1 to $1,000 to help tackle pediatric cancer and help bring a smile to these children's face this holiday season, we know we would appreciate it.
Yes, very well put. Very good cause, very fun event all around. Appreciate everyone who's partaking. Appreciate you guys for being here and watching, honestly. Wouldn't have it without you guys. And you guys have been killing it on the donations. 6,100 is an insane number for just basically 3 days. So thank you guys. Thank you very much for being here and being awesome.
Right, it looks like GTM, perhaps with his antics of DVD and Flappy Bird, is now won the crowd over. Now that he's back into runs here for Mario 64, we've got a handful of good lucks here directed at him in the chat. Let's see if he's able to perhaps get an event personal best out of all this. May the Flappy Bird be with him.
He did get a 16 on Flappy Bird. Could be a sign. There's not many signs in Antarctica where GTM's from, so you take what you can get.
Apparently, our own director calling Gamaru as we are in need of a pacer right now. Apparently, we are completely dehydrated of pacers. I know Gamaru was live earlier today. Does not look like they are anymore. So unfortunately, no pacers coming from them as of now. We're just going to need to praise and hope that we can get something here.
Yeah, I saw that as well. I actually thought he was going to be like in the event. I'd forgotten exactly who had qualified. But yeah, didn't end up being the case, but is putting in the work still. He's not sitting down.
Oh, absolutely. After all the pacers that we saw him going through on that, I want to say, second day last weekend, it does not surprise me that Gamaru, it would not surprise me, I should say, if Gamaru were to crank out a 15-1X, perhaps even skip all the way to a 15-0X. Dude is just cracked.
Yeah, he really is, and was getting pace after pace. Very, very unfortunate he wasn't here. Kind of mentioned it earlier. Flickster was the final contestant and had so many runs make it to like throws where they would bop Flickster, but his time stood. And he is here with us today. And honestly been a very great competitor. 1536.
Right, it looks like we might need to watch what we say here in the commentary booth and in the chat, as we now apparently have a Twitch staff member watching the event as they've made themselves known. But I say that because they've also announced that GTM did in fact just celebrate their 17th birthday just a few short days ago. So guys, if you are here for GTM, throw out some Feels birthday mans here in the chat for the one and only GTM, as he now gets his first run back into WOMS.
Yeah, such a young gun. Good guy. Ouija as well, extremely young. I think it's like his first year of college or something like that. 18, 19 years old, something. Something of that effect. You'd like to see all the young runners come up and challenge the people who've been here forever. Just having fresh new competition in is amazing. Especially when like they're younger than the game itself. We're getting that way with this game and in Melee, I think. All the people who are running at top levels are like basically as old or younger than the game.
Here we go!
But that won't probably be the case for like 100%, but really cool to see all the fresh faces.
GTM, I said you were celebrating your 17th birthday, man. Don't focus on the chat. You need to focus on this run.
Facts. Oh, and just like that, the single jump wall kick not coming out.
Apparently somebody in the chat wanting to know how old you are, Markinator. If I could just chime in and say, I believe you're 99, right? Because that's why you have that number at the end of your name?
I am 99 years old and will continue to be so. I am 26. So, I was born the same year this game came out.
So.
But I remember playing it as a kid still, but very vaguely. It was a little advanced for my age before like the PlayStation stuff came out. Like the PlayStation 2.
All right, we're seeing GTM now go for Fly Guy lists. I know he's one of the most consistent Fly Guy lists, or one of the most consistent performers of Fly Guy lists. And oh my God! Right as I say that, unfortunately, not able to get the jump on top of the platforms. They're having to reset.
Mario!
Yeah, that would look like a really good attempt. Yeah, it's just like that slight angle, that like 1 or 2 degree difference. slide down or you get the kicks, and then even when you get the kicks, it's not guaranteed. We saw, I think it was it Slippery Nip or was it Ouija or somebody? Exact thing happened to them just a moment ago.
Yeah, that was Ouija.
Yep, it's not over till it's over.
All right, Ouija looks like they're now coming back from AFK and getting their runs up and going again. So for the first time in a while, we've now got all 7 contestants running at the same time. So surely something's about to set fire here in the Sleep 16 Invitational.
All right, here we go. 502 entrance. See how it goes. Yeah, gonna be a little right. Yeah, sliding off the right side, but that's fine. Feels so clean. Yeah, I think I said it earlier. That right side can be really scary if like you're not super confident in the angles and stuff like that, but at the level these runners are at, they know it all. You slide over there, whatever, I'll just ground pound here. As he has a really good lineup, it looks like. Okay, very nice owls there from Slippery Nip.
Commentator may be forgetting what stage we are on, as there was indeed no owl in Shifting Sandland.
Yeah, true. Fly guyless. Excuse me. Owless is just too haunting.
I guess, though, theoretically, that was also owlless, as there was no owls at all. So, an owl fly guy, less a rare 1-2 punch there from Slip. Love to see it.
Very nice. Getting all the lesses in that attempt, really.
All right, but got out of... Yeah, got out of Shifting Sandland with a 6-14 exit. My apologies for interjecting on the commentator. Yep, he is making his way now into Lethal Lava Land.
Yep, took the words right out of my mouth. We're just on the same wavelength.
But Slip, once again, the last time I saw him carry a run into the stage, he missed that top left corner red, as he just did so again. It's looking like his turns are a little too sharp right now, as we saw Flixer looking like he had to back up on the pillar with Klepto.
Yeah, he got, had the backup, then he got smacked. They're not playing. Ooh, nice setup from Slippery Nip.
Here we go!
All right, 2 more here in Lethal Lava Land. See what he's going for. Should be the volcano. Alright, so Lavalu's attempt is Pro Boost. Great ending. We did see him attempt the pole grab skip, kind of like what Ouija's been doing. But I think he fell at least once, maybe even twice, and ended up dropping it. So none of that crazy business. All business. All serious. We're making it out.
Is there ever a time this man is not serious? I mean, I don't think I have yet to see a single muscle on his face move the entire time we've had a camera focus on him.
He is he's a very serious guy. Definitely. He's always in on the game. He's got that focus.
All right, as we see Flixer now in Lethal Lava Land going for their 10th star, looking like they're about to get side hop, as Benny has returned to the basement for Shifting Sandland, as he's now going to go for the Fly Guy star. Or I guess the Bird star.
Oh! Sorry, Slippery Nip getting a C up extra input. So not the worst ever. I thought he was about to like start sliding back down the hole there, but was able to stand, thankfully. And everyone else. Now we got Benny and SSL. Benny and SSL. Yeah, everyone else besides Benny is on their resets.
I
But
lost
we got
how
everyone
Flix-
playing.
I missed how Flixter lost the run. I'm assuming something in the volcano happened to cause him to finally hit the reset button. So now we've just got a solid 1-2 punch here from Slip and Benny here in the basement.
Yep. Nice chat. But can't stay long. Gotta go. There's a princess waiting. Supposedly.
Supposedly. But I would like to say we do have 2 new donations that have come in as of recently. We got a $5 donation from Richie, no comment, and a $69 donation here from TX Som, if I pronounced that correctly. Funny number dono for my boys. The legendary Slippery Nip and GTM LFG, gents.
LFG indeed.
Thank you for the funny number dono there, TX. We love to see some funny numbers, any number of any sorts going towards Tackle Kids Cancer. Thank you very much. Hopefully he'll be paid off here with a legendary performance here from Slippery Nip as he nails the first MIPS clip. Let's see him get the glitchy wall kick.
Oh. Okay. Made it through. I think he missed the kick there, but yeah, definitely through the door. All right, and he is going for, okay, yeah, he is going for chip clip. What a beast. All right, yeah, he'll be doing front sub. See how he lines it up. I'm still not 100% sure what these players look at. I think they all look at something a little different when doing this lineup. I've attempted trying this and I could never get it consistent, but these runners, yeah, easy as pie.
Yeah, the biggest thing I've noticed when the move first came out was there's a texture on the wall that kind of resembles a lightning bolt. It seemed like if you could get on the lightning bolt, either on the bottom right corner or just next to the lightning bolt, that seemed to be a good setup. It just all depended on what angle you were swinging with at Mario with the punch that could get him to go through the wall there. So again,
Yeah.
Every setup's a little bit different, but I guess yeah, it's just all down to personal preference.
And that makes sense. Nice visual setup. And that's the ultimate cycle here from Slippery Nip. That was beautiful.
Ooh. All right, as Benny is meanwhile talking to Toad and collecting his star as a reward.
Yeah, Benny right on his tail. All right, side flip. Bowser actually moved a pretty good distance there. I think normally that side flip saves about like 0.2, 0.3 maybe.
Wow. And if you miss
yeah.
the side flip, you just go completely all over the place and lose seconds there. So ballsy for Slip to pull out the move. Sub 13 Fire CX at 12:52 on a very solid pace here. Let's see how these backwards long jumps perform. Hopefully this will work this time. Chat, if you believe in the backwards long jumps, now is the time. Throw out the praises. Throw out any Slippery Nip emotes if you got it. He's going to need all the support we can give him. I'll be praising with my hands in front of my face right now in the booth.
Absolutely, I'll do the same. We will all be praising along. Slippery Nips goes for his first attempt. He gets the clip.
Oh!
He still got it.
Oh, shifting to the wall. He's going to need to take a few extra jumps.
Make it through. There it is. Okay,
All right.
he's through.
The praise just worked on the first go-around, guys. Nothing to panic about yet.
Oh, the instant clip.
There we go, chat. The praises have worked. And just like that, Slip with a 13:45, 13:46 entry here into Bowser in the Sky. He could be on pace now to Bob Kano for second place. Let's see if he can close this one out strong. As meanwhile, Benny now makes his way into Dire Dog. So I guess we'll just have to come to that later.
Yeah, getting that triple jump while you're talking about it, reaching Animo, the fastest cycle without doing the cast long jump. So moving right side is on pace with the triple jump here. Okay, final boss. The Goomba!
Oh my goodness.
Just kidding. This is the final boss. Goomba is like the final mini boss.
All right, just needs to get 3 perfect throws, and he can get a solid 15.05 and Bob Cano for second place.
All right, that's 1. So that's gonna do it.
Little wide right will disconnect. Gets the regrab. Here lines up for number 3. It looks like he's just gonna get it wide left. He got it.
All right, GG's the slippery nip. What time's it gonna be? What time's it gonna be?
Slip looking like he breathed just a sigh of relief that it connected on that final throw. Unfortunately, with the wide throws, he's not going to quite get the 15.05, but does get the 15.08, and indeed, Bob Cano for second place here in the Sleep 16 Invitational.
Oh yeah, you love to see it by 1 second. They were divided by 0.2 seconds, but Slip has broken the 09 barrier. The obstacle there, getting the 08. So GG's to Slippery Nip. That was a clutch ending right there.
All right, let's see.
Did he make like any mistake after BLJs, after not clipping like instantly basically on the first BLJ?
It did look like just he was a little wide on his throws there in Bowser 3. I know that if you don't get perfectly on the bomb's hitbox, you can lose a fraction of some seconds there having to wait for Bowser bounces. So I think that may have cost him a second or 2 overall. But other than that, pretty much clean movement there to clutch out the second place finish from Slip. Let's see if we can get another clutch ending here, as Benny looks like he's going to be exiting Fire Sea with a 13.06. Fade out 13.05, excuse me.
Yeah, super solid pace here from Benny. We haven't seen a pace like this from him yet, I don't think.
Chat, for the love of God, throw out the praises. Benny is on hit personal best pace by 4 seconds. He even had to ground pound for good luck there right now. Let's see if Benny can hold this one together here and clutch out not just a 6th place bop, but see if he can get a personal best right here before our very eyes.
Please. We're praging. We're still praging.
Come on, Benny. Even an event personal best at this rate. Personal best likely dead with those failed BLJs, but he's through the door.
Yeah, it took some time, but if you can get these really fast, then it won't be too bad.
If he can at least just get it
15 pace.
Yeah, but if he can get a first or second try here, he'll definitely be able to bop. Flixer really getting a sharp angle here on the right side, but does get through the wall. He's got to move. He's in. All right, he's into Bowser in the sky. He can still bop Flixer right here with some clean movement. Let's see if he can clutch this one out.
Yeah, that was a very awkward angle, but yeah, definitely made it up, losing just a little bit of time.
Oh,
we get bopped by the amp. It's unfortunate. Alright, he's up there. That's fine though. It's only a few seconds. Alright, looking at the right side. Yep.
Oh, not quite on the right side far enough to get the moving right side. Now got to go for moving left, back up, and gets it. Unfortunately, the Flixer Bob looks like it's no longer possible, but he could still pull out an event personal best right now.
Yeah, might be a bit behind Flixer here. Yeah, 15:46, 47 pace here. So it needs 3 out of 3 to get that event PB, but it is still possible. It is really nice to clutch out runs like this with throws. See if Benny can do it.
And that amp unfortunately costing him a lot of time there getting, but he does get his first throw.
That's 2.
Taking that extra spin just to absolutely make sure he can land it on these bombs. He's got it, 3 for 3. All right, it normally takes about 16 to 17 seconds from the moment of the final throw to talk to the star. So Benny does look like he's just going to get a new event personal best here by 1 or 2 seconds.
7, 8, 9. 15:49. He did it though. He did it.
He did it.
It's very nice. Next time it's just going to be the clutch on the 15:1x pace, 15:2x pace.
Right, but it's good to see Benny finish out another run here. Got a new event personal best, third run now in the last hour. He's gotten all the way up to Tippy, or at least Fire C and beyond. So good on Benny. Perhaps we maybe even see one more before the end of the day. And the end of the day is coming up here very soon. We've only got about 29 minutes before runners can no longer reset, as Flicks are still not quite delivering some audio.
Yeah, still a little
Here we go.
mutes there. Oh, here we go.
There we go.
Getting that audio. Yeah, Blixer gets on Pacers quite enough for us to need his audio.
I just really want to commend Benny right there, though. It just goes to show you, no matter how good you are in this game, no matter what level you are, the end game is the most important of all. Whether it be the backwards long jumps or movement in Bowser in the sky, it really does come down to being able to get that perfect ending for the personal best. And Benny was even on a 4-second personal best, a low 15.2x going into Tippy here. So just goes to show Benny has still very much got it, is even very much personal best capable throughout the rest of this event. So I look forward to seeing more runs from him here in the next 8.5 hours we have of runs between today and tomorrow.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you knew that he knew that it was a good run after the Fire C. If you looked at his camera, he was like smiling and he like held up his finger. And yeah, you knew that he knew he was on it. So definitely looking to keep that confidence up.
As meanwhile, it looks like Liam may have snuck his way here into the tournament, as the bottom right screen is showing some Liam SKD right now, perhaps trying to take the place of GTM and get a 16-star personal best of their own.
Perhaps. Would be a crazy turn of events.
Here we go.
Liam coming through. Alright, Flixer out of Lethal Lava Land. So we just got here in HMC. Alright, Kando's out of Dark World. Not sure if Slippery Nip is going to do any more runs. Like you said, coming to the end, about 25 minutes or so left.
Here we go.
Ouija, Ouija, and I think that's it. Yeah, Ouija and Ouija are doing their runs. Kano is already out. He's in Lump's Fortress. Hopefully he can join Flixer here in the basement. Not too long.
All right, and we are getting word here that GTM is going to be doing their final run. This is his final run of the day, already through Lethal Lava Land. So let's hope that GTM's final run can be the best one here on day one of finals weekend. And yes, Slip did apparently forget that there was another 30 minutes left, as we had a 30-minute delay to the start of the event here. So I wonder if he will be able to get any more runs in, or if he's just perfectly content on getting that second place finish to close out his day today.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if he was just, happy with that and wanted to call it. But if he wants to throw in a few more, I would be happy with that as well. So whatever he wants to do would be great. We got Flixer, speaking of great, not getting great Boulder RNG, but Flixer himself still pretty great.
Here we go.
Coming out here, 10-16. That's actually like super good. We see like, what was it, 10-0 X paces from like the super good runs. Yeah, does go for that dive, but that's fine. Doesn't lose too much time. This camera that everyone's been going for, I wonder who discovered that. Come on, you got it? It's like a straight Mario cam until you grab mix. Gives you a pretty good lineup. Speaking of lineups, it has a really nice one for the second one. Makes it straight through. Flixer on pace, ladies and gentlemen. Kano and SSL. Oh, but turns around with a bomb. I shouldn't have said it. I'm sorry. Look away. Look away, chat.
All right, it's looking like GTM is just going to be doing a no reset run at this point. He does get out of lethal lava lane with just an 8.5x exit. Still very solid outing, but unfortunately, it does not look like he will be on event personal best pace. He just wants to get one no reset run going. So this will be it for GTM. We'll make sure to keep an eye on him and see how this one closes out. But Flixer now getting the back sub approach for the Dire Docs star. I believe could still be on a very solid 15, mid 15 pace right now if he gets the rest of this cleanly.
Yeah, I believe so. Best possible time 15:07. I'm not sure when the last split was. Ooh, a little low on that triple jump. Yeah, didn't make it up. Yeah, it was a little forward on the triple jump. Didn't quite have the time to get high enough. I don't think he can make zero cycle anymore either.
Let's see.
Maybe he can. But...
Oh,
no. Just
little
barely.
too low on the wall kick. Just able to get up there, but unfortunately not high enough to be able to ledge grab it. So, yeah, I'm going to be costing 8 seconds there now, having to settle for normal cycle. Bonking on the side there, but nice triple jump back up.
Yeah, that was a good triple jump back up. Yeah, Flixer just playing with it here in Fire Sea. Hopefully he can just end it here, nail the throw. See what his best possible time is, I wonder, after that. What did I say? 15:0 something? So he's probably looking at like a 15:2 coming out after those mistakes.
Yeah, 15:07. I'm assuming some splits may have been skipped over. See, it's looking like, best possible time of this raid will probably be with a 13.2x exit. Probably like a solid 15.3x, I'd have to guess.
Yeah, maybe. So
still
possible to event PB. Hopefully you can finish it out. Have a nice solid run.
As it looks like Ouija's 15:03 got retimed to a 15:04.66. So looks like there's an extra second now for people to potentially catch up on him.
Kano taking that ledge grab. He's being so dramatic about it. It's okay, it's okay. Ooh, Flixer can't get the BLJs. Okay, you caught? That might have done it, though.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
All the little time losses. You hate to see it.
Yeah, maybe Flixer can finish this one out at least, hopefully. Oh, he's in there, but he climbs back up.
Yeah, so 15.51, maybe a 15.52 looking like it'd be his best possible time right now. See, it looks like he might be able to, if he wants to finish this one out strong here. Oh.
Ooh, with a death.
As Kano himself looks like he's about to take a death there in Lethal Lava Land, missing the poles there. So we have back-to-back deaths as Ouija now has the deepest run going into the basement, and Slip getting out of Womp to the 425.
Yeah, Ouija, any basement run Ouija's got as a pacer, but let's see what he's got here as he goes for Fly Guyless. He's got the start. Does he have the angle? And he does. With the speed kick ending, too. Super nice from Ouija. The kid just goes for it.
It's looking like a GTM will be done for the day here, and he is potentially requesting an interview here in the broadcaster's booth, so we might be able to hear from the legendary GTM himself, and we can get a moment of breaking the action here for the booth. As Ouija, a little late on the bomb grab for Pillarless, is going to reset, but Slip himself also missing Pillarless.
Yeah. Oh, and he didn't make it up.
No.
Can he make it? No. Wait, you can't even dive there. Like, he couldn't. He wouldn't have been able to do anything. All right, we got GTM coming. Perhaps. Let's see, Kano inside of Dark World. Everyone on a reset.
All right, we're joined in the broadcaster's booth right now by GTM. GTM, good first day of runs here today. Take us through your thought process here towards the end. Why show the DVD video logo in Flappy Bird? Were you just looking to clear your head out there? Just give on another kind of show for the crowd? What was up with that?
Yeah, I figured, with all the mundane intro and how my gameplay wasn't up to my personal standard, I figured, a DVD screen and the Flappy Bird would break the monotony a little bit.
Just try to give the people some nice entertainment.
Exactly.
Awesome.
All right, and GTM, belated happy birthday to you. How does it feel to be 17 years old now? And do you have any plans now, Mario or otherwise, for your 17th going on 18th year of life?
No, this is the final year of my life that I can use being a minor as an excuse for things, and misdemeanors become felonies, but no, I don't have anything planned.
Yeah, a lot of stuff to look forward to. A lot of stuff to look forward to with that stuff.
Yeah.
But honestly, happy birthday, man. Really enjoyed having you as one of the runners here today and just in the Mario community in general. It's been really fun having you around.
And it's been a lot of fun playing in this event. It's been a huge honor because this is like the biggest event of my speedrun career this far. I feel like I've been playing a lot better. I mean, obviously by the times I've gotten as well, but like on the mental side of things, because to viewers who might not be speedrunning or like speedrunners, a lot of this, especially in a high level competition, can get really intense mentally because you can get in on your own head. You can compare yourself to other runners, and it becomes anguish, like I said last time when I was interviewed last Sunday. I did mention that I did have a breakdown, but this time I'm feeling a lot better. I've been really supported by my girlfriend Timey. I've just been calling with them the entire time, which is nice. It's been a huge help. So yeah.
All right, well, that's awesome, man. Glad to hear it. Glad that you're doing well in the game and mentally playing this game. But yeah, that is true. I mean, up against the best of the best, it's super hard, but you've been playing super well. 15-22 on the board. And that's no joke, man. Whip it out in the first day. Hopefully day 2 you can improve on it. Because we've got, I mean, the top spots are crazy. You're looking at 04, 08, 09.
Yeah.
I mean, that's some crazy stuff. What kind of times would you be happy like leaving the event with?
I mean, just any 1x, I'd be satisfied. Ideally, top 3, but maybe not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at like world record pace basically into bits to take the top spot. It's pretty. I mean, that's pretty hard.
Exactly.
But yeah, I think that's a good goal. 15-1x. Already got the 15-22.
Yep.
It's really nice.
And GTM, though you did originally reside in the United States of America, it looks like you have relocated to Antarctica. So how's the Wi-Fi down there, and how's your family of Penguin supporters been treating you throughout this event?
It's been really good. We're using this new thing called Google Quantum Net. Internet's insane, so yeah, I've had pretty stable connection, other than in SSL you saw there.
Google knows no bounds, even helping out the people and penguins of Antarctica. Love to hear it.
I do have to go now, so goodbye everyone. I'll see you all later. Enjoy the last like 14 minutes of the event. Bye bye.
Okay,
All right.
bye GTM. Thank you.
Bye, GTM. What a great guy.
Great guy indeed. But yeah, setting a really nice time, as we were saying, 15-22. We'll be looking forward to seeing more from him tomorrow. Maybe a battle for 4th? Not sure. So Ouija definitely capable of taking out Ouija or any one of these guys. So I'm sitting at a 15-18. Might see that bump up quite a bit.
That's something I've kind of noticed from Sweegie, just in the tournaments that he has, or any of the events that he's competed in. When he's doing runs, he really can just get on a whole new level and just keep it together. But it seems like in events, I don't know if there's an additional pressure on him or what may be going through his head, but I've yet to see him get, say, lower than a 15-11 in any sort of of an event-like setting, maybe even a little bit higher than that. I shouldn't even be saying something like this, as I'm just a mediocre 16-star runner, but just for the fact that he's the world record holder, we know what he is capable of here in the Invitational. I just wonder what it's going to take for him to get that extra bump up the leaderboards.
Yeah, a lot of it probably is the competition, honestly. It's what GTM was just talking about. It's an extra layer of stress. You know, you know that people are kind of watching you. You only have a set amount of time. So, and it can definitely get to you. You're on a really good pace. You want to capitalize. But yeah, I mean, knowing that Ouija is definitely capable, having those extra nerves, having 10 seconds plus maybe on some of the other competitors, that's probably like 1 or 2 mistakes, depending on the mistake. So, hopefully maybe just level out some nerves, get some nice consistent play going. Got a nice good run right here into SSL before 5 minutes. See what he's got. Fly Guy list is looking good.
And my apologies to the chat out there. I did say Ouija was the world record holder. He's the ex-world record holder, but is only 1/10 of a second away from tying Ouija's world record. So, still very much world record capable.
Oh yeah. He is within the world record realm of capability. Especially now with that Fly Guy list and the entrance here. So he goes for Tama. Right, is the camera angle good? Okay, good. He was a little right, but was able to make it in the hole.
Oh, a Slip looks like he took a death on Pillarless himself as he had a run going into the basement. Would like to say Slip did decide to come back here for an extra set of runs here in the final half an hour. We've only got about 12.5 minutes or so until the final resets are allowed. So I wonder how many more runs we're going to be able to see from these guys.
Yeah, probably for the ones who aren't currently in a run. I mean, potentially like a reset going into basement or something, or maybe just a few resets into the last run. But definitely looking just to get like probably 1 more on the board here.
Right.
I mean, obviously 1 more on the board, but trying to get that 1 good start.
In the meantime, we've got a great trifecta going on right now. Ouija out of SSL with a 6-minute 10-second fade out. Benny out of SSL with a 6-minute 20-second fade out. Not too far behind Ouija, and Ouija got a 4-minute 21-second Womps Fortress exit. So 3 of those guys are having fantastic runs right now. I don't know if there's a 3-way layout or if we could use a 4-way layout and just interchange that if possible on the production side. Don't want to put any additional pressure if necessary. But we've just got 3 great runs going on at the same time as Ouija gets a great backup and saves himself from the Fly Guyless death. Unfortunately, takes a death there at the very end.
Oh, and Ouija. Okay, Saren, whatever you're doing, stop it. Don't change anything. Don't. Okay, maybe Benny. Maybe Benny's the only one now. We can look at Benny. Perfect. Awesome.
Oh my
and just like that, that's how speedrunning goes. Just like that, 2 of the 3 that we were watching are gone. It's always fleeting. No, Benny! Benny, stop.
He's fine. He's good. Nope.
Alright, everyone, looking for their last run of the night. It is the hunt.
All right. And with the stream turning off, it looks like that's going to be the end of the day here for Benny. Can we get some GGs in the chat here for the great Benny here from day 1 in the Sleep 16? I hate to see it go out in that fashion, but as I've said before, Benny is definitely personal best capable, both event and actual personal best capable. So we look forward to seeing him tomorrow here for day 2.
Yeah, GGs to Benny. See, blowing up the chats. Always love to see Benny here. So there's 2 down for the counts. We got 5 competitors left. Day 1. All right, we got Ouija and Ouija going in basically at the same time. Ooh. 2 Mario runners run into the Dark World. 1 takes a burn. What happens? The other one resets. That's Mario.
Here we go!
Kano looking like they wanted to go a little safer there and get the texture set up for Canalus. Does nail it.
Yeah, Yeah, Kano looking good on this run. Let's see what his fade out time is here. Should be around like low 420s, 425. Okay, maybe not as good as I thought. I was thinking like 10 seconds from the entry, but I didn't calculate the fade out. About 427. Alright, basement. Just needs to keep it clean. If he makes it through basement, this could very well be his final run, as he will be eking over the time limit as he enters Fire C and BLJ's. Alright, as we see Slippery Nip get out of Dark World himself. Oh no! We saw that exact same mistake from him like the last time he was here. Just hitting up too soon. Getting that change in angle. Alright, good backup though.
Alright, Slip getting out of Dark World with about a 245, 246, now making his way into Wops. The next to deepest run is Sweegie and Ouija both had to reset. Flicks are looking to reset now as well.
Okay, Kano taking kind of a risky line, but made it in there. Avoided grabbing the ledge on the fence, avoided grabbing the star in the cubby. Only managing to get into the hole where he wanted. Alright, we'll see 620 fade out from Kano. This is this is like right at 15 pace if he plays everything else cleanly.
All right, as we trickle into the final minutes here of the day, folks, would just like to remind you all at home that the Sleep 16 is raising funds for Tackle Kids Cancer, a philanthropic initiative of the Hackensack Meridian Health Children's Cancer Institute. Money that we raise here today will go towards finding the cure for and bettering the treatment for pediatric cancer patients. Our original fundraising goal of $5,000 got eclipsed on the first 2 days, and we're now looking for a goal of $7,500. We're about 3/4, if not more, of the way there with $6,192.76. Folks, if you care about the kids and have any possible change to help spare this holiday season, whether it be $1 or even $1.01 if you're feeling extravagant about your donations, make sure to get your donations in today. !donate in the chat will take you to the link where you can donate via a PayPal. If you'd like to learn more about Tackle Kids Cancer, you can visit the link here at !TKC.
Yeah, very well said, very well said. Alright, Kano, nice side hop. But yeah, I'm really kind of looking forward to tomorrow. We'll reach 69, 69, 69. I really hope that it hits that number.
That would be incredible, actually. Unfortunately,
Volcano doesn't do lava boost. But go ahead.
I say, unfortunately, we will not be seeing any 69s here on the screen as we are doing 16 star as opposed to 70 star. Perhaps one of these days we might have a Sleep 70 star invitational, but alas, we're just narrowing it down to 16, keeping it short and sweet.
Yeah, really nice. 16 stars is a really good lifetime attack category, I think. Because if you have like this many people doing it, then it's like you almost always have a run going. There's been a few times where everyone is reset, but you know, it doesn't take too long for 1, 2, 3 people to make it out. Alright, really nice triple box jump. Alright, we've got like 4 minutes left. So everyone who's not on a on a run, so literally everyone but Kano needs to finish up their final resets and just grab whatever they can. Ouija in Womp's Fortress. Slippery Nip headed to Womp's Fortress. Ouija playing hardball. Flixer on his reset. Alright, so Ouija should have Canonless done. I didn't see him do it, but he just got Owless.
Kano, unfortunately, not getting the triple jump set up there for left side emergency exit, so I had to go back it up with rolling rocks. Not even getting the clean roll out there, so he's going to be losing a significant amount of time here in Hazy Maze Cave, but still on a solid run nonetheless, as Ouija looks like he's going to be exiting Womp's Fortress with a 4:21.7 fade out.
Yeah, it kind of is unfortunate he lost some time here. You can see his best possible time just switching over to 15. I think his split is actually like ahead because we're going off the streams and stuff. But yeah, right at 15 leaving HMC. How much time has he got? He's only got like 8 seconds to play with to just see how this MIPS clip goes. If he has a really nice MIPS clip, I mean, I guess just one star at a time. One obstacle. Nice punch grab. And I don't think, unless he resets right now, I think this is going to be his final run.
Let's see how the second MIPS clip goes.
No!
Ooh. Shoot. All right, his best possible time now down to a 15:04. He's really going to have to play out perfectly now. Maybe he's just going to make this his last run regardless.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, he's got like a super solid time. 15:05 basically on the best possible time there. So tight. I need like perfect BLJs.
We've seen him do a handful of no resets earlier today with 15:1x and 15:2x runs. So the fact that he's just gotten a run this far, I'm sure he's just content on being one with the Mario as we see him in his camera right here and just deciding to finish this one out here for the entertainment. So Pog, Kano.
Very true. Very Pog. All right, coming into the final reset, I believe, for Ouija. Cannot reset anymore. Flixer needs to finish this Dark World.
Yeah, it's looking like we might have just a handful of seconds left before anybody can do a reset. Actually, yeah, we're coming down to the final time now. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. No more resets. These are officially the last runs we'll be seeing from everybody. Flixer being the last one to get their reset in the nick of time. As Kano get a great ultimate cycle. My apologies for taking that away, co-commentator.
Yeah. No, it was great. We are done. Reset times are over. Kano has got his ultimate fire seat on this tight run. Yeah, I think he just missed the text box there, but whatever. The biggest time loss he's had this entire split. Wow. The half spin from Kano. The 200-degree spin.
All right, as Kano is closing it up here in Fire Seat. Looks like Ouija may have messed up an LBLJ attempt as we see him in the lobby talking with Toast. So that is going to be it for Ouija on the day. We now got 4 runners left, as seen on the screen here. Kano, green Ouija, and slipped it. He just saved and quits.
But he was done with Fire Seat.
So, in theory, not the worst place to save and quit. Honestly, that's probably got to be only, what, like 4 to 5 seconds time lost?
It's like the best place to save and quit, I guess. But yeah, that's going to kill the run PB, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
that sucks. That sucks. But oh well, it happens. I literally had a run where I saved and quit in like DDD or something like that. It was bad. Ooh, instant BLJ.
Kano is going for BLJs. Green Ouija is now going out of Lethal Lava Land with an 8:21 fade out. Great instant BLJs from Kano and slips almost out of LLL himself.
Yeah, Slip is 1 star behind Suiji. Fade outs were like synced almost. No, Kano.
Looks like he may not be able to get the cast jump or even the triple jump across. That's going to be it for Kano, unfortunately, here today.
Yeah, and I was literally expecting a reset, and we're not gonna get it because that's it. That's the last one.
Mm-hmm.
It's me,
Unfortunate.
Mario.
But oh, okay, Suiji. Triple box jump. He's got it.
All right, so GG's to Kano here today. Excellent outing, multiple 15-1x runs there with a 15.09. Good for 3rd place here in the Sleep 16 Invitational. Love to see it. We look forward to seeing Kano here for day 2 action tomorrow at twitch.tv/speedrun as Slip gets the C up slide there. Well done.
Here we go.
Yeah, Slip is really on a pacer right now. What is he? 12 stars. Yeah, he saves triple box jump after the C up slide. I guess it's a hard enough strat to just want to go for it first. Alright, triple.
Right, Suiji himself just getting the C up slide in Hazy Maze Cave. Not sure which star he's got left, whether it be emergency exit or no, he just got rolling rock, so I believe he's probably just going to be going for emergency exit and will be, yep, getting out of here with 10-15 fade out, if I'm not mistaken.
Here we go.
Alright, good Toad, good Toad. Everything matters here. Final runs. Alright, just final star. Nice and easy here for our Slippery Nip.
Here we go.
He's done. His final HMC of the day.
Right, great early MIPS grab in first clip here from Suiji as he gets the glitchy wall kick and makes his way into Dire Docks. Let's see if Slip can replicate such performance.
Nice. That perfect camera setup. That tiny little camera movement that's like points you a little right, just gets it perfectly. Alright, DDD time. Alright, Suiji getting his sub star. Nice front sub from him.
11:31, very solid time.
Alright, look at the fire C. Whole glitch. Alright, he's looking good.
Here we go.
All right, as Slip himself is getting out of Dire Docks with 11:25 fade out. So Suiji and Slip both on some great paces right now. Suiji gets ultimate, and let's not forget about Flixer, who's also on his final run right now and just getting the Fly Guy star.
Yeah, definitely can't forget about Flixer just being a little overshadowed at the moment. The Slippery Nip getting his pull glitch. Suiji in the Bowser throw. Alright, Slippery Nip having a slight mess up at the base of those elevators, but was able to get a nice backup movement. Jump dives on this right side. Forgot he did this. I'm seeing so many ultimate cycles.
And going for the one booty burn method, which according to Green Suiji actually saves just a very little bit of time there. So Slip really wanted to make sure he could knock this one out of the park as Suiji is now out of Fire C with a 12:52, playing within about 10 seconds of his personal best right now. So he's very much on event personal best pace right now as we see Slip get the side flip grab and the throw here in Fire C.
Yeah, this is really awesome. You got 1 star left. I'm sorry, no stars left from either one, just BLJs.
All right, let's see if Suiji can knock out these BLJs. Instant.
Oh my
with the
gosh.
speed.
He like clipped into that stair. That was
All right.
nuts.
Throw out those praises for both Sweegie and Slip. See if Slip can get his instant BLJs. As Sweegie gets instant BLJs, he is on a 14.5x pace right now. Let's see if he can clutch this one out.
Yeah, the 14.5 would be like super tight. It's like right at 15. If he could clutch out the 14, that'd be incredible.
All right, as we see Slip on the bottom left corner as well. Oh, just getting the BLJs there at the tip of the stairs.
With the moving right side of Sweegie.
And Slip gets those instant BLJs, and he's in the hole at 13.39. Slip right now is also on a potential 14.59 pace himself. As Sweegie gets in the pipe, he could potentially clutch this one out.
Oh, this is insane. Sweegie literally could take first place away from Ouija right here. He's got the tail.
It's one
It's gonna be one. Maybe two.
Oh, slippery nip. Missed.
And Sweegie, that's a close throw, but he got it. He got it.
Slip missed moving right side, but just like that, folks, Green Sweegie at the end of day one is going to be moving into first place here in the Sleep 16 with a 15:01 time. You know what they say, Markinator? They really did save the best for last.
Yeah, absolutely. In the final moments, past the deadline, Sweegie pulling out the 15:01. I mean, we got Slippery Nip right behind him. Was basically on the same pace, but just lost that moving right side, unfortunately. Absolute insanity right here. We still have Flixer playing. He's looking to bump up a few spots, trying to get an event PB here. Best possible time looking to be 15:12. But geez, that run from Sweegie there.
What an exclamation point to put an end of his day one here today. Sweegie going from 4th place to 1st place by a 16 and a half, 17 second improvement there. Astounding. We'll look to see how Ouija can possibly bounce back tomorrow. But Flixer is now the last run here of the day. No more resets were allowed as of 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Flixer just got it in with seconds to go, and it looks like he is going to be finishing this one out here with a very solid pace. Hope he can clutch this one out as well.
Yeah, that'd be great. We'll see a 3rd run make it to bits here. Post reset time? Post cutoff?
If we can we get some GGs here, both for Green Sweegie and Slippery, and both of them on solid low 15 paces here low after the end. Great and Sweegie before this here, but it's not over yet. Flicker here.
Yeah, I think Mess Dog, your internet's cutting out. You're being a little robotic here. So I apologize. We heard words every now and then, but it was fantastic. We got Flixer coming in to Mips clip, coming into the DDD on pace here. I think you're better now. I hear you laughing. I think you're good. Yep. Oh no, Saren. It was Saren as the restreamer. Nice.
Hello, can you hear me?
He's good. He's good now. Okay. Just
All
a little
right.
disconnect.
Yeah, it looked like my internet did cut in and out there, so my apologies.
First Red Dog, then West Dog, now West Bot.
Yep, exactly.
That was funny.
it
was actually really cool. It was funny.
I was trying to say GG's to Sweegie and Slip for getting on some insane low 15 pacers to close out the day. You love to see it. Obviously, people did not hear it through the robotic tone, so my apologies there.
Yeah, all good, all good. Yeah, Flixer still on pace here. Getting a nice clean back sub. 15-14 pace. 15:36 is his event PB. Alright, coming to the pole glitch. Looks good. Alright, Good movements, good rollouts. Ooh, that was really close on that platform. Okay. Ooh, super nice ultimate cycle here. She's making it look so easy. Flixer able to just pull it out. Get that ultimate cycle time save.
All right, breaking development potentially in the chat here. Not sure if this is true or not, but Green Squeegee supposedly saying that the run we just saw him complete here is getting retimed to a 14:59.
Ooh, that would be insane. Our timer just being a little off. We actually just saw 14.
Yeah, according to Green Squeegee, it's a 14:59.7. So there we have it, folks. Green Squeegee getting a casual 14 here in the Sleep 16 to close out day one.
That's absolutely insane. GG's Green Squeegee. I wish our timer was more accurate then. Gosh, that's so hype. That's amazing. Closing out day one, final run with a sub 15.
All right.
Absolute monster.
We see Flixer now carrying his run all the way here into Tippy. Throw out those praises in the chat, boys. You know exactly what to do. Let's see if Flixer can get an event personal best himself to close out the end of day one. He might even potentially be on a personal best pace with a best possible time of 15:14. Let's see how it goes.
Instant. Okay,
Right.
round two.
Nerves settling in right now. Oh boy. Let's see if Flixer can... Oh my goodness.
The man's insane. He's been on like 15-14 pace for like 5 minutes now.
All right. I really do not want to believe in such a thing as a caster's curse right now, but with Flixer's entry into the pipe with a 13.5x, I do believe he is on a personal best pace right now. His personal best is a 15:21. So Flixer closes this one out strong. Not only could he get an event personal best, he could bop GTM and get a personal best. Unfortunately, moving right side there.
That's so unfortunate. Like, gosh, that was really good. That was really good, Flixer. You should hold your head up high for that. That was such a clean run for so long, and this awful trick ruined it for you. GG's, man.
All right, not able to get the side flip there off the original elevator. I believe he still could very well get an event personal best here right now in the pipe at 14:53. So perfect throws could get him a mid 15.3. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, still being able to clutch out such a good run with the missed right side is just so telling. All right, there's 1 for 1. It's 2. That's gonna be it.
3 for 3. GG's Flixer ending the final run in the first day of the Sleep 16 with another event personal best. This one looking like it's going to be a 15:35.
Yeah, like 1 second to spare here. Maybe a little less. Our timer was off earlier. Maybe a 2-second one, but yeah, GG's to Flixer. I mean, you gotta feel good about that, right? I mean, that could have been another, like, what, 15 seconds better? He could have taken over GTM right there if he had hit that right side.
Absolutely. But Markinator, what an amazing finish to the end of the day here. We got a 14:59 time retiming pending an official count there, but a potential casual 49 from Squeegee, a casual low 15 pacer from Slippery Nip, and a 15:35 here from Flixer to close out the day. Oh my goodness. What do you have to say about the 2 hours of content we just saw here?
It's been a lot. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a lot. I'm a little jittery from the last couple runs we just saw, because that was as good of an ending as you could possibly ask for. Like, honestly, it was. We had 3 runs make it to bits. One was sub 14 or sub 15, getting the 14 by Squeegee. As you can see it now on the leaderboards. 0.7 was at 10 frames under the 15-minute time. So, I mean, just perfect. Absolute great day of runs, all in all. Tomorrow's going to be just as epic. Time's going to get even closer. So I hope nobody goes away. Everyone comes back tomorrow. We have even greater numbers. And it's all for a great cause, too. It's all for charity. It's all for Hackensack Meridian Health. Sleep 16, every donation up to 7,500. And by the way, it was originally like 5,000. And we hit that so quickly that I think Sleep was like, keep just make it another. Well, I'll match another 2,500. I mean, it's been like that crazy of an event.
Absolutely crazy. All right, so yet with 3 retimings, it appears, we do have a confirmation. Green Squeegee got the 14:59 to close out his day here in the Sleep 16. Truly astounding. Oh my goodness. I don't even know what day 2 is going to have in store for us tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't either, but it's going to be fantastic. I just want to thank everybody who's shown up and donated, and want to make sure. Let me double check real quick, make sure we didn't miss any donations. I don't think we did. No, I believe we're good. And yeah, just thank you very much for everyone who's donated, all the runners, everyone who's donated their time, to all the other casters as well, the ones coming up tomorrow. Everyone is doing their best, working their hardest to make this event happen, and it's been amazing. It's been a great 2 weekends of Mario, and we still have a day left. So I think that's about it. I'll throw it over to you for the last bit. But thank you everybody for having me. It's been awesome. Thank you, Shrek Dog. Or West Dog, I'm sorry.
No problem, Marketer. Yeah, it does not look like we might be getting any post game interviews here from any of the contestants today. Perhaps we will hear from them tomorrow. But it does look, so on that note, it's looked like it's going to do for us here at day 1 here for the Sleep 16 live time attack, as apparently says in the title there. So my apologies if I said invitational instead of completely wrong. But there is your leaderboard for the day here, guys. Green Squeegee going absolutely ballistic here to take that first place. Ouija, Slippery Nip, and Kano there with a 15 OX pace, capping out 2nd through 4th place. GTM, Flixer, and Benny behind those guys. But as we've seen here today, they are all very much event personal best capable with potential for personal best there. So on that note, that is going to do it for us here on twitch.tv/speedrun. I'd like to give a thanks to our director, Mr. Siren Mew, here for getting us all the wonderful feeds here in the booth and providing us with even just that fun little prediction in the middle for the DVD logo. Really a product of the people, letting us know what they all want. Folks, make sure you tune in tomorrow starting at, I believe it's 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Same time tomorrow. There will be 8 more hours left of 16-star speedruns left to do for this wonderful event. Until then, wherever you are on this beautiful big blue ball, this is West Dog on behalf of Markinator and the crew saying, have a wonderful night.